Section 17 of The Purple Cloud. This is a LibriVox recording. All LibriVox recordings are in the public domain. For more information or to volunteer, please visit LibriVox.org. Recording by Gaby Cowan. The Purple Cloud by Matthew Phipps Shiel. Section 17. During the next 9 days, I worked with a fever on me and a map of London before me. There were places in that city, secrets, vastnesses, horrors. In the wine vaults at London docks was a vat which must certainly have contained between 20 and 30,000 gallons, and with dancing heart I laid a train there. The tobacco warehouse must have covered 80 acres, and there I laid a fuse. In a house near Regent's Park, standing in the garden and shut from the street by a high wall, I saw a thing, and what shapes a great city hid, I now first know. I left no quarter unremembered, taking a train no longer of 4, but of 8 vehicles, drawn by an electric motor, which I recharged every morning, mostly from the turbine station in St. Pancras, once from a steam station with a very small engine and dynamo, found in the Palace Theatre, which gave little trouble, and once from a similar little station in a Strand hotel. With this I visited West Ham and Kew, Finchley and Clapham, Dalston and Marylebone. I exhausted London. I deposited piles in the Guildhall in Holloway Gaol, in the New Pillar Justice Hall of Newgate, in the Tower, in the Parliament House, in St. Giles's Workhouse, in the crypt and under the organ of St. Paul's, in the South Kensington Museum, in the Royal Agricultural Society, in Whiteley's Place, in the Trinity House, in Liverpool Street, in the Office of Works, in the secret recesses of the British Museum, in 100 inflammable warehouses, in 500 shops, in 1,000 private dwellings, and I timed them all for ignition at midnight of the 23rd of April. By 5 in the afternoon of the 22nd, when I left my train in Maida Valley and drove alone to the solitary house on high ground near Hampstead Heath which I had chosen, the work was well finished. The great morning dawned, and I was early astir, for I had much to do that day. I intended to make for the seashore the next morning, and had, therefore, to choose a good petrol motor, store it, and have it in a place of safety. I had also to drag another vehicle after me, stored with trunks of time fuses, books, clothes, and other little things. My first journey was to Woolwich, whence I took all that I might ever require in the way of mechanism, thence to the National Gallery, where I caught from their frames the vision of St. Helena, Murillo's boy drinking, and Christ at the Column, and thence to the Embassy to bathe, anoint myself, and dress. As I had anticipated and hoped, a blustering spring gale was blowing from the north. Even as I set out from Hampstead about 9 a.m., I had been able to guess that some of my fuses had somehow anticipated the appointed hour, for I saw 3 red hazes at various points in the air, and heard the far vague booming of an occasional explosion, and by 11 a.m. I felt sure that a large region of north-eastern London must be in flames, with the solemn feeling of bridegrooms and marriage mornings, with a flinching heart, God knows, yet a heart upbuoyed on thrilling joys. I went about making preparations for the gargantuan orgy of the night. The house at Hampstead, which no doubt still stands, is of rather pleasing design in quite a stone and rural style. with good breadths of wall surface, 2 plain-coped gables, mullioned windows, and oversaling slate birch roofs, but rather spoiling it, a high square 3-storied tower at the southeast angle, on the topmost floor of which I had slept the previous night. There I had provided myself with a jar of pale tobacco mixed with rose leaves and opium, found in a foreign house in Seymour Street, also a genuine Saloniki hookah, together with the best wines, nuts, and so on, and a whole harp of the musician Krasinski, stamped with his name, taken from his house in Portland Street. But so much did I find to do that day, and so many odd things turned up, which I thought that I would take with me, that it was not till near 6 that I drove finally northward through Camden Town, and now an ineffable awe possessed my soul at the solemn noise which everywhere encompassed me, an ineffable awe, a blissful terror. Never, never could I have dreamed of aught so great and potent. All above my head there rushed southward with wide-spread wing of haze a sparkling smoke, and mixed with the immense roaring I heard mysterious hubbubs of tumblings and rumblings which I could not at all comprehend, like the moving about of furniture in the houses of Titans, while pervading all the air was a most weird and tearful sound, as it were threnody and a wild wail of pain and dying swan songs, and all lamentations and tribulations of the world. Yet I was aware that at an hour so early the flames must be far from general. In fact, they had not well commenced. As I had left a good semicircular region of houses, with a radius of 400 yards without combustibles to the south of the isolated house which I was to occupy, and as the wind was so strongly from the north, I simply left the 2 vehicles at the door of the house, without fear of any injury, nor did any occur. I then went up to the top of the tower, lit the candles, and ate voraciously of the dinner which I had left ready, for since the morning I had taken nothing, and then, with hands and heart that quivered, I arranged the clothes of the low spring bed upon which to throw my frame in the morning hours. Opposite the wall where lay the bed was a Gothic window, pretty large, with low sill, hung with poppy-figured muslin, and looking directly south, so that I could recline at ease in the red velvet easy chair and see. It had evidently been a young lady's room, for on the toilet were cut glass bottles, a plate of brown herb, powders, gouge au levain, 1 little bronze slipper, and knick-knacks, and I loved her and hated her, though I did not see her anywhere. About 8:30 I sat at the window to watch, all being arranged and ready at my right hand, the candles extinguished in the red room, for the theatre was opened, and the atmosphere of this earth seemed turned into hell, and hell was in my soul. Soon after midnight there was a sudden and very visible increase in the conflagration. On all hands I began to see blazing structures soar, with grand hurrahs on high, in 5 and 10s, in 20s and 30s, all between me and the remote limit of my vision. They leapt, they lingered long, they fell. My spirit more and more felt and danced, deeper mysteries of sensation, sweeter thrills. I sipped exquisitely, I drew out enjoyment leisurely. Anon, when some more expansive angel of flame would arise from the pit with steady aspiration, and linger with outspread arms, and burst, I would lift a little from the chair, leaning forward to clap, as at some famous acting, or I would call to them in shouts of cheer, giving them the names of women, for now I seemed to see nothing but some billowing pandemonic universe through crimson glasses, and the air was wildly hot, and my eyeballs, like theirs that walk staring in the inner midst of the burning fiery furnaces, and my skin itched with a fierce and prickly itch. Anon I touched the chord of the harp to the air of the Wagner's Walkürenritt. Near 3 in the morning I reached the climax of my guilty sweets, my drunken eyelids closed in a luxury of pleasure, and my lips lay stretched in a smile that trembled. A sensation of dear peace, of almighty power, consoled me, for now the whole area, which through streaming tears I surveyed, mustering its 10,000 thunders, and brawling beyond the stars the voice of its southward rushing torment, billowed to the horizon one grand Atlantic of smokeless and flushing flame, and it sported and washed themselves all the fiends of hell with laughter, shouts, wild flights, and holiday, and I, first of my race, had flashed a signal to the nearer planets. Those words, signal to the nearer planets, I wrote nearly 14 months ago, some days after the destruction of London, I being then on board of the old Boreal, making for the coast of France, for the night was dark, though calm, and I was afraid of running into some ship, yet not sleepy, so I wrote to occupy my fingers, the ship lying still. The book in which I wrote has been near me, but no impulse to write anything had visited me till now. I continue, not, however, that I have very much to put down. I had no intention of wearing out my life in lighting fires every morning to warm myself in the inhospitable island of Britain, and set out to France with the view of seeking some palace in the Riviera, Spain, or perhaps Algiers, there, for the present at least, to make my home. I started from Calais toward the end of April, taking my things along, the first 2 days by train, and then, determining that I was in no hurry, and a petrol motor easier, took one, and maintained a generally southern and somewhat eastern direction, ever anew astonished at the wildness of the forest vegetation which, within so short a space since the disappearance of man, chokes this pleasant land even before the definite advent of summer. After 3 weeks of very slow travelling, for though I know several countries very well, France, with her favoured villages, hilly character, vines, forest, and primeval country manner, is always new and charming to me. After 3 weeks, I came unexpectedly to a valley which had never entered my head, and the moment that I saw it, I said, "Here I will live," though I had no idea what it was, for the monastery which I saw did not look at all like a monastery, according to my ideas, but when I searched the map, I discovered that it must be La Château de Beauclerc in Périgord. It is my belief that this word Beauclerc is nothing else than a corruption of the Latin vallis clara, or bright valley, for else and use did interchange about in this way. I remember cheval becoming cheval in the plural, like fool and fool, and the rest, which proves the dear laziness of the French people, for the L was too much trouble for them to sing, and when they came to 2 L's they quite succumbed, shying that bold or boat, and calling it some Y. But at any rate this Beauclerc or Valclair was well named, for here, if anywhere, is paradise, and if anyone knew how and where to build and brew liquors, it was those good old monks, who followed their master with Antoine in the Cana miracle, and in many other things, I fancy, but aesthetically shriek to say to any mountain, "Be thou removed." The general hue of the valley is a deep cerulean, resembling that blue of the rose of Albertinelli's Madonnas, so at least it strikes the eye on a clear forenoon of spring or summer. The monastery consists of an oblong space or garden, around three sides of which stand 16 small houses, with regular intervals between, all identical, the cells of the Fathers. Between the oblong space and the cells come the cloisters, with only one opening to the exterior. In the western part of the oblong is a little square of earth under a large cypress shade, within which, as in a home of peace, it sleeps, and there straight and slanting stand little plain black crosses over graves. To the west of the quadrangle is the church, with the hostelry and an asphalted court with some trees and a fountain, and beyond the entrance gate. All this stands on a hill of gentle slope, green as grass, and it is backed close against the steep mountain side, of which the tree trunks are conjectural, for I never saw any, the trees resembling rather one continuous leafy tree top, run out high and far over the extent of the mountain. I was there 4 months, till something drove me away. I do not know what had become of the fathers and brothers, for I only found 5, 4 of whom I took in 2 journeys in the motor beyond the church of Saint Martial d'Antoinse, and left them there, and the 5th remained 3 weeks with me, for I could not disturb him in his prayer. He was a bearded brother of 40 years or thereabouts, who knelt in his cell, robed and hooded in all his phantom white, for in no way different from whatever is most phantom, visionary and eerie must a procession of these people have seemed by gloaming or dark night. This particular brother knelt, I say, in his small chaste room, glaring upward at his Christ, who hung long-armed in a little recess between the side of 3 narrow bookshelves and a projection of the wall, and under the Christ a gilt and blue Madonna, the books on the 3 shelves few, leaning different ways. His right elbow rested on a square plain table at which was a wooden chair. Behind him in a corner the bed, a bed all enclosed in dark boards, a broad perpendicular board along the foot, reaching the ceiling, a horizontal board at the side over which he got into bed, another narrower one like it at the ceiling for fringe and curtain, and another perpendicular one hiding the pillow, making the clean bed within a very shady and cozy little den. On the wall of this den being another smaller Christ and a little picture. On the perpendicular board at the foot hung 2 white garments, and over a second chair at the bedside another, all very neat and holy. He was a large, stern man, blond as corn, but with some red, too, in his hairy beard, and appalling was the significance of those eyes that prayed, and the long-drawn cavity of those saffron cheeks. I cannot explain to myself my deep reverence for this man, but I had it, certainly. Many of the others, it is clear, had fled, but not he. And to the near marching cloud he opposed the cross, holding one real as the other, he alone among many. For Christianity was an elite religion in which all were called, but few chosen, differing from Mohammedanism and Buddhism, which grasped and conquered all within their reach, the effect of Christ rather resembling Plato's and Dante's, it could seem, but Mahomet's more like Homer's and Shakespeare. It was my way to plant at the portal the big carved chair from the chancel on the hot days and rest my soul, refusing to think of anything, drowsing and smoking for hours. All down there in the plain waved gardens of delicious fruit about the prolonged silver thread of the river Isle, whose course winds loitering quite near the foot of the monastery slope. This slope dominates a tract of distance that is not only vast, but looks immense, although the horizon is bounded by a semicircle of low hills, rather too stiff and uniform for perfect beauty, the interval of plain being occupied by yellow ploughed lands which were never sown, weedy now and crossed and recrossed by vividly green ribbons of vine, with stretches of pale green lucerne orchards and the white village of Montpont near the railway, all embowered, the Isle drowning its mercurial streams through the village meadow, which is dark with shades of oaks, and to have played there a boy, and used it familiarly from birth as one's own hand or foot, must have been very sweet and homely. After this the river divides and takes the shape of a heart, and very far away are visible the grey banks of the Gironde. On the semicircle of hills, when there was little distance missed, I saw the ruins of some seigneurial chateau, for the seigneurs too knew where to build, and to my left, between a clump of oaks and an avenue of poplars, the bell tower of the village church of Saint Martial d'Antoinette, a very ancient type of tower, I believe, and common in France, rather ponderous, consisting of a square mass with a smaller square mass stuck on, the latter having large Gothic windows, and behind me the west face of the monastery church, over the door being the statue of Saint Bruno. Well, one morning after 4 months, I opened my eyes in my cell to the piercing consciousness that I had burned Montpont overnight, and so overcome was I with regret for this poor inoffensive little place, that for 2 days, hardly eating, I paced between the oak and walnut pews of the nave. Massive stalls they are, separated by grooved Corinthian pilaster, wondering what was to become of me, and if I was not already mad. And there are some little angels with extraordinary human Greuze-like faces, supporting the nerves of the apse, which, after a time, every time I passed them, seemed conscious of me and my existence there, and the woodwork which ornaments the length of the nave, and of the choir also, elaborate with carved marguerites and roses, here and there, took in my eyes significant forms, from certain points of view, and there is a partition, for the nave is divided into 2 chapels, one for the brothers and one for the fathers, I conclude, and in this partition a massive door, which yet looks quite light and graceful, carved with oak and acanthus leaves, and every time I passed through I had the impression that the door was a sentient thing, subconscious of me, and the delicate Italian Renaissance brick vault, which springs from the vast nave, seemed to look upon me with a gloomy knowledge of me and of the heart within me, and at about 4 in the afternoon of the 2nd day, after pacing the church for hours, I fell down at one of the 2 altars, near that carved door of the screen, praying God to have mercy upon my soul, and in the very midst of my praying, I was up and away, the devil in me, and I got into the motor and did not come back to Beauclerc for another month, and came leaving great tracts of burnt desolation behind me, towns and forests. Bordeaux burned, Livourne burned, Bergerac burned. I returned to Beauclerc, for it seemed now my home, and there I experienced a true a deep repentance, and I humbled myself before my Maker. And while in this state, sitting one bright day in front of the monastery gate, something said to me, "You will never be a good man, nor permanently escape hell and frenzy unless you have an aim in life, devoting yourself heart and soul to some great work, which will exact all your science, your thought, your ingenuity, your knowledge of modern things, your strength of body and will, your skill of head and hand, otherwise you are bound to succumb. Do this, therefore, beginning, not tomorrow, nor this afternoon, but now, for though no man will see your work, there is still the Almighty God, who is also something, in His way, and He will see how you strive and try and groan, and perhaps seeing, He may have mercy upon you." In this way arose the idea of the palace, an idea indeed, which had entered my brain before but merely as a bombastic and visionary outcome of my raving moods. Now, however, in a very different way, soberly and soon concerning itself with details, difficulties, means, limitations, and every kind of practical matter of fact, and every obstruction which one by one I foresaw was, one by one as the days passed, overborne by the vigor with which that thought, rapidly becoming a mania, possessed me. After a week of incessant meditation, I decided yes, and I said, "I will build a palace, which shall be both a palace and a temple, the first human temple worthy the King of Heaven, and the only human palace worthy the King of Earth." After this decision I remained at Beauclerk another week, a very different man to the lounger it had seen, strenuous, converted, humble, making plans of this and of that, of the detail and of the whole, drawing, multiplying, dividing, adding, conic sections, and the rule of three, totting up the period of building, which came out at a little over 12 years, estimating the quantities of material, weight and bulk, my nights full of nightmare as to the sort, deciding as to the size and structure of the crane, forge, and workshop, and the necessarily limited weights of their component parts, making a list of over 2,400 objects, and finally, up to the third week after my departure from Beauclerk, skimming through the topography of nearly the whole earth before fixing upon the island of Imbros for my site. I returned to England, and once more to the hollow windows and strewn streets of black, burnt out and desolate London, for its bank vaults, etc., contained the necessary complement of the gold brought from Paris, and then, lying in the Speranza at Dover, nor had I sufficient familiarity with French industries and methods to find, even with the aid of Botha, one half of the 4,000 odd objects which I had now catalogued. My ship was the Speranza, which brought me from Havre, for at Calais, to which I first went, I could find nothing suitable for all purposes, the Speranza being an American yacht, very palatially fitted, three-masted, air-driven, with a carrying capacity of 2,000 tons, towing bronzed, in good condition, containing 16 interacting tanks, with a 5-log pulley arrangement amidships that enables me to lift very considerable weights without the aid of the hoisting air engine, high in the water, sharp, handsome, containing a few tons only of sand ballast, and needing, when I found her, only 3 days' work at the water line and engines to make her decent and fit. I threw out her dead, backed her from the outer to the inner basin to my train on the quay, took in the 2,300 weight bags of gold and the half-ton of amber, and with these alone went to Dover, thence to Canterbury by motor, and thence in a long train with a store of dynamite from the castle for blasting possible obstructions, to London, meaning to make Dover my depot, and the London rails my thoroughfare from all parts of the country. Instead of 3 months, as I had calculated, it took me 9. A harrowing slavery. I had to blast no less than 43 trains from the path of my loaded wagons several times, blasting away the metals as well, and then having to travel hundreds of yards without metals, for the labor of kindling the obstructing engines to shunt them down, siding perhaps distant, was a thing which I would not undertake. However, all's well that ends well, though if I had it to go through again, certainly I should not. The Speranza is now lying 7 miles off Cape Roca, a heavy mist on the still water, this being the 19th of June at 10 in the night, no wind, no moon, cabin full of mist, and I pretty listless and disappointed, wondering in my heart why I was such a fool as to take all that trouble. 9 long servile months, my good God, and now seriously thinking of throwing the whole vile thing to the devil. She pretty deep in the water, pregnant with the palace, when the 33. End of section 17. Recorded by Gabby Cowan in Kingston, Ontario, Canada. Section 18 of The Purple Cloud. This is a LibriVox recording. All LibriVox recordings are in the public domain. For more information or to volunteer, please visit LibriVox.org. Recording by Gabby Cowan. The Purple Cloud by Matthew Phipps Shiel. Section 18. Those words, when the 33, were written by me over 17 years since, long years, 17 in number, nor have I now any idea to what they refer. The book in which I wrote I had lost in the cabin of the Speranza, and yesterday, returning to Imbros from an hour's aimless cruise, discovered it there behind a chest. I find now considerable difficulty in guiding the pencil, and these few lines now written have quite an odd look, like the handwriting of a man not very proficient in the art. It is 17 years. 17. Ah, and the expression of my ideas is not fluent either. I have to think for the word a minute, and I should not be surprised if the spelling of some of them is queer. My brain has been thinking inarticulately, perhaps all these years, and the English words and letters, as they now stand written, have rather an improbable and foreign air to me, as a Greek or Russian book might look to a man who has not so long been learning those languages as to forget the impossibly foreign impression received from them on the first day of tackling them. Or perhaps it is only my fancy, for that I have fancies, I know. But what to write? The history of those 17 years could not be put down, my good God. At least it would take me 17 more to do it. If I were to detail the building of the palace alone, and how it killed me nearly, and how I twice fled from it, and had to return, and became its bounden slave, and dreamed of it, and groved before it, and prayed and raved and rolled, and how I forgot to make provision on the west side for the contraction and expansion of the gold in the colder weather and the heats of the summer, and had to break down 9 months' work, and how I cursed thee, how I cursed thee, and how the lake of wine evaporated faster than the conduits replenished it, and the 3 journeys which I had to take to Constantinople for shiploads of wine, and my frothing despair till I had the thought of placing the reservoir in the platform, and how I had then to break down the south side of the platform to the very bottom, and of the month-long nightmare of terror that I had lest the south side of the palace would undergo subsidence, and how the petrol failed, and of the 3 weeks' search for petrol along the coast, and how after least rubbing all the jet, I found that I had forgotten the necessary rouge for polishing, and how in the 3rd year I found the fluid which I had for waterproofing the pores of the platform stone nearly all leaked away in the Esperanza's hold, and I had to get silicate of soda at Gallipoli, and how after 2 years' observation I had to come to the conclusion that the lake was leaking, and discovered that this imbrous sand was not suitable for mixing with the skin of Portland cement which covered the cement concrete, and I had to substitute sheet bitumen in 3 places, and how I did all for the sake of God, thinking I will work and be a good man and cast hell from me, and when I see it stand finished, it will be an altar and a testimony to me, and I shall find peace and be well, and how I have been cheated. 17 years, long years of my life, for there is no God, and how my plasterer's hair failed me, and I had to use flock, Haitian, scrim, wadding, good street paving blocks, and whatever I could find for filling the interpaces between the platform cross walls, and of the Spagnolet bolts, how a number of them mysteriously disappeared, as if snatched to hell by harpies, and I had to make them, and how the crane chain would not reach 2 of the silver panel castings when they were finished, and they were too heavy for me to lift, and the wringing of the hands of my despair, and my biting of the earth, and the transport of my fury, and how for a whole wild week I searched in vain for the textbook which describes the ambering process, and how, when all was nearly over, in the blasting away of the forge and crane with dynamite, a long crack appeared down the gold of the east platform steps, and how I would not be consoled, but mourned, and how, in spite of all my tribulations, it was sweetly interesting to watch my power slowly grow from the first feeble beginnings of the landing of materials and unloading them from the motor 100 weight at a time, till I could swing 4 tons, see the solid metals flow, enjoy the gliding sounds of the handle, crankshaft, and system of levers forcing inwards the mold end, and the upper and lower plungers for pressing the material, build at ease in a travelling cage, and watch from my hut door through sleepless hours under the electric moonlight of this land, the 3 piles of gold stones, the silver panels, the 2-foot squares of jet, and be comforted, and how the potty wash, but it is past, and not to live over again that vulgar nightmare, and means and ends have I taken to this writing again, but to put down something else if I dare. 17 years, my good God, of that delusion. I could write down no sort of explanation for all those groans and griefs, at which a reasoning being would not shriek with laughter. I should have lived at ease in some palace in the Middle Orient, and burned my cities. But no, I must be a good man. Vain thought! That preach the words of a wild madman in England, who prophesied what happened, were with me, where he says, "The defeat of man is his defeat," and I said to myself, well, the last man shall not be quite a fiend just to spite that other, and I worked and groaned, saying, I will be a good man, and burn nothing, nor utter aught unseemly, nor debauch myself, but choke back the blasphemies that those others shriek through my throat, and build with moils and groans. And it was vanity, though I do love the house too. I love it well, for it is my home on the waste earth. I had calculated to finish it in 12 years, and I should undoubtedly have finished it in 14 instead of in 16 and 7 months. But one day, when the south, north, and east platforms steps were already finished, it was in the July of the 3rd year, and near the sunset, as I left off work, instead of going to the tent where my dinner lay ready, I walked down to the ship, most strangely, in a daft, mechanical sort of way, without saying a word to myself, an evil-meaning smile of malice on my lips, and at midnight I was laying off Mytilene, 30 miles to the south, having bid, as I thought, a last farewell to all those toils. I was going to burn Athens. I did not, however, but kept on my way westward round Cape Matapan, intending to destroy the forests and towns of Sicily if I found there a suitable motor for travelling, for I had not been at the pains to take the motor on board at Imbros, otherwise I would ravage parts of southern Italy. But when I came thereabouts I was confronted with an awful horror. No southern Italy was there, and no Sicily was there, unless a small new island probably not 5 miles long was Sicily, and nothing else I saw, save the still smoking crater of Stromboli. I cruised northward, searching for land, and for a long time would not believe the evidence of the instruments, thinking that they wilfully misled me, or I stark mad. But no Italy was there, till I came to the latitude of Naples, it too having disappeared, engulfed, all that stretch. From this monstrous thing I received so solemn a shock and mood of awe, that the evil mind in me was quite chilled and quelled, for it was, and is, my belief that a wide-spread rearrangement of the earth's surface is being purposed. And in all that drama, oh my God, how shall I be found? However, I went on my way, but more leisurely, not daring for a long time to do anything lest I might offend anyone, and in this foolish, cowering mind, coasted all the western coast of Spain and France during 5 weeks, in that prolonged intensity of calm weather which now alternates with storms that transcend all thought, till I came again to Calais, and there, for the first time, landed. Here I would no longer contain myself, but burned, and that magnificent stretch of forest that lay between Agincourt and Abbeville, covering 5 square miles, I burned, and Abbeville I burned, and Amiens I burned, and 3 forests between Amiens and Paris I burned, and Paris I burned, burning and burning during 4 months, leaving behind me smoking districts, a long tract of ravage, like some being of the pit that blights where pass his flaming wings. This of city burning has now become a habit with me, more enchaining and infinitely more debased than ever was opium to the smoker, or alcohol to the drunkard. I count it among the prime necessaries of my life. It is my brandy, my bacchanal, my secret sin. I have burned Calcutta, Pekin, and San Francisco, in despite of the restraining influence of this palace. I have burned and burned. I have burned 200 cities and countrysides like Leviathan disporting himself in the sea, so I have rioted in this earth. After an absence of 6 months, I returned to Imbros, for I was for looking again upon the work which I had done, that I might mock myself for all that unkingly grovelling. And when I saw it, standing there as I had left it, frustrate and forlorn, and waiting its Maker's hand, some pity and instinct to build took me, for something of God was in man, and I fell upon my knees and spread my arms to God, and was converted, promising to finish the palace, with prayers that as I built so He would build my soul, and save the last man from the enemy. And I set to work that day to list rub the last few dalles of the jet. I did not leave Imbros after that during 4 years, except for occasional brief trips to the coast, to Kilitbar, Gallipoli, Lapsaki, Gamos, Rodosto, Erdek, Erikli, or even once to Constantinople and Scutari, if I happened to want anything, or if I was tired of work, but without once doing the least harm to anything, but containing my humours and fearing my Maker, and full of peaceful charm were those little cruises through this Levantic world, which truly is rather like a light sketch in water colours done by an angel, that like the done real earth, and full of self-satisfaction and pious contentment, would I return to Imbros, approved of my conscience, for that I surmounted temptation and lived tame and stainless. I had set up the southern of the 2 closed lotus pillars, and the platform top was already looking as lovely as heaven, with its alternate 2-foot squares of pellucid gold and pellucid jet, when I noticed one morning that the Speranza's bottom was really now too full, and the whim took me then and there to leave all, and clean her as far as I could. I at once went on board, descended to the hold, took off my sudary, and began to shift the ballast over to starboard, so as to tilt up her port bottom to the scraper. This was wearing labour, and about noon I was sitting on a bank, resting in the almost darkness, when something seemed to whisper to me these words: "You dreamed last night that there is an old Chinaman alive in Pekin." Horridly I started. I had dreamed something of the sort, but from the moment of waking till then had forgotten it, and I leapt livid to my feet. I cleaned no Speranza that day, nor for 4 days did I anything, but sat on the cabin house and mused, my supporting palm among the hairy draperies of my chin, for the thought of such a thing, if it could by any possibility be true, was detestable as death to me, changing the colour of the sun, and the whole aspect of the world, and anon, at the outrage of that thing, my brow would flush with wrath, and my eyes blaze, till on the 4th afternoon I said to myself, "That old Chinaman in Pekin is likely to get burned to death, I think, or blown to the clouds." So, a second time, on the 4th March, the poor palace was left to build itself, for after a short trip to Gallipoli, where I got some young lime twigs in boxes of earth, and some preserved limes and ginger, I set out for a long voyage to the east, passing through the Suez Canal, and visiting Bombay, where I was 3 weeks, and then destroyed it. I had the thought of going across Hindostan by engine, but did not like to leave my ship, to which I was very attached, not sure of finding anything so suitable and good at Calcutta, and moreover I was afraid to abandon my petrol motor, which I had taken on board with the air windlass, since I was going to uncivilized land. I therefore coasted down western Hindostan. All that northern shore of the Arabian Sea has at the present time an odour which it wafts far over the water, resembling odors of happy vague dreamlands, sweet to smell in the early mornings, as if the air were nothing but a perfume and life in inhalation. On that voyage, however, I had from beginning to end 27 fearful storms, or, if I count that one near the Carolines, then 28. But I do not wish to write of these rages. They were too inhuman, and how I came alive through them against all my wildest hope, someone or something only knows. I will write down here a thing. It is this, my God, something which I have observed, a definite obstreperousness in the mood of the elements, now, when once roused, which grows continually. Tempests have become very, very far more grateful, the sea more truculent and unbounded on its insolence. When it thunders with a venom new to me, cracking as though it would split the firmament, and bowling through the heaven of heavens, as if roaring to devour all things. In Bombay once, and in China thrice, I was shaken by earthquakes, the second and third marked by a certain extravagance of agitation that might turn a man grey. Why should this be, my God? I remember reading very long ago that on the American prairies, which from the time immemorial had been swept by great storms, the storms gradually subsided, when man went to reside permanently there. If this be true, it would seem that the mere presence of man had a certain subduing or mesmerizing effect upon the native turbulence of nature, and his absence now may have removed the curve. It is my belief that within 50 years from now the huge forces of the earth will be let fully loose to tumble as they will, and this planet will become one of the undisputed playgrounds of hell, and the theatre of commotions stupendous as those witnessed on the face of Saturn. The earth is all on my brain, O dark-minded mother, with thy passionate cravings after the infinite, thy regrets and mighty griefs, and comatose sleeps, and sinister coming doom, O earth, and I, poor man, though a king, sole witness of thy bleak, tremendous woes. Upon her I brood, and do not cease, but brood and brood, the habit, if I remember right, first becoming fixed and fated during that long voyage eastward. For what it is in store for her, God only knows, and I have seen in my broodings long visions of her future, which if a man should see with the eye of flesh, he would spread the arms, and wheel through mazes of a hiccoughing, jiggling frenzy, for the vision only is the very verge of madness. If I might cease but for 1 hour that perpetual brooding upon her, but I am her child, and my mind grows and grows to her like the offshoots of the banyan tree, that take root downward, and she sucks and draws it, and she draws my feet by gravitation, and I cannot take wind from her, for she is greater than I, and there is no escaping her, and at the last I know my soul will dash itself to ruin, like erring sea fowl upon Pharaoh's lights, against her wild and mighty bosom. Often a whole night through I lie open-eyed in the dark, with bursting brain, thinking of that hollow Gulf of Mexico, how identical in shape and size with the protuberance of Africa, just opposite, and how the protuberance of Venezuelan and Brazilian coast fits in with the incurve of Africa, so that it's obvious, to me, it is quite obvious, that they once were one, and one night rushed so far apart, and the wild Atlantic knew that thing, and ran gladly, hasting in between, and how if eye of flesh had been there to see, and ear to hear that cruel thundering, my God, what horror! And if now they meet again so long apart, but that way fury lies. Yet one cannot help but think. I lie awake and think, for she fills my soul and absorbs it. With all her moods and ways, she has meanings, secrets, plans, strange. Strange, for instance, that similarity between the scheme of Europe and the scheme of Asia, each with 3 southern peninsulas pointing south, Spain correspondent with Arabia, Italy with India, the Morea and Greece divided by the Gulf of Corinth, correspondent with the Malay Peninsula, and Annam, divided by the Gulf of Siam, each with 2 northern peninsulas pointing south, Sweden and Norway, and Korea and Kamchatka, each with 2 great islands similarly placed, Britain and Ireland, and the Japanese Hondo and Yezo. The Old World and the New has each a peninsula pointing north, Denmark and Yucatan, a forefinger with long nail and a thumb, pointing to the pole. What does she mean? What can she mean? O ye that made her? Is she herself a living being with a will and fate? A sailor said that ships were living entities, and that thing that wheeled at the pole wheels it still yonder in its dark ecstasy? Strange that volcanoes are all near the sea. I don't know why. I don't think that anyone ever knew. This fact, in connection with submarine explosions, used to be cited in support of the chemical theory of volcanoes, which supposed the infiltration of the sea into ravines containing the materials which form the fuel of eruptions. But God knows if that is true. The lofty ones are intermittent, a century, 2, 10, of silent waiting, and then there talk silence for ever some poor district. The low ones are constant in action. Who could know the dark way of the world? Sometimes they form a linear system, consisting of several bends which extend in one direction near together, like chimneys of some long foundry beneath. In mountains, a series of serrated peaks denotes the presence of dolomites. Rounded heads mean calcareous rocks, and needles, crystalline schist. The preponderance of land in the northern hemisphere denotes the greater intensity there of the causes of elevation at a remote geologic epoch. That is all that one can say about it. But whence that greater intensity? I have some knowledge of the earth for only 10 miles down, but she has 8,000 miles, and whether through all that depth she is flame or fluid, hard or soft, I do not know. I do not know. Her method of forming coal, hazers, and hot sulphur springs, and the jewels, and the atolls and coral reefs, the metamorphic rocks of sedimentary origin, like gneiss, the plutonic and volcanic rocks, rocks of fusion, and the unstratified masses which constitute the bases of the crust, and harvest the burning flame of flowers, and the passage from the vegetable to the animal. I do not know them, but they are of her. They are, like me, molten in the same furnace of her fiery heart. She is dark and moody, sudden and ill-fated, and rends her young like a cannibal lioness, and she is old and wise, and remembers her and the childish which Uruk built, and that temple of Bel, which rose in 7 pyramids to symbolize the planets, and bears Nimrud and Haran, and she bears still, as I think of yesterday, old Persepolis, and the tomb of Cyrus, and those cloister-like Viara temples of the ancient Buddhists, cut from the Himalayan rock. And returning from the Far East, I stopped at Ismailia, and so to Cairo, and saw where Memphis was, and stood one bright midnight before that great pyramid of Saffra, and that dumb Sphinx, and seated at the well of one of the rock tombs, looked till tears of pity stream down my cheeks, for great is the earth and her ages. But man passeth away. These tombs have pillars streamy like the two palace pillars, only that these are round, and mine are square, for I chose it so. But the same band near the top, then over these the closed lotus flower, then the small square plinth, which separates them from the architrave. Only mine have no architrave. The tombs consist of a little outer temple of court, then comes a well, and inside another chamber, where I suppose the dead were. A ribbon like a struggle surrounding the walls, which are crowned with boldly projecting cornices, surmounted by an abacus. And here, till the pressing want of food drove me back, I remained, for more and more the earth overgrows me, woos me, assimilates me, so that I ask myself this question: must I not, in time, cease to be a man, and become a small earth, precisely her copy, extravagantly weird and fierce, half demoniac, half ferine, wholly mystic, morose and turbulent, fitful and deranged and sad like her? End of section 18. Recorded by Gabby Cowan in Kingston, Ontario, Canada.
Section number 19 of The Purple Cloud. This is a LibriVox recording. All LibriVox recordings are in the public domain. For more information or to volunteer, please visit LibriVox.org. Recording by Anise. The Purple Cloud by Matthew Phipps Shiel. Section 19. A whole month of that voyage, from May the 15th to June the 13th, I wasted at the Andaman Islands near Malay. For that any old Chinaman could be alive in Pekin began, after some time, to seem the most quixotic notion that ever entered a human brain. And these jungled islands, to which I came after a shocking vast orgy one night at Calcutta, when I fired not only the city but the river, pleased my fancy to such an extent that at one time I intended to abide there. I was at the one called in the chart Saddle Hill, the smallest of them, I think, and seldom have I had such sensations of peace as I lay a whole burning day in a rising vale, deeply shaded in palm and tropical ranknesses, watching thence the Speranza at anchor. For there was a little offing here at the shore, whence the valley arose, and I could see one of its long peaks lined with coconut trees, and all cloud burned out of the sky except the flimsiest lawn figments, and the sea as absolutely calm as a lake roughened with breezes, yet making a considerable noise in its breaking on the shore, as I have noticed in these sorts of places, I do not know why. These poor Andaman people seem to have been quite savage, for I met a number of them in roaming the island, nearly skeletons, yet with limbs and vertebrae still, in general cohering, and in some cases dry-skinned and mummified relics of flesh, and never anywhere a sign of clothes. A very singular thing, considering their nearness to high old civilizations all about them. They looked small and black, or almost, and I never found a man without finding on or near him a spear and other weapons, so that they were eager folk, and the wayward dark earth was in them too, as she should be in her children. They had in many cases some reddish discoloration, which may have been the traces of betel-nut stains, for betel-nuts abound there. And I was so pleased with these people that I took on board with the gig one of their little tree canoes, which was my foolishness, for gig and canoe were only 3 nights later washed from the decks into the middle of the sea. I passed down the Straits of Malacca, and in that short distance between the Andaman Islands and the southwest corner of Borneo I was thrice so mauled that at times it seemed quite out of the question that anything built by man could escape such unfettered cataclysms, and I resigned myself, but with bitter reproaches, to perish darkly. The effect of the third upon me, when it was over, was the unloosening afresh of all my evil passion, for I said, since they mean to slay me, death shall find me rebellious, and for weeks I could not sight some specially happy village or umbrageous spread of woodland that I did not stop the ship and land the materials for their destruction. so that nearly all those spicy lands about the north of Australia will bear the traces of my hand for many a year, for more and more my voyage became dawdling and zigzagged, as the merest whim directed it, or the movement of the pointer on the chart, and I thought of eating the lotus of surcease and nepenthe in some enchanted nook of this bowering summer, where from my hut door I could see through the pearl hues of opium the sea lagoon slaver lazily upon the old coral atoll, and the coconut tree would droop like slumber, and the breadfruit tree would moan in sweet and weary dream, and I should watch the Speranza lie anchored in the pale atoll lake, year after year, and wonder what she was and whence, and why she dozed so deep for ever, and after an age of melancholy peace and burdened bliss, I should note that sun and moon had ceased revolving, and hung inert, opening anon a heavy lid to doze and drowse again, and God would sigh, enough, and nod, and being would swoon to sleep, for that any old Chinaman should be alive in Pekin was a thing so fantastically maniac as to draw from me at times sudden fits of wild red laughter that left me faint. During a space of 4 months, from the 18th June to the 23rd October, I visited the Fijis, where I saw skulls, still surrounded with remnants of extraordinary halos of stiff hair, women clad in girdles made of thongs fixed in a belt, and in Samoa near, bodies crowned with coronets of nautilus shell, and traces of turmeric paint and tattooing, and in one townlet a great assemblage of carcasses, suggesting by their look some festival or dance, so that I believe these people were overthrown without the least foreknowledge of anything. The women of the Maoris wore an abundance of green jade ornaments, and I found a peculiar kind of shell trumpet, one of which I have now, also a tattooing chisel and a nicely carved wooden bowl. The people of New Caledonia, on the other hand, went, I should think, naked, confining their attention to the hair, and in this resembling the Fijians, for they seemed to wear an artificial hair made of the fur of some creature like a bat, and also they wore wooden masks and great rings, for the ear no doubt, which must have fallen to the shoulders, for the earth was in them all, and made them wild, perverse, and various like herself. I went from one to the other without any system whatever, searching for the ideal resting place, and often thinking that I had found it, but only wearying of it at the thought that there was a yet deeper and dreamier in the world. But in this search I received a check, my God, which chilled me to the marrow, and set me flying from these places. One evening, the 29th November, I dined rather late, at 8, sitting, as was my custom in calm weather, cross-legged on the cabin rug at the port-aft corner, a small semicircle of Speranza gold plate before me, and near above me the red-shaded lamp with green conical reservoir, whose creakings never cease in the stillest mid-sea, and beyond the plates the array of preserved soups, meat extracts, meats, fruit, sweets, wines, nuts, liqueurs, coffee on the silver spirit tripod, glasses, cruet, and so on, which it was always my first care to select from the storeroom, open, and lay out once for all in the morning on rising. I was late, 7 being my hour, for on that day I had been engaged in the occasionally necessary, but always deferred, task of overhauling the ship, brushing here a rope with tar, there a board with paint, there a crank with oil, rubbing a door handle, a brass fitting, filling the 3 cabin lamps, dusting mirrors and furniture, dashing the great, neat-jointed planes of deck with bucketfuls, or high in air, chopping loose with its rigging the mizzen-top-mast, which since a month was sprained at the clamps, all this in cotton drawers under loose quamies, barefooted, my beard knotted up, the sun ablaze, the sea smooth and pale, with the smooth pallor of strong currents, the ship still enough, no land in sight, yet great tracts of seaweed making eastward. I was working from 11 a.m. till near 7, when sudden darkness interrupted, for I wished to have it all over in one obnoxious day. I was therefore very tired when I went down, lit the central chain-lever lamp, and my own too, washed and dressed in my bedroom, and sat to dinner in the dining-hall corner. I ate voraciously, with sweat, as usual, pouring down my eager brow, using knife or spoon in the right hand, but never the Western fork, licking the plates clean in the Mohammedan manner, and drinking pretty freely. Still I was tired, and went upon deck, where I had the threadbare blue velvet easy-chair with a broken left arm before the wheel, and in it I sat smoking cigar after cigar from the Indian D-box. Half asleep, yet conscious. The moon came up into a pretty cloudless sky, and she was bright, but not bright enough to outshine the enlightened flight of the ocean, which that night was one continuous swamp of jack-o'-lantern phosphorescence, a wild but faint luminosity mingled with stars and flashes of brilliance, the whole trooping unanimously eastward, as if in haste with elfin momentous purpose, a boundless congregation in the sweep of a strong oceanic current. I could hear it in my slumberous lassitude, struggling and gurgling at the tide rudder, and making wet, sloppy noises under the sheer of the poop, and I was aware that the Speranza was gliding along pretty fast, drawn into that procession, probably at the rate of 4 to 6 knots, but I did not care, knowing very well that no land was within 200 miles of my bows, for I was in longitude 173 degrees, at the latitude of Fiji and the Society Islands, between those two, and after a time the cigar drooped and dropped from my mouth, and sleep overcame me, and I slept there, in the lap of the infinite. So that something preserves me, something, someone, and for what? If I had slept in the cabin, I must most certainly have perished, for, lying there on the poop, I dreamed a dream which once I had dreamed on the ice, far, far yonder in the forgotten Hyperborean north, that I was in an Arabian paradise, a garden of peaches, and I had a very long vision of it, for I walked among the trees and picked the fruit, and pressed the blossoms to my nostrils with breathless inhalations of love, till a horrible sickness woke me, and when I opened my eyes, the night was black, the moon gone down, everything wet with dew, the sky arrayed with most glorious stars, like a thronged bazaar of tiara'd Rajas in begums with spangled trains, and all the air fragrant with that mortal scent. And high and wide uplifted before me, stretching from the northern to the southern limit, a row of 8 or 9 inflamed smokes, as from the chimneys of some cyclopean foundry a work all night, most solemn, most great and dreadful in the solemn night. 8 or 9, I should say, or it might be 7, or it might be 10, for I did not count them. And from those craters puffed up gusts of encrimsoned material, here a gust and there a gust, with tinselled fumes that convolved upon themselves, and sparks and flashes all veiled in a garish haze of light, for the foundry worked, though languidly, and upon a rocky land 4 miles ahead, which no chart had ever marked, the Speranza drove straight with the current of the phosphorus sea. As I rose I fell flat, and what I did thereafter, I did in a state of existence whose acts, to the waking mind, appear unreal as dream. I must at once, I think, have been conscious that here was the cause of the destruction of mankind, that it still surrounded its own neighborhood with poisonous fumes, and that I was approaching it. I must have somehow crawled or dragged myself forward. There is an impression on my mind that it was a purple land of pure porphyry. There is some faint memory or dream of hearing a long-drawn booming of waves upon its crags. I do not know whence I have them. I think that I remember retching with desperate jerks of the travailing intestines, also that I was on my face as I moved the regulator in the engine-room, but any recollection of going down the stairs or of coming up again I have not. Happily the wheel was tied, the rudder hard to port, and as the ship moved she must therefore have turned, and I must have been back to untie the wheel in good time, for when my senses came, I was lying there, my head against the under gimbal, 1 foot on a spoke of the wheel, no land in sight, and morning breaking. This made me so sick that for either 2 or 3 days I lay without eating on the chair near the wheel, only rarely waking to sufficient sense to see to it that she was making westward from that place. And on the morning when I finally roused myself, I did not know whether it was the 2nd or the 3rd morning, so that my calendar, so scrupulously kept, may be a day out, for to this day I have never been at the pains to ascertain whether I am here writing now on the 5th or the 6th of June. Well, on the 4th or the 5th evening after this, just as the sun was sinking beyond the rim of the sea, I happened to look where he hung motionless on the starboard bow, and there I saw a clean-cut, black-green spot against his red, a most unusual sight here and now. A ship, a poor thing, as it turned out when I got near her, without any sign of mast, heavily waterlogged, some relics of old rigging hanging over, even her bowsprit apparently broken in the middle, though I could not see it, and she nothing more than a hirsute green mass of old weeds and sea things from bowsprit tip to poop, and from bulwarks to waterline, stout as a hedgehog, only awaiting there the next high sea to founder. It being near my dinner hour and night's rest, I stopped the Speranza some 15 yards from her, and commenced to pace my spacious poop as usual before eating, and as I paced, I would glance at her, wondering at her destiny, and who were the human men that had lived on her, their Christian names and family names, their age and thought and way of life and beards, till the desire arose within me to go to her and see, and I threw off my outer garments, uncovered and unroped the cedar cutter, the only boat, except the air pinnace, left me intact, and got her down by the mizzen 5-block pulley system. But it was a ridiculous nonsense, for having paddled to her, I was thrown into paroxysms of rage by repeated failures to scale her bulwarks, low as they were. My hands indeed could reach, but I found no hold upon the slimy mass, and 3 rope ends which I caught were also untenably slippery, so that I jerked always back into the boat, my clothes a mass of filth, and the only thought in my blazing brain a 20-pound charge of gun cotton, of which I had plenty, to blow her to uttermost hell. I had to return to the Speranza, get a 1/2-inch rope, then back to the other, for I would not be balked in such a way, though now the dark was come, only slightly tempered by a half-moon, and I getting hungry, and from minute to minute more fiendishly ferocious. Finally, by dint of throwing, I got the rope loop round a mast stump, drew myself up, and made fast the boat, my left hand cut by some cursed shell. And all for what? The imperiousness of a whim. The faint moonlight showed an ample tract of deck, invisible in most parts under rolled beds of putrid seaweed, and no bodies, and nothing but a concave large esplanade of seaweed. She was a ship of probably 1,500 tons, 3-masted, and a sailor. I got aft, for I had on thick outer babooshes, and saw that only 4 of the companion steps remained. By a small leap, however, I could descend into that desolation, where the stale sea-stench seemed concentrated into a very essence of rankness. Here I experienced a singular ghostly awe and timorousness, lest she should sink with me or something, but striking matches I saw an ordinary cabin, with some fungoids, skulls, bones, and rags, but not one cohering skeleton. In the second starboard berth was a small table, and on the floor a thick round ink-pot, whose continual rolling on its side made me look down, and there I saw a flat square book with black covers, which curved half open of itself, for it had been wet and stained. This I took, and went back to the Speranza, for that ship was nothing but an emptiness, and a stench of the crude elements of life, nearly assimilated now to the rank deep to which she was wedded, and soon to be absorbed into its nature and being. To become a sea in little, as I, in time, my God, shall be nothing but an earth in little. During dinner and after, I read the book with some difficulty, for it was pen-written in French and discoloured, and it turned out to be the journal of someone, a passenger and voyager, I imagine, who called himself Albert Tissu, and the ship the Marie Meyer. There was nothing remarkable in the narrative that I could see, commonplace descriptions of South Sea scenes, records of weather, cargoes, and the like, till I came to the last written page, and that was remarkable enough. It was dated the 13th of April. Strange thing, my good God, incredibly strange. That same day, 20 long years ago, when I reached the pole, and the writing on that page was quite different from the neat look of the rest, proving immoderate excitement, wildest haste, and he heads it, 5 heures, I suppose in the evening, for he does not say, and he writes, "Monstrous event, phenomenon without likeness, the witnesses of which must forever live immortalized in the annals of the universe. an event which will make even Mamma, Henry, and Juliet admit that I was justified in undertaking this most eventful voyage. Talking with Captain Tombarel on the poop, when a sudden exclamation from him, "Mon Dieu!" His visage whitens. I follow the direction of his gaze to eastward. I behold, 8 kilometers perhaps away, 10 monstrous waterspouts, reaching up, high enough, all apparently in one straight line, with intervals of 900 meters, very regularly placed. They do not wander, dance, nor waver, as waterspouts do, nor are they at all lily-shaped, like waterspouts, but 10 hewn pillars of water, with uniform diameter from top to bottom, only a little twisted here and there, and, as I divine, 50 meters in girth. 5, 10, stupendous minutes we look, Captain Tombarel mechanically repeating under his breath, "Mon Dieu! Mon Dieu!" The whole crew now on the poop, I, agitated but collected, watch in hand. And suddenly all is blotted out. The pillars of water, doubtless still there, can no more be seen, for the ocean all about them is steaming, hissing higher than the pillars, a dense white vapor, vast in extent, whose venomous sibilation we at this distance can quite distinctly hear. It is affrighting, it is intolerable. The eyes can hardly bear to watch, the ears to hear. It seems unholy travail, monstrous birth. But it lasts not long. All at once the Marie Meyer commences to pitch and roll violently, and the sea, a moment since calm, is now rough, and at the same time, through the white vapor, we see a dark shadow slowly rising, the shadow of a mighty back, a newborn land, bearing upwards 10 flames of fire, slowly, steadily, out of the sea, into the clouds. At the moment when that sublime emergence ceases, or seems to cease, the grand thought that smites me is this: I, Albert Tissu, am immortalized. My name shall never perish from among men. I rush down, I write it. The latitude is 16 degrees 21, 13 south, the longitude 176 degrees 58, 19 west. There is a great deal of running about on the decks. They are descending. There is surely a strange odor of almonds. I only hope. It is so dark. So the Frenchman Tissu. End of section 19. Recording by Anise, Portland, Oregon. www.strange-medicine.com.
Section 20 of The Purple Cloud. This is a LibriVox recording. All LibriVox recordings are in the public domain. For more information or to volunteer, please visit LibriVox.org. Recording by Gabby Cowan. The Purple Cloud by Matthew Phipps Shiel. Section 20. With all that region I would have no more to do, for all here, it used to be said, lies a great sunken continent, and I thought it would be rising and showing itself to my eyes, and driving me stark mad, for the earth is full of these contortions, sudden monstrous grimaces and apparitions, which are like the face of Medusa, affrighting a man into spinning stone, and nothing could be more appalling, insecure, than living on a planet. I did not stop till I had got so far northward as the Philippine Islands, where I was 2 weeks. Exuberant, odorous places, but so hilly and rude that at one place I abandoned all attempt at traveling in the motor, and left it in the valley by a broad, shallow, noisy river, full of mossy stones, for I said, here I will live and be at peace. And then I had a fright, for during 3 days I could not rediscover the river and the motor, and I was in the greatest despair, thinking, when shall I find my way out of these jungles and vastnesses? For I was where no paths were, and had lost myself in deeps where the lure of the earth is too strong and rank for a single man, since in such places I suppose a man would rapidly be transformed into a tree or a snake or a tiger. At last, however, I found the place, to my great joy, but I could not show that I was glad, and to hide it fell upon a front wheel of the car with some kicks. I could not make out who the people were that lived there, for the relics of some seemed quite black, like New Zealand races, and I could still detect the traces of tattooing, while others suggested Mongolian types, and some looked like pygmies, and some like whites, but I cannot detail the 2 years' incidents of that voyage, for it is past and like a dream, and not to write of all that, have I taken this pencil in hand after 17 long, long years. Singular my reluctance to put it on paper. I will write rather on the voyage to China, and how I landed the motor on the wharf at the Tientsin, and went up the river through a maize and rice land most charming in spite of its intense cold. I thick with clothes as an Arctic traveler, and of the 3 dreadful earthquakes within 2 weeks, and how the only map which I had of the city gave no indication of the whereabouts of its military depositories, and I had to seek for them, and of the 3 days' effort to enter them, for every gate was solid and closed, and how I burned it, but had to observe its flames without deep pleasure, from beyond the walls to the south, the whole place being one cursed plain. Yet how, at one moment, I cried aloud with wild banteries and glad laughters of Tophet to that old Chinaman still alive within it, and how I coasted and saw the hairy Ainus, man and woman, hairy alike, and how, lying one night awake in my cabin, the Esperanza being in a still glassy water under a cliff overhung by drooping trees, it was the harbor of Chemulpo. To me, lying awake, came the thought, suppose now that you should hear a step walking to and fro, leisurely on the poop above you, just suppose. And the night of horrors which I had, for I could not help supposing, and at one time really thought that I heard it, and how the sweat rolled and poured from my brow, and how I went to Nagasaki and burned it, and how I crossed over the great Pacific deep to San Francisco, for I knew that Chinamen had been there too, and one of them might be alive, and how one calm day, the 15th or the 16th April, I, sitting by the wheel of the mid-Pacific, suddenly saw a great white hole that ran and wheeled and wheeled and ran in the sea, coming toward me, and I was aware of the hot breath of a reeling wind, and then of the hot wind itself, which deep groaned the sound of the letter V, humming like a billion spinning tops, and the Esperanza was on her side, sea pouring over her port bulwarks, and myself in the corner between deck and taffrail, drawing fast, but unable to steer. But all was soon past, and the white hole in the sea and the hot spinning top of wind ran wheeling beyond to the southern horizon, and the Esperanza righted herself, so that it was clear that some one wished to destroy me, for that a typhoon of such vehemence ever blew before I cannot think. And how I came to San Francisco, and how I burned it, and had my sweets, for it was mine, and how I thought to pass over the great transcontinental railway to New York, but would not, fearing to leave the Esperanza, lest all the ships in the harbor there should be wrecked, or rusted and buried under seaweed, and turned unto the sea. And how I went back, my mind all given up now to musings upon the earth and her ways, and a thought in my soul that I would return to those deep places of the Philippines, and become an autochthon, a tree, or a snake, or a man with snake limbs like the old autochthons, but I would not, for heaven was in man too. Earth and heaven, and how as I steamed round west again, another winter come, and I now, in a mood of dismal despondencies, on the very brink of the inane abyss and smiling idiocy, I saw in the island of Java the great temple of Boro-Budor, and like a tornado or volcanic event, my soul was changed, for my recent studies in architecture of the human race recurred to me with interest, and 3 nights I slept in the temple, examining it by day. It is vast, with that look of solid massiveness which, above all characteristics of the Japanese and Chinese building, my measurement of its width being 529 feet, and it rises terrace-like in 6 stories to a height of about 120 or 130 feet. Here Buddhist and Brahmin forms are combined into a most richly developed whole, with a voluptuousness of tracery that is simply intoxicating, each of the 5 offsets being divided up into an innumerable series of external niches, containing each a statue of the sitting Buddha, all surmounted by a number of cupolas, and the whole crowned by a magnificent dagon. And when I saw this, I had the impulse to return to my home after so long wandering, and to finish the temple of temples and the palace of palaces, and I said, I will return and build it as a testimony to God. Save for a time near Cairo, I did not once stop on that homeward voyage, but turned into the little harbour at Imbros at a tranquil sunset on the 7th of March, as I reckon, and I moored the Speranza to the ring in the little quay, and I raised the battered motor from the hold with the middle air engine, battered by the typhoon in the mid-Pacific, which had broken it from the rope fastenings and tumbled it head over heels to port, and I went through the windowless village street and up through the plantains and cypresses which I knew, and the Nile mimosas and mulberries and Trevisan palms and pines and acacias and fig trees, till the thicket stopped me, and I had to alight, for in those 2 years the path had finally disappeared, and on foot I made my way till I came to the board bridge, and leaned there, and looked at the rail, and thence climbed the steep path in the sward toward that rolling table land where I had built with many a groan, and half-way up I saw the tip of the crane arm, then the blazing top of the south pillar, then the shed roof, then the platform, a blinking blotch of glory to the watery eyes under the setting sun, but the tent and nearly all that it contained was gone. For 4 days I would do nothing, simply lying and watching, shirking a load so huge, but on the 5th morning I languidly began something, and I had not worked an hour when a fever took me, to finish it, and it lasted upon me with only 3 brief intervals nearly 7 years, nor could the end have been so long in coming, but for the unexpected difficulty of getting the 4 flat roofs watertight, for I had to take down half the east one. Finally I made them of gold slabs 1 1/4 inch thick, smooth on both sides, on each beam double gutters being fixed along each side of the top flange to catch any leakage at the joints, which are filled with Slater's cement. The slabs are clamped to the top flanges by steel clips, having bolts set with plaster of Paris in holes drilled in the slabs. These clips are 1 1/2 inches by 3/17 inches and are 17 inches apart. The roofs are slightly pitched to the front edges, where they drain into gold-plated copper gutters on plated wrought iron brackets, with one side flashed up over the blocks, which raise the slabs from the beam tops to clear the joint gutters. But now I babble again of that base servitude, which I would forget but cannot, for every measurement, bolt, ring is in my brain like a burden. But it is past, and it was vanity. 6 months ago today it was finished. 6 months more protracted, desolate, burdened, than all those 16 years in which I built. I wonder what a man, another man, some Shah or Tsar of that far off past would say now of me if I could rest upon me. With what awe would he certainly shrink before the wild majesty of these eyes, and though I am not lunatic, for I am not, how would he fly me with the exclamation, "There is the very lunacy of pride." For there would seem to him, it must be so, in myself, in all about me, something extravagantly royal, touched with terror. My body has fattened, and my girth now fills out to a portly roundness its broad Babylonish girdle of crimson cloth, minutely gold embroidered, and hung with silver, copper, and gold coins of the Orient. My vert steel black sweeps into two divergent sheaves to my hips, flustered by every wind. As I walk through this palace, the amber and silver floor reflects in its depths my low-necked, short-armed robe of purple, blue, and scarlet, aglow with luminous stones. I am 10 times crowned lord and emperor. I sit 100 times enthroned in confirmed, august old majesty. Challenge me who will, challenge me who dare. Among those myriad worlds upon which I nightly pore, I may have my peers and compeers and fellow denizens, but here I am sole. Earth acknowledges my ancient sway and hereditary sceptre, for though she draws me, not yet am I hers, but she is mine. It seems to me not less than 1,000,000 eons since other beings, more or less resembling me, walked impudently in the open sunlight on this planet, which is rightly mine. I can indeed no longer picture to myself, nor even credit, that such a state of things, so fantastic, so far-fetched, so infinitely droll, could have existed, though at bottom, I suppose, I know that it must have been really so. Up to 10 years ago, in fact, I used frequently to dream that there were others. I would see them walk in the streets like ghosts, and be troubled and start awake, but never now could such a thing, I think, occur to me in sleep, for the wildness of the circumstance would certainly strike my consciousness, and immediately I should know that the dream was a dream. For now, at least, I am sole, I am lord. The golden walls of this palace which I have built look down, enamored of their reflection, into a lake of the choicest purple-laced wine. Not that I made it of wine because wine is rare, nor the walls of gold because gold is rare. That would have been too childish, but because I would match for beauty a human work with the works of those others, and because it happens by some persistent freak of the earth that precisely things most rare and costly are generally the most beautiful. The vision of glorious loveliness, which is the palace now risen before my eyes, cannot be described by pen and paper, though there may be words in the lexicons of language which, if I sought for them with inspired wit for 16 years, as I have built for 16 years, might as vividly express my thought on paper as the stones of gold so grouped and built expressed it to the eye. But failing such labors and skill, I suppose I could not give if there were another man, and I tried to give the faintest conception of its celestial charm. It is a structure positively as clear as the sun, and as fair as the moon, the sole great human work in the making of which no restraining thought of cost has played a part, one of its steps alone being of more cost than all the temples, mosques, and besestines, the palaces, pagodas, and cathedrals built between the edges of the Nimrods and the Napoleons. The house itself is very small, only 40 feet long by 35 broad by 27 high. Yet the structure as a whole is sufficiently enormous, high uplifted, the rest of the bulk being occupied by the platform on which the house stands, each side of this measuring at its base 480 feet, its height from top to bottom 130 feet, and its top 40 feet square, the elevation of the steps being just nearly 30 degrees and the top reached from each of the 4 points of the compass by 183. Low, long steps very massively overlaid with smooth molten gold, not forming a continuous flight, but broken into 3s and 5s, 6s and 9s, with landings between the series, these from the top looking like a great terraced parterre of gold. It is thus an Assyrian palace in scheme, only that the platform has steps on all sides instead of on one. The platform top from its edge to the golden walls of the house is a mosaic consisting of squares of the glassiest clarified gold and squares of the glassiest jet, corner to corner, each square 2 feet wide. Around the edge of the platform on top run 48 square plain gold pilasters, 12 on each side, 2 feet high, tapering upwards, and topped by a knob of solid gold, pierced with a hole through which passes a lax inch-and-a-half silver chain, hung with little silver balls which strike together in the breeze. The mansion consists of an outer court facing east toward the sea, and the house proper, which encloses an inner court. The outer court is a hollow oblong 30 feet wide by 8 feet long. The summit of its 3 walls being battlemented, they are 18.5 feet in height, or 8.5 feet lower than the house. Around their gold sides, on inside and outside, 3 feet from the top, runs a plain flat band of silver, 1 foot wide, projecting 2/3 inch, and at the gate, which is a plain Egyptian entrance facing eastwards, 2.5 feet narrower at top than at bottom, stand the 2 great square pillars of massive plain gold, tapering upwards, 45 feet high, with their capital of band, closed lotus and thin plinth. In the outer court, immediately opposite the gate, is an oblong well, 12 feet by 3 feet, reproducing in little the shape of the court, its sides, which are gold-lined, tapering downward to near the bottom of the platform, where a conduit of 1/8 inch diameter automatically replenishes the ascertained mean evaporation of the lake during the year, the well containing 105,360 liters when nearly full, and the lake occupying a circle round the platform of 980 feet diameter, with a depth of 3.5 feet. Round the well run pilasters connected by silver chains with little balls, and it communicates by a 1/8 inches conduit with a pool of wine let into the inner court, these being fed from 8 tall and narrow golden tanks, tapering upwards, which surround it, each containing a different red wine, sufficient on the whole to last for all purposes during my lifetime. The ground of the outer court is also a mosaic of jet and gold, but thenceforth the jet squares give place throughout to squares of silvers, and the gold squares to squares of clean amber, clear as solidified oil. The entrance is an Egyptian doorway 7 feet high, with folding doors of gold-plated cedar, opening inwards, surrounded by a very large projecting coping of plain silver, 3.5 feet wide, Severe simplicity of line throughout, enormously multiplying the effect of richness of material. The interior resembles, I believe, rather a Homeric than an Assyrian or Egyptian house. Except for the galleries, which are purely Babylonish and old Hebrew, the inner court, with its wine pool and tanks, is a small oblong of 8 feet by 9 feet, upon which open 4 silver lattice windows, oblongs, in the same proportion, and 2 doors before and behind, oblongs in the same proportion. Round this run the 8 walls of the house proper, the inner 10 feet from the outer, each parallel to forming a single long corridor-like chamber, except the front east 2, which are divided into 3 apartments. In each side of the house are 6 panels of massive plain silver, half and an inch thinner in their central space, where a fixed paintings 22 or 21, taken at the burning of Paris from a place called the Louvre, and 2 or else 3 from a place in England. So the panels have the look of frames, and are surrounded by oval garlands of the palest amethyst, topaz, sapphire, and turquoise, which I could find, each garland being of only one kind of stone, a mere oval ring 2 feet wide at the sides and narrowing to an inch at the top and bottom, without designs. The galleries are 5 separate recesses in the outer walls under the roofs, 2 in the east façade and 1 in the north, south, and west, hung with pavilions of purple, blue, rose, and white silk, on rings and rods of gold, with gold pilasters and banisters, each entered by 4 steps from the roof, to which lead north and south 2 spiral stairs of cedar. On the east roof stands the kiosk under which is the little lunar telescope, and from that height and from the galleries I can watch under the bright moonlight of this climate, which is very like limelight, the forever silent blue hills of Macedonia, and where the islands of Samothraki, Lemnos, Tenedos, slumber like purplish fairies on the Aegean Sea. For usually I sleep during the day and keep a night-long vigil, often at midnight descending to bathe my colored baths in the lake, and to disport myself in that strange intoxication of nostrils, eyes, and pores, dreaming long wide-eyed dreams at the bottom, to return dazed and weak and drunken. Or again, twice within these last void and idle 6 months, I have suddenly run bawling out from this temple of luxury, tearing off my gaudy rags to hide in a hut by the shore, smitten for one intense moment with realization of the past of this earth, and moaning, alone, alone, all alone, 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 for events precisely resembling eruptions take place in my brain, and one spangled midnight, ah, how spangled, I may kneel on the roof with streaming uplifted face, with outspread arms and awe-struck heart, adoring the eternal. The next I may strut like a cock, wanton as sin, lusting to burn a city, to wallow in filth, and like the Babylonian maniac, calling myself the equal of heaven. But it was not to write of this, of all this. Of the furnishings of the palace I have written nothing, but why I hesitate to admit to myself what I know is not clear. If they speak to me, I may surely write of them, for I do not fear them, but am their peer. Of the island I have written nothing, its size, climate, form, vegetation. There are 2 winds, a north and a south wind. The north is cool, the south is warm, and the south blows during the winter months, so that sometimes on Christmas Day it is quite hot, and the north, which is cool, blows from May to September, so that the summer is hardly ever oppressive, and the climate was made for a king. The mangle stove in the south hall I have never once lit. The length, I should say, is 19 miles, the breadth 10. or thereabouts, and the highest mountain should reach a height of some 2,000 feet, though I have not been all over it. It is very densely wooded in most parts, and I have seen large growths of wheat and barley, obviously degenerate now, with currants, figs, vallonia, tobacco, vines in rank abundance, and 2 marble quarries. From the palace, which lies on a sunny plateau of beautifully sloping swards, dotted with the circular shadows thrown by 15 huge cedars and 7 planes, I can see on all sides an edge of forest, with the gleam of a lake to the north, and in the hollow to the east the rivulet with its little bridge, and a few clumps and beds of flowers. I can also spy right through. It shall be written now. I have this day heard within me the contention of the voices. I thought that they were done with me, that all was ended. I have not heard them for 20 years, but today, distinctly, breaking in with brawling impassioned suddenness upon my consciousness, I heard this late far niente and vacuous inaction here have been undermining my spirit, this inert brooding upon the earth, this empty life and bursting brain. Immediately after eating at noon today, I said to myself, I have been duped by the palace, for I have wasted myself in building, hoping for peace, and there is no peace. Therefore now I shall fly from it to another sweeter work, not of building but of destroying, not of heaven but of hell, not of self-denial but of reddest orgy. Constantinople, beware. I tossed the chair aside and with a stamp was on my feet, and as I stood again I heard the startling sudden wrangle, the fierce vulgar outbreak and voluble controversy, till my consciousness could not hear its ears, and one urged, Go, go, and the other, Not there, where you like, but not there, for your life. I did not, for I could not, go. I was so overcome I fell upon the couch shivering. These voices or impulses, plainly as I felt them of old, quarrel within me now with an openness new to them. Lately influenced by the long scientific habit of thought, I have occasionally wondered whether what I used to call the two voices were not in reality the two strong instinctive movements, such as most men may have felt, though with less force. But today doubt is past, nor, unless I be very mad, can I ever doubt again. End of section 20. Recording by Gabby Cowan in Kingston, Ontario, Canada. Section 21 of The Purple Cloud. This is a LibriVox recording. All LibriVox recordings are in the public domain. For more information or to volunteer, please visit LibriVox.org. Recording by Gabby Cowan. The Purple Cloud by Matthews Phipps Shiel. Section 21. I have been thinking of my life. There is a something which I cannot understand. There was a man whom I met once in that dark backward and abysm of time, when I must have been very young, I fancy, at some college or school in England, and his name now is far enough beyond scope of my memory, lost in the vast limbo of past things. But he used to talk continually about certain black and white powers, and of their strife for this world. He was a short man with a Roman nose, and lived in fear of growing a pouch. His forehead, atop, in profile, was more prominent than the nose end. he parted his hair in the middle, and had the theory that the male form was more beautiful than the female. I forget what his name was. The dim, clear, obscure being. Very profound was the effect of his words upon me, though I think I used to make a point of slighting them. This man always declared that the black would carry off the victory in the end, and so he has. But assuming the existence of this black and this white being, and supposing it to be a fact that my reaching the pole had any connection with the destruction of my race, according to the notions of that extraordinary Scotch person, then it must have been the power of the black which carried me in spite of all obstacles to the pole, so far I can understand. But after I had reached the pole, what further use had either white or black for me? Which was it, white or black, that preserved my life through my long return on the ice? And why? It could not have been the black, for I readily divined that from the moment when I touched the pole, the only desire of black which had previously preserved must have been to destroy me with the rest. It must have been the white, then, that led me back, retarding me long, so that I should not enter the poison cloud, and then openly presenting me the boreal to bring me home to Europe. But his motive? And the significance of these recommencing wrangles after such a silence? This I do not understand. Curse them with their mad tangles. I care nothing for them. Are there any white idiots and black idiots at all? Or are these voices that I hear nothing but the cries of my own strained nerves? And I all mad, and morbid, and mad, my good God? This inertia here is not good for me, this stalking about the palace, and long thinkings about earth and heaven, black and white and black, and things beyond the stars. My brain is like bursting through the walls of my poor head. Tomorrow, then, to Constantinople. Descending to go to the ship, I had almost reached the middle of the east platform steps when my foot slipped on the smooth gold, and the fall, though I was not walking carelessly, had, I swear, all the violence of a fall caused by a push. I struck my head, and, as I rolled downward, swooned. When I came to myself, I was lying on the very bottom step, which is thinly washed by the wine waves. Another rolled, and I supposed I must have drowned. I sat there an hour, lost in amazement, then crossed the causeway, came down to the Esperanza with the motor, went through her, spent the day in work, slept on her, worked again today, till 4 at both ship and time fuses. I with only 700 fuses left, and in Istanbul alone must be 8,000 houses, without counting Galata, Tofana, Kasim Pacha, Scutari, and the rest. Started out at 5:30, and am now at 11 p.m., lying motionless 2 miles off the north coast of the island of Marmora, with moonlight gloating on the water, a faint north breeze, and the little pale land looking immensely stretched out, solemn and grey, as if that were the world, and there were nothing else, and the tiny island and its immense, and the Esperanza vast, and I only little. Tomorrow at 11 a.m. I will moor the Esperanza in the Golden Horn, at the spot where there is that low damp nook of the Bagnio behind the naval magazines, and that hill where the palace of the Capitan Pacha is. I found that great tangle of ships in the Golden Horn wonderfully preserved, many with hardly any moss growths. This must be due, I suppose, to the little Ali Bey and Kesat Hana, which flow into the Horn at the top, and made no doubt a constant current. I remember the place. Long ago I lived here some months, or it may be years. It is the fairest of the cities, and the greatest. I believe that London in England was larger, but no city, surely, ever seemed so large. But it is flimsy and will burn like tinder. The houses are made of light timber, with interstices filled by earth and bricks, and some of them look ruinous already, with their lovely faded tints of green and gold and red and blue and yellow, like the hues of withered flowers. For it is a city of paints and trees, and all in the little winding streets, as I write, are volatile almond blossoms mixed with maple blossoms, white with purple. Even the most splendid of the Sultan's palaces are built in this combustible way, for I believe that they had a notion that stone building was presumptuous, though I have seen some very thick stone houses in Galata. This place, I remember, lived in a constant state of sensation on account of nightly flares up, and I have come across several tracts already devastated by fires. The ministers of state used to attend them, and if the fire would not go out, the Sultan himself was obliged to be there in order to encourage the firemen. Now it will burn still better. But I have been here 6 weeks, and still no burning, for the place seems to plead with me. It is so ravishing, so that I do not know why I did not live here and spare my toils during those 16 nightmare years. For 2 whole weeks the impulse to burn was quieted, and since then there has been an irritating whisper at my ear which said, "It is not really like the great king that you are, this burning, but like a foolish child or a savage who like to see the fireworks, or at least, if you must burn, do not burn poor Constantinople, which is so charming and so very old, with its balsamic perfumes, and the blossoming trees of white and light purple peeping over the walls of the cloistered painted houses, and all those lichened tombs, those granite menhirs, and regions of ancient marble tombs between the quarters, Greek tombs, Byzantine, Jew, Mussulman tombs, with their strange and sacred inscriptions, overwaved by their cypresses and the vast plane trees, and for weeks I could do nothing, but roamed about with 2 minds in me, under the tropic brilliance of the sky by day and the vast dreamy nights of this place that are like night seen through azure tinted glasses, and in each of them is not one night, but the 1,001 long crowded nights of glamour and fancy. For I would sit on the immense esplanade of the Serakirat, or the mighty grey stones of the porch of the mosque of Sultan Mehmed Fatih, dominating from its great steps all old Istanbul, and watch the moon for hours and hours, so passionately bright she soared through clear and cloud, till I would be smitten with doubt of my own identity, for whether I were she, or the earth of myself, or some other thing or man, I did not know, all being so silent alike, and all, except myself, so vast, the Seraskirat and the Suleimanei, and Istanbul and the Marmora Sea, and the earth, and those argent fields of the moon, all large alike compared with me, and measure and space were lost, and I with them. These proud Turks died stolidly, many of them, in the streets of Kasim Pacha, in crowded Taksim, on the heights of Pira, and under the long Moorish arcades of Sultan Selim. I have seen the open-air barber's razor with his bones, and with him the half-shaved skull of the faithful, and the long 2 hours nargileh with traces of burnt tembaki and hashish still in the bowl. Ashes now are they all, and dry yellow bone. But in the houses of Fanar, a noisy old Galata, and in the Jew quarter of Pre-Pacha, the black shoe and head dress of the Greek is still distinguishable from the Hebrew blue. It was a mixed ritual of colors here in boot and hat: yellow for Mussulman, red boots, black kalpak for Armenian, for the Effendi a white turban, for the Greek a black. The Tartar skull shines from under a high taper kalpak, the Nisain dishes from a melon-shaped head-piece, the Imams and Dervish from a grey chronicle felt, and there is here and there a Frank in European rags. I have seen the towering turban of the Vashi Basuk and his long sword, and some softas in the domes on the great wall of Istanbul, and the beggar and the street merchant with large tray of watermelons, sweetmeats, raisins, sherbet, and the beer shewer, and the Barbary organ, and the night watchman who evermore cried "Fire!" with his long lantern, 2 pistols, dirk, and wooden javelin. Strange how all that old life has come back to my fancy now, pretty vividly and for the first time, though I have been here several times lately. I have gone out to those plains beyond the walls with their view of rather barren mountain peaks, the city looking nothing but minarets shooting through black cypress tops, and I seem to see the wild muezzin at some summit crying the midday prayer, Mohammed Resul Allah, the wild man, and from that great avenue of cypresses which traverses the cemetery of Scutari, the walled city of Istanbul lay spread entire up to Fanar and Ejov in their cypress woods before me, the whole embowered now in trees, all that complexity of ways and dark alleys with overhanging balconies of old Byzantine houses, beneath which a rider had to stoop the head, where old Turks would lose their way in mazes of the picturesque, and on the shaded Bosphorus coast to Found Dukli and beyond, some peeping jolly snow-white palace, or old Armenian cot, and the Seraglio by the sea, a town within a town, and southward the Sea of Marmora, blue and white, and vast and fresh as a sea just born, rejoicing at its birth and at the jovial sun, all brisk alert to the shadowy islands afar, and as I look, I suddenly said aloud a wild mad thing, my God, a wild and maniac thing, a shrieking maniac thing for hell to laugh at, for something said with my tongue, this city is not quite dead. 3 nights I slept in Istanbul itself, at the palace of some Sanjak Bey or Emir, or rather dozed, with one slumbrous eye that would open to watch my visitors, Sinbad and Ali Baba, and old Harun, to see how they slumbered and dozed, for it was in the small luxurious chamber where the Bey received those speechless all-night visits of the Turks, long rosy hours of perfumed romance and drunkenness of the fancy and visionary languor, sinking toward morning into the yet deeper peace of dreamless sleep. And there still were the white yataks for the guests to sit cross-legged on for the waking dream, and to fall upon for the final swoon, and the copper brazier still scenting of essence of rose, and the cushions, rugs, hangings, the monsters on the wall, the hashish chibakus, nargilés, hookahs, and drugged pale cigarettes, and a secret-looking lattice beyond the door, painted with trees and birds, and the air narcotic and grey with the pastilles which I had burned, and the scented smokes which I had smoked, and I all drugged and mumbling, my left eye suspicious of Ali there and Sinbad and old Harun who dozed. And when I had slept and rose to wash in a room near the overhanging latticed balcony of the facade, before me to the north lay old Galata in sunshine, and that steep large street mounting to Pera, once full at every nightfall of divans on which grave dervishes smoke narghils, and there was no space for passage, for all was divans, lounges, almond trees, heaven high hum, chiboques in forests from Galata, and artery workmen from Tophana, and on the other side of the house, the south end, a covered bridge led across a street which consisted mostly of two immense blind walls into a great tangled wilderness of flowers, which was the harem garden, where I passed some hours, and here I might have remained many, many days, many weeks perhaps, but that, dozing one fortday with those fancied others, it was as if there occurred a laugh somewhere, and a thing said, "But this city is not quite dead," waking me from deeps of peace to a startled wakefulness. And I thought to myself, if it not be quite dead, it will be soon, and with some suddenness. And the next morning I was at the Arsenal. It is long since I have so deeply enjoyed even the marrow, it may be the white, who has the guardianship of my life, but assuredly it is the black who reigns in my soul. Grandly did all Stamboul, Galata, Tophana, Kasim, right out beyond the walls of Tufanar and Ejov, blaze and burn. The whole place except one little region of Galata was like so much tinder, and in the 5 hours between 8 p.m. and 1 a.m. all was over. I saw the tops of those vast masses of cemetery cypresses round the tombs of the Osmanlis outside the walls, and those in the cemetery of Qasim, and those round the sacred mosque of Ejov, shrivel away instantaneously, like flimsy hair caught by a flame. I saw the Genoese tower of Galata go heading obliquely on an upward curve, like Sir Roger de Coverley, and wild rockets, and burst high, high with a report. In pairs and threes and fours, I saw the blue cupolas of the 12 or 14 great mosques give in and subside, or soar and reign, and the great minarets nod the head and topple, and I saw the flames reach out and out across the empty breadth of the Etmedian, 300 yards to the 6 minarets of the mosque of Achmet, wrapping the red Egyptian granite obelisk in the center, and across the breadth of the Serai Meidani, it reached to the buildings of the Seraglio and the Sublime Porte, and across those vague barren stretches that lie between the houses and the Great Wall, and across the 70 or 80 great arcaded bazaars, all enwrapping it reached, and the spirit of fire grew upon me, for the Golden Horn itself was a tongue of fire, crowded, west of the galley harbour, with exploding battleships. Turkish frigates, corvettes, brigs, and east, with tens of thousands of feluccas, caiques, gondolas, and merchantmen aflame. On my left burned old Scutari, and between 6 and 8 in the evening I had sent out 37 vessels under low horse powers of air, with trains and fuses laid for 11 p.m. to light, with their wandering fires, the Sea of Marmora. By midnight I was encompassed in one great furnace and fiery gulf, all the sea and sky in flame and earth aflare. Not far from me to the left I saw the vast Tofana barracks of the cannoneers, and the artillery works, after long reluctance and delay, take wing together, and 3 minutes later, down by the water, the barrack of the bombardiers and the military school together. Grandly, and then, to the right in the valley of Qasim, the arsenal, these occupying the sky like smoky suns, and shedding a glaring day over many a mile of sea and land. I saw the 2 lines of ruddier flaring, where the barge bridge and the raft bridge over the Golden Horn made haste to burn, and all that vastness burned with haste, quicker and quicker, to fervour, to fury, to unanimous ravis, and when its red roaring stormed the infinite, and the might of its glowing heart was gravitation, being, sensation, and I its compliant wife. Then my head nodded, and with crooked lips I sighed as it were my last sigh, and tumbled, weak and drunken, upon my face. End of section 21. Recording by Gabby Cowan.
Section 22 of The Purple Cloud. This is a LibriVox recording. All LibriVox recordings are in the public domain. For more information or to volunteer, please visit LibriVox.org. Recording by Lynn Thompson. The Purple Cloud by Matthew Phipps Shiel. Section 22. O wild providence, unfathomable madness of heaven, that I should write what I now write. I will not write it. The hissing of it is only a crazy dream, a tearing out of the hair by the roots to scatter upon the raving storms of Saturn. My hand will not write it. In God's name. During 4 nights after the burning I slept in a house, French as I saw by the books, etc., probably the ambassador's, for it has very large gardens and a beautiful view over the sea, situated on the rapid east declivity of Pera. It is one of the few large houses which, for my safety, I had left standing round the minaret whence I had watched, this minaret being at the top of the old Mussulman quarter on the heights of Taksim, between Pera proper and Foundoucli. At the bottom, both at the quay of Foundoucli and at that of Tofana, I had left under shelter 2 cakes for double safety, one a sultan's gift craft, with gold spur at the prow, and one a boat of those zaptiehs that used to patrol the Golden Horn as water police. By one or other of these I meant to reach the Speranza, she being then safely anchored some distance up the Bosphorus coast. So, on the 5th morning I set out for the Tofana quay, but a light rain had fallen overnight, and this had re-excited the thin grey smoke resembling quenched steam, which, as from some reeking province of Abaddon,
still trickled upward over many a square mile of blackened track, though of flame I could see no sign. I had not accordingly advanced far over every sort of débris, when I found my eyes watering, my throat choked, and my way almost blocked by roughness, whereupon I said, I will turn back, cross the region of tombs and barren waste behind Pera, descend the hill, then get the zaptia boat at the Foundoucli quay, and so reach the Speranza. Accordingly, I made my way out of the region of smoke, passed beyond the limits of smouldering ruin and tomb, and soon entered a rich woodland, somewhat scorched at first, but soon green and flourishing as the jungle. This cooled and soothed me, and being in no hurry to reach the ship, I was led on and on in a somewhat northwestern direction, I fancy. Somewhere hereabouts, I thought, was the place they called the Sweet Waters, and I went on with the vague notion of coming upon them, thinking to pass the day, till afternoon, in the forest. Here nature, in only 20 years, has returned to an exuberant savagery, and all was now the wildest vegetation, dark dells, rills wimpling through deep brown shade of sensitive mimosa, large pendulous fuchsia, palm, cypress, mulberry, jonquil, narcissus, daffodil, rhododendron, acacia, fig. Once I stumbled upon a cemetery of old gilt tombs, absolutely overgrown and lost, and thrice caught glimpses of little trellis yallies choked in boscage. With slow and listless foot I went, munching an almond or an olive, though I could swear that olives were not formerly indigenous to any soil so northern. Yet here they are now, pretty plentiful, though elementary, so that modifications, whose end I cannot see, are certainly proceeding in everything, some of the cypresses which I met that day being immense beyond anything I ever heard of. And the thought, I remember, was in my head, that if a twig or leaf should change into a bird or a fish with wings, and fly before my eyes, what then should I do? And I would eye a branch suspiciously anon. After a long time I penetrated into a very sombre grove. The day outside the wood was brilliant and hot, and very still, the leaves and flowers here all motionless. I seemed, as it were, to hear the vacant silence of the world, and my foot treading on a twig pronounced the report of pistols. I presently reached a glade in a thicket, about 8 yards across, and had a scent of lime and orange, where the just sufficient twilight enabled me to see some old bones, 3 skulls, and the edge of a tam-tam peeping from a tuft of wild corn with cornflowers, and here and there some gold champak, and all but a profusion of musk roses. I had stopped, why I do not recollect, perhaps thinking that if I was not getting to the Sweet Waters, I should seriously set about finding my way out. And as I stood looking about me, I remember that some cruising insect trawled near my ear its lonely drone. Suddenly, God knows, I started. I imagined, I dreamed that I saw a pressure in a bed of moss and violets, recently made. And while I stood gloating upon that impossible thing, I imagined, I dreamed, the lunacy of it, that I heard a laugh, the laugh, my good God, of a human soul. Or it seemed half a laugh, and half a sob, and it passed from me in one fleeting instant. Laughs and sobs and idiot hallucinations I had often heard before, feet walking, sounds behind me, and even as I had heard them, I had known that they were nothing. But brief as was this impression, it was yet so thrillingly real that my poor heart received, as it were, the very shock of death, and I fell backward into a mass of moss, supported on the right palm, while the left pressed my working bosom, and there, toiling to catch my breath, I lay still, all my soul focused into my ears. But now I could hear no sound, save only the vast and audible hum of the silence of the universe. There was, however, the footprint. If my eye and ear should so conspire against me, that, I thought, was hard. Still I lay, still in that same pose, without a stir, sick and dry-mouthed, infirm and languishing, with dying breaths, but keen, and malign. I would wait, I said to myself. I would be artful as snakes, though so woefully sick and invalid. I would make no sound. After some minutes I became conscious that my eyes were leering in one fixed direction, and instantly the mere fact that I had a sense of direction proved to me that I must, in truth, have heard something. I managed, to raise myself, and as I stood upright, feebly swaying there, not the terrors of death alone were in my breast, but the authority of the monarch was on my brow. I moved, I found the strength. Slow step by slow step, with daintiest noiselessness, I moved to a thread of moss that from the glade passed into the thicket, and along its winding way I stepped, in the direction of the sound. Now my ears caught the purling noise of a brooklet, and following the moss path, I was led into a mass of bush only 2 or 3 feet higher than my head. Through this, prowling like a stealthy cat, I wheedled my painful way, emerged upon a strip of open long grass, and now was faced 3 yards before me by a wall of acacia trees, prickly pear, and pichulas, between which and a forest beyond I spied a gleam of running water. On hands and knees I crept toward the acacia thicket, entered it a little, and leaning far forward, peered. And there at once, 10 yards to my right, I saw. Singular to say, my agitation, instead of intensifying to the point of apoplexy and death, now, at the actual sight, subsided to something very like calmness. With malign and sullen eye askance, I stood, and steadily I watched her there. She was on her knees, her palms lightly touching the ground, supporting her. At the edge of the streamlet she knelt, and she was looking with a species of startled shy astonishment at the reflection of her face in the limpid brown water, and I, with sullen eye askance, regarded her a good 10 minutes' space. I believe that her momentary laugh and sob, which I had heard, was the result of surprise at seeing her own image, and I firmly believe, from the expression of her face, that this was the first time that she had seen it. Never, I thought, as I stood moodily gazing, had I seen on the earth a creature so fair, though, analysing now at leisure, I can quite conclude that there was nothing at all remarkable about her good looks. Her hair, somewhat lighter than auburn and frizzy, was a real garment to her nakedness, covering her below the hips, some strings of it falling too into the water. Her eyes, a dark blue, were wide in a most silly expression of bewilderment. Even as I eyed and eyed her, she slowly rose, and at once I saw in all her manner an air of unfamiliarity with the world, as of one wholly at a loss what to do. Her pupils did not seem accustomed to light, and I could swear that that was the first day in which she had seen a tree or a stream. Her age appeared to be 18 or 20. I guessed that she was of Circassian blood, or at least origin. Her skin was whitey brown, or old ivory white. She stood up motionless, at a loss. She took a lock of her hair and drew it through her lips. There was some look in her eyes which I could plainly see now, somehow indicating wild hunger, though the wood was full of food. After letting go her hair, she stood again feckless and imbecile, with sideward hung head, very pitiable to see, I think now, though no faintest pity touched me then. It was clear that she did not at all know what to make of the look of things. Finally, she sat on a moss bank, reached and took a musk rose on her palm, and looked hopelessly at it. 1 minute after my first actual sight of her, my extravagance of agitation, I say, died down to something like calm. The earth was mine by old right, I felt that, and this creature a mere slave upon whom, without heat or haste, I might perform my will, and for some time I stood, coolly enough considering what that will should be. I had at my girdle the little cangiar, with silver handle encrusted with coral, and curved blades 6 inches long, damascened in gold, and sharp as a razor. The blackest and the basest of all the devils of the pit was whispering in my breast with calm persistence, "Kill, kill, and eat." Why I should have killed her, I do not know. That question I now ask myself. It must be true that it is not good for man to be alone. There was a religious sect in the past which called itself Socialist, and with these must have been the truth, man being at his best and highest when most social, and at his worst and lowest when isolated. For the earth gets hold of all isolation, and draws it, and makes it fierce, base, and materialistic, like sultans, aristocracies, and the like. But heaven is where two or three are gathered together. It may be so, I do not know, nor care. But I know that after 20 years of solitude on a planet, the human soul is more enamoured of solitude than of life, shrinking like a tender nerve from the rough intrusion of another into the secret realm of self. And hence perhaps the bitterness with which solitary castes, Brahmins, patricians, aristocracies, always resisted any attempt to invade their slowly acquired domain of privileges. Also, it may be true, it may, that after 20 years of solitary selfishness, a man becomes, without suspecting it, not at all noticing the slow stages, a real and true beast, a horrible, hideous beast, mad, prowling, like that king of Babylon, his nails like birds' claws, and his hair like eagles' feathers, with instincts all aflamed and fierce, delighting in darkness and crime for their own sake. I do not know, nor care. But I know that, as I drew the cangiar, the basest and the slyest of all the devils was whispering me, tongue in cheek, kill, kill, and be merry. With excruciating slowness, like a crawling glacier, tender as a nerve to the touching leaves, I moved, I stole, obliquely toward her, through the wall of bush, the knife behind my back. Once only there was a restraint, a check. I felt myself held back. I had to stop, for one of the ends of my divided beard had caught in a limb of prickly pear. I set to disentangling it, and it was, I believe, at the moment of succeeding that I first noticed the state of the sky, a strip of which I could see across the rivulet. A minute or so before it had been pretty clear, but now it was busy with hurrying clouds. It was a sinister muttering of thunder which had made me glance upward. When my eyes returned to the sitting figure, she was looking foolishly about the sky, with an expression which almost proved that she had never before heard the sound of thunder, or at least had no idea what it could bode. My fixed regard lost not one of her movements, while, inch by inch, not breathing, careful as the poise of a balance, I crawled. And suddenly, with a rush, I was out in the open, running her down. She leapt. Perhaps 2, perhaps 3 paces she fled. Then, stock still she stood, within some 4 yards of me, with panting nostrils, with inquiring face. I saw it all in one instant, and in one instant all was over. I had not checked the impetus of my run at her stoppage, and I was on the point of reaching her with uplifted knife, when I was suddenly checked and smitten by a stupendous violence. A flash of blinding light, attracted by the steel which I held, struck tingling through my frame, and at the same time the most passionate crash of thunder that ever shocked a poor human ear felled me to the ground. The cangiar, snatched from my hand, fell near the girl's foot. I did not entirely lose consciousness, though surely the powers no longer hide themselves from me, and their close contact is too intolerably rough and vigorous for a poor mortal man. During, I should think, 3 or 4 minutes, I lay so astounded under that bullying cry of wrath that I could not move a finger. When at last I did sit up, the girl was standing near me, with a sort of smile, holding out to me the cangiar in a pouring rain. I took it from her, and my doddering fingers dropped it into the stream. Pour, pour came the rain, raining as it can in this place, not long, but a deluge while it lasts, dripping in thick liquidity, like a profuse sweat, through the forest, I seeking to get back by the way I had come, flying, but with difficulty and slowness, and a feeling in me that I was being tracked. And so it proved, for when I struck into more open space, nearly opposite the west walls, but now on the north side of the Golden Horn, where there is a flat grassy ground somewhere between the valley of Kassim and Charkoy, with horror I saw that protégé of heaven, or of someone, not 10 yards behind, following me like a mechanical figure, it being now near 3 in the afternoon, and the rain drenching me through, and I tired and hungry, and from all the ruins of Constantinople not one whiff of smoke ascending. I trudged on wearily till I came to the quay of Foundoucli and the zaptia boat, and there she was with me still, her hair nothing but a thin, drowned string down her back. Not only can she not speak to me in any language that I know, but she can speak in no language. It is my firm belief that she has never spoken. She never saw a boat, or water, or the world, till now, I could swear it. She came into the boat with me, and sat astern, clinging for dear life to the gunwale by her finger-nails, and I paddled the 800 yards to the Speranza, and she came up to the deck after me. When she saw the open water, the boat, the yalis on the coast, and then the ship, astonishment was imprinted on her face, but she appears to know little fear. She smiled like a child, and on the ship touched this and that, as if each were a living thing. It was only here and there that one could see the ivory-brown colour of her skin, the rest was covered with dirt, like old bottles long lying in cellars. By the time we reached the Speranza the rain had stopped. I went down to my cabin to change my clothes, and had to shut the door in her face to keep her out. When I opened it she was there, and she followed me to the windlass, when I went to set the anchor-engine going. I intended, I suppose, to take her to Imbros, where she might live in one of the broken-down houses of the village. But when the anchor was not yet half up, I stopped the engine and let the chain run again, for I said, "No, I will be alone. I am not a child." I knew that she was hungry by the look in her eyes, but I cared nothing for that. I was hungry too, and that was all I cared about. I would not let her be there with me another instant. I got down into the boat, and when she followed, I rowed her back all the way past Foundoucli and the Tofana Quay to where one turns into the Golden Horn by St. Sophia, around the mouth of the Horn being a vast semicircle of charred wreckage carried out by the river currents. I went up the steps on the Galata side before one comes to where the barge bridge was. When she had followed me onto the embankment, I walked up one of those rising streets, very encumbered now with the stone debris and ashes, but still marked by some standing black wall fragments. It being now not far from night, but the air as clear and washed as the translucency of a great purple diamond, with the rain and the afterglow of the sun and all the west aflame. When I was about 100 yards up in this old mixed quarter of Greeks, Turks, Jews, Italians, Albanians, and noise and cafeges and wine-bibbing having turned two corners, I suddenly gathered my skirts, spun round, and, as fast as I could, was off at a heavy trot back to the quay. She was after me, but being taken by surprise, I suppose, was distanced a little at first. However, by the time I could scurry myself down into the boat, she was so near that she only saved herself from the water by a balancing stoppage at the brink, as I pushed off. I then set out to get back to the ship, muttering, "You can have Turkey if you like, and I will keep the rest of the world." I rowed seaward, my face toward her, but steadily averted, for I would not look her way to see what she was doing. However, as I turned the point of the quay, where the open sea washes quite rough and loud, to go northward and disappear from her, I heard a babbling cry, the first sound which she had uttered. I did look then, and she was still quite near me, for the silly maniac had been running along the embankment, following me. "Little fool!" I cried out across the water, "what are you after now? And, oh my good God, shall I ever forget that strangeness, that wild strangeness of my own voice, addressing on this earth another human soul?" There she stood, whimpering like an abandoned dog after me. I turned the boat, rowed, came to the first steps, landed, and struck her two stinging slaps, one on each cheek. While she cowered, surprised no doubt, I took her by the hand, led her back to the boat, landed on the Stamboul side, and set off, still leading her, my object being to find some sort of possible edifice near by, not hopelessly burnt, in which to leave her. For in all Galata there was plainly none, and Pera, I thought, was too far to walk to. But it would have been better if I had gone to Pera, for we had to walk quite 3 miles from Seraglio Point, all along the city battlements to the 7 towers, she picking her barefooted way after me through the great Sahara of charred stuff, and night now well arrived, and the moon adrift in the heaven, making the desolate lonesomeness of the ruins tenfold desolate, so that my heart smote me then with bitterness and remorse, and I had a vision of myself that night which I will not put down on paper. At last, however, pretty late in the evening, I spied a large mansion with green lattice-work façade and shaknisier and terraced roof, which had been hidden from me by the arcades of a bazaar, a vast open space at about the centre of Stamboul, one of the largest of the bazaars I should think, in the middle of which stood the mansion, probably the home of Pasha or Vizier, for it had a very distinguished look in that place. It seemed very little hurt, though the vegetation that had apparently choked the great open space was singed through a black fluff, among which lay thousands of calcined bones of man, horse, ass, and camel, for all was distinct in the bright, yet so pensive and forlorn, moonlight, which was that eastern moonlight of pure astral mystery which illumines Persepolis and Babylon, and ruined cities of the old Anakim. The house, I knew, would contain divans, yatags, cushions, foods, wines, sherbets, henna, saffron, mastic, raki, hashish, costumes, and 100 luxuries still good. There was an outer wall, but the foliage over it had been singed away, and the gate all charred. It gave way at a push from my palm. The girl was close behind me. I next threw open a little green lattice door in the façade under the shaknisier, and entered. Here it was dark, and the moment that she too was within, I slipped out quickly, slammed the door in her face, and hooked it upon her by a little hook over the latch. I now walked some yards beyond the court, then stopped, listening for her expected cry, but all was still. 5 minutes, 10, I waited, but no sound. I then continued my morose and melancholy way, hollow with hunger, intending to start that night for Imbros. By this time I had hardly advanced 20 steps, when I heard a frail and strangled cry, apparently in mid-air, behind me, and, glancing, saw the creature lying at the gateway, a white thing in black stubble-ashes. She had evidently jumped well outward from the small casement of lattice on a level with the little shaknisier grating, through which once peeped bright eyes 30 feet aloft. I hardly believe that she was conscious of any danger in jumping, for all the laws of life are new to her, and having sought and found the opening, she may have merely come with blind instinctiveness after me, taking the first way open to her. I walked back, pulled at her arm, and found that she could not stand. Her face was screwed with silent pain. She did not moan. Her left foot, I could see, was bleeding, and by the wounded ankle I took her, and dragged her so, through the ashes across the narrow court, and tossed her like a little dog with all my force within the door, cursing her. Now I would not go back the long way to the ship, but struck a match, and went lighting up girandoles, cressets, candelabra, into a confusion of light among great numbers of pale tinted pillars, rose and azure, with verd antique, olive, and portoro marble and serpentine. The mansion was large, I having to traverse quite a desert of embroidered brocade hangings, slender columns, and Brussa silk, till I saw a staircase doorway behind a Smyrna portière, went up, and wandered some time in a house of gilt barred windows, with very little furniture, but palatial spaces, solitary huge pieces of faience of inestimable age, and arms, my footfalls quite stifled in the Persian carpeting. I passed through a covered-in hanging gallery, with one window grating overlooking an inner court, and by this entered the harem, which declared itself by a greater luxury, bric-a-bracerie, and profusion of manner. Here, descending a short curved stair behind a portière, I came into a marble-paved sort of larder, in which was an old negress in blue dress, her hair still adhering, and an infinite supply of sweetmeats, French preserved foods, sherbets, wines, and so on. I put a number of things into a panier, went up again, found some of those exquisite pale cigarettes which, drunken in the hollow of an emerald, also a jewelled 2-yard-long chibouk and tembaki, and with all descended by another stair, and laid them on the steps of a little raised kiosk of green marble in a corner of the court, went up again and brought down a still snowy yatag to sleep on, and there by the kiosk step ate and passed the night, smoking for several hours in a state of languor. In the centre of the court is a square marble well, looking white through a rankness of wild vine, acacias in flower, weeds, jasmine, and roses which overgrew it, as well as the kiosk and the whole court, climbing even the 4 square arcade of Moorish arches round the open space, under one of which I had deposited a long lantern of crimson silk, for here no breath of the fire had come. About 2 in the morning I fell to sleep, a deeper piece of shadow now reigning where so long the melancholy silver of the moon had lingered. End of Section 22.
Section 23 of The Purple Cloud. This is a LibriVox recording. All LibriVox recordings are in the public domain. For more information or to volunteer, please visit LibriVox.org. Recording by Gabby Cowan. The Purple Cloud by Matthew Phipps Shiel. Section 23. About 8 in the morning I rose and made my way to the front, intending that should be my last night in this ruined place, for all the night, sleeping and waking, the thing which had happened filled my brain, growing from one depth of incredibility to a deeper, so that at last I arrived at a sort of certainty that it could be nothing but a drunken dream. But as I opened my eyes afresh, the deep-cutting realization of that impossibility smote like a pang of lightning stroke through my being, and I said, I will go again to the far Orient and forget. And I started out from the court, not knowing what had become of her during the night, till having reached the outer chamber, with a wild start I saw her lying there at the door, in the very spot where I had flung her, asleep sidewise, head on arm. Softly, softly I stepped over her, got out, and went running at a cautious clandestine trot. The morning was in high fete, most fresh and pure, and to breathe was to be young, and to see such a sunlight lighten even upon ruin so vast was to be blithe. After running 200 yards to one of the great broken bazaar portals, I looked back to see if I was followed. But all that space was desolately empty. I then walked on past the arch, on which a green oblong once inscribed, as usual with some text in gilt hieroglyphs, is still discernible, and emerging saw the great panorama of destruction. A few vast standing walls, with hollow oriental windows framing deep sky beyond, and here and there pillar of half minaret, and down within the walls of the old seraglio still some leafless, branchless trunks, and in Ejov and Fanar leafless forests, and on the northern horizon Pera, with the steep upper half of the Iani Churcha street still there, and on the height of the European houses, and all between blackness, stones, a rolling landscape of ravine, like the hilly pack ice of the north if its snow were ink, and to the right Scutari, black, laid low, with its vast region of tombs and rare stumps of its forests, and the blithe blue sea with the widening semicircle of floating debris, looking like brown foul scum at some points, congested before bridgeless Golden Horn, for I stood pretty high in the center of Istanbul, somewhere in the region of the Süleymaniyye or of Sultan Selim, as I judge with immense purviews into abstract distances and mirage, and to me it seemed too vast, too lonesome, and after advancing a few hundred yards beyond the bazaar, I turned again. I found the girl still asleep at the house door, and steering her with my foot, woke her, She leapt up with a start of surprise and a remarkable sinuous agility, and gazed an astounded moment at me, till, separating reality from dream and habit, she realized me, but immediately subsided to the floor again, being in evident pain. I pulled her up, and made her limp after me through several halls to the inner court and the well, where I set her upon the weedy margin, took her foot in my lap, examined it, drew water, washed it, and bandaged it with a strip torn from my caftan hem, now and again speaking gruffly to her so that she might no more follow me. After this I had breakfast by the kiosk steps, and when I was finished, put a mass of truffle foie gras on a plate, brushed through the thicket to the well, and gave it to her. She took it, but looked foolish not eating. I then, with my forefinger, put a little into her mouth, whereupon she set hungrily to eat it all. I also gave her some gingerbread, a handful of bonbons, some Krishnu wine, and some anisette. I then started out afresh, gruffly bidding her stay there, and left her sitting on the well, her hair falling down the opening, she peering after me through the bushes. But I had not yet reached the ogival bazaar portal, when, looking anxiously back, I saw that she was limping after me, so that this creature tracks me in the manner of a nutshell following me about in the wake of a ship. I turned back with her to the house, for it was necessary that I should plan some further method of eluding her. That was 5 days ago, and here I have stayed, for the house and court are sufficiently agreeable, and form a museum of real objets d'art. It is settled, however, that tomorrow I return to Imbros. It seems certain that she never wore, saw, or knew of clothes. I have dressed her first, sousing her thoroughly with sponge and soap in lukewarm rose water in the silver cistern of the harem bath, which is a circular marbled apartment with a fountain, and the complicated ceilings of these houses, and frescoes and gilt texts of the Koran on the walls, and pale rose silk hangings. On the divan I had heaped a number of selected garments, and having showed her how to towel herself, I made her step into a pair of the trousers called shintiyan, made of yellow striped white silk. This, by a running string, I tied loosely round the upper part of her hips, then, drawing up the bottoms to her knees, tied them there, so that their voluminous baggy folds overhanging still to the ankles have rather the look of a skirt. Over this I put upon her a blue striped chiffon chemise, or kwamis, reaching a little below the hips. I then put on a short jacket or vest of scarlet satin, thickly embroidered in gold and precious stones, reaching somewhat below the waist, and pretty tight fitting, and making her lie on the couch, I put upon her little feet little yellow babouche slippers, then anklets on her finger rings, round her neck a necklace of sequins, finally dyeing her nails, which I cut with henna. There remained her head, but with this I would have nothing to do, only pointing to the tarbush which I had brought, to a square kerchief, to some corals, and to the fresco of a woman on the wall, which, if she chose, she might copy. Lastly, I pierced her ears with the silver needles which they used here, and after 2 hours of it left her. About an hour afterwards I saw her in the arcade round the court, and to my great surprise she had a perfect plait down her back, and over her head and brows a green silk ferrachete or hood, precisely as in the picture. Here is a question, the answer to which would be interesting to me. Whether or not for 20 years, or say rather 20 centuries, 20 eternal aeons, I have been stark mad, a raving maniac, and whether or not I am now suddenly sane, sitting here writing in my right mind, my whole mood and tone changed, or rapidly changing, and whether such change can be due to the presence of only one other being in the world with me. This singular being, where she has lived and how, is a problem to which not the faintest solution is conceivable. She had, I say, never seen clothes, for when I began to dress her, her perplexity was unbounded. Also, during her 20 years, she has never seen almonds, figs, nuts, liquors, chocolate, conserves, vegetables, sugar, oil, honey, sweetmeats, orange sherbet, mastic, salt, raki, tobacco, and many such things, for she showed perplexity at all these, hesitations to eat them, but she has known and tasted white wine. I could see that. Here, then, is a mystery. I have not gone to Imbros, but remained here some days longer observing her. I have allowed her to sit in a corner at meal time, not far from where I eat, and I have given her food. She is wonderfully clever. I continually find that after an incredibly short time she has most completely adapted herself to this or that. Already she wears her outfit as coquettishly as though born to clothes, without at all seeming observant, for, on the contrary, she gives an impression of great flightiness. She watches me, I am convinced, with pretty exact observation. She knows precisely when I am speaking roughly, bidding her go, bidding her come, tired of her, tolerant of her, scorning her, cursing her. If I wish her to the devil, she quickly divines it by my face, and will disappear. Yesterday I noticed something queer about her, and soon discovered that she had been staining her lids with black kohol, like the Hanums, so that, having found a box, she must have guessed its use from the pictures. Wonderfully clever, imitative as a mirror. 2 mornings ago I found an old mother of pearl kitour, and sitting under the arcade I touched the strings, playing a simple air. I could just see her behind one of the arch pillars on the opposite side, and she was listening with apparent eagerness, and, I fancied, panting. Well, returning from a walk beyond the Phanar walls in the afternoon, I heard the same air coming out from the house, for she was repeating it pretty faultlessly by ear. Also, during the forenoon of the previous day, I came upon her, for footsteps make no sound in this house, in the Pacha's visitors' hall, and what was she doing? Copying the poses of 3 dancing girls frescoed there, so that she would seem to have a character as light as a butterfly and is afraid of nothing. Now I know. I had observed that at the beginning of every meal she seemed to have something on her mind, going toward the door, hesitating as if to see whether I would follow, and then returning. At length yesterday, after sitting to eat, she jumped up, and to my infinite surprise said her first word, said it with a most quaint experimental effort of the tongue, as a fledgling trying the air, the word "come." That morning, meeting her in the court, I had told her to repeat some words after me, but she had made no attempt, as if shy to break the long silence of her life, and now I felt some sort of foolish pleasure in hearing her utter that word. often no doubt heard from me, and after hurriedly eating, I went with her, saying to myself, she must be about to show me the food to which she is accustomed, and perhaps that will solve her origin. And so it has proved. I have now discovered that to the moment when she saw me, she had tasted only her mother's milk, dates, and that white wine of Ismit which the Koran permits. As it was getting dark, I lit and took with me the big red silk lantern, and we set out, she leading and walking confoundedly fast, slackening when I swore at her, and getting fast again, and she walks with a certain levity, flightiness, and liberated furor very hard to describe, as though space were a luxury to be revelled in. By what instinctive cleverness or native vigour of memory she found her way I cannot tell, but she led me such a walk that night, miles, till I became furious, darkness having soon fallen with only a faint moon obscured by cloud, and a drizzle which haunted the air, she without light climbing and picking her thinly slippered steps over mounds of debris and loosely strewn masonry with unfailing agility. I occasionally splashing a foot with horror into one of those little ponds which always marked the Stamboul streets. When I was nearer her, I would see her peer across the upward toward Pera, as if that were a remembered landmark, and would note the perpetual aspen oscillations of the long coral drops in her ears, and the nimble ply of her limbs, wondering with a groan if Pera was our goal. Our goal was even beyond Pera. When we came to the Golden Horn, she pointed to my caique which lay at the old Seraglio steps, and over the water we went, she lying quite at ease now, with her face at the level of the water, in the centre of the crescent shape, as familiarly as a Hanun of old engaged in some escapade through the crowded Babel and Galata, and that north side of the Horn. Through Galata we passed, I already cursing the journey, and following the line of the coast and the great steep thoroughfare of Pera, we came at last, almost in the country, to a great wall, and the entrance to an immense terraced garden whose limits were invisible, many of the trees and avenues being still intact. I knew it at once. I had lain a special fuse train in the great palace at the top of the terraces. It was the royal palace, Yildiz. Up and up we went through the grounds, a few unburned old bodies in rags of uniform still discernible here and there as the lantern swung past them, a musician in sky blue, a fantassin, an officer of the guard in scarlet, forming a cross with domestics of the palace in red and orange. The palace itself was quite in ruins, together with all its surrounding barracks, mosque, and seraglio, and, as we reached the top of the grounds, presented a picture very like those which I have seen of the ruins of Persepolis, only that here the columns, both standing and falling, were innumerable, and all more or less blackened, and through doorless doors we passed down immensely wide short flights of steps, and up them and over strewed courtyards by tottering fragments of arcades, all roofless, and tracks of charcoal between interrupted avenues of pillars. I following, expectant, and she very eager now. Finally, down a flight of 12 or 14 rather steep and narrow steps, very dislocated, we went to a level which I thought must be the floor of the palace vaults, for at the bottom of the steps we stood on a large plain floor of plaster, which bore the marks of the flames, and over this the girl ran a few steps, pointed with excited recognition to a hole in it, ran further, and disappeared down the hole. When I followed and lowered the lantern a little, I saw that the drop down was about 8 feet, made less than 6 feet by a heap of stone rubbish below, the falling of which had caused the hole, and it was by standing on this rubbish heap I knew at once that she must have been enabled to climb out into the world. I dropped down and found myself in a low, flat-roofed cellar with a floor of black earth, very fusty and damp, but so very vast in extent that even in the daytime I suppose I could not have discerned its boundaries. I fancy, indeed, that it extends beneath the whole palace and its environs, an enormous stretch of space. With the ladder I could only see a very limited portion of its area. She still led me eagerly on, and I presently came upon a whole region of flat boxes, each about 2 feet square and 9 inches high, made of very thin laths, packed to the roof, and about 150 feet from this I saw, where she pointed, another region of bottles, fat-bellied bottles in chemises of wicker work, stretching away into gloom and total darkness. The boxes, of which a great number lay broken open, as they can be by merely pulling with the fingers at a pliant crack, contained dates, and the bottles, of which many thousands lay empty, contained, I saw, old Ishmead twine, some 50 or 60 casks covered with mildew, some old pieces of furniture, and a great cube of rotting, curling parchments, showed that this cellar had been more or less loosely used for the occasional storage of superfluous stores and knick-knacks. It was also more or less loosely used as a domestic prison, for in the lane between the region of boxes and the region of bottles, near the former, there lay on the ground the skeleton of a woman, the details of whose costume were still appreciable, with thin brass gyves on her wrists, and when I had examined her well, I knew the whole history of the creature standing silent by my side. She is the daughter of the Sultan, and I assumed, when I had once determined that the skeleton is both the skeleton of her mother and the skeleton of the Sultana. That skeleton was her mother is clear, for the cloud occurred just 21 years since, and the dead woman was of course at that moment in the prison, which must have been airtight, and with her the girl. But since the girl is quite certainly not much more than 20, she looks younger. She must at the time have been either unborn or a young babe, but a babe could hardly be imprisoned with another than its own mother. I am rather inclined to think that the girl was unborn at the moment of the cloud, and was born in the cellar. That the mother was the Sultana is clear from her fragments of dress and the symbolic character of her every ornament, crescent, earrings, heron feathers, and the blue campaca enamelled in a bracelet. This poor woman, I have thought, may have been the victim of some unbounded fit of imperial passion, incurred by some domestic crime, real or imagined, which may have been pardoned in a day had not death overtaken her master and the world. There are 4 steep stones steps at about the center of the cellar, leading up to a locked iron trapdoor, apparently the only opening into this great hole, and this trapdoor must have been so nearly airtight as to bar the intrusion of the poison in anything like deadly quantity. But how rare, how strange, the coincidence of chances here! For if the trapdoor was absolutely airtight, I cannot think that the supply of oxygen in the cellar, large as it was, would have been sufficient to last the girl 20 years, to say nothing of what her mother used up before death, for I imagine that the woman must have continued to live some time in her dungeon, sufficiently long at least to teach her child to procure its food of dates and wine, so that the door must have been only just sufficiently hermetic to bar the poison, yet admit some oxygen, or else the place may have been absolutely airtight at the time of the cloud, and some crack which I have not seen opened to admit oxygen after the poison was dispersed. In any case, the all but infinite rarity of the chance. Thinking these things, I climbed out and we walked to Pera, where I slept in a great white stone house in 5 or 6 acres of garden overlooking the cemetery of Kasim, having pointed out to the girl another house in which to sleep. This girl, what a history! After existing 20 years in a sunless world, hardly 3 acres wide, she one day suddenly saw the only sky which she knew collapsed at one point. A hole appeared into yet a world beyond. It was I who had come and kindled Constantinople and set her free. End of section 23. Recording by Gabby Cowan. Section 24 of The Purple Cloud. This is a LibriVox recording. All LibriVox recordings are in the public domain. For more information or to volunteer, please visit LibriVox.org. Recording by Gabby Cowan. The Purple Cloud by Matthew Phipps Shiel. Section 24. Ah, I see something now. I see. It was for this that I was preserved. I to be a sort of a new-fangled Adam, and this little creature to be my Eve. That's it. The white does not admit defeat. He would recommence the race again. At the last, the 11th hour, in spite of all, he would turn defeat into victory and outwit that other. However, if this be so, and I seem to see it quite clearly, then in that white scheme is a singular flaw. At one point it is obvious that elaborate forethought fails, for I have a free will, and I refuse. Certainly, in this matter I am on the side of the black, and since it depends absolutely upon me, this time black wins. No more men on the earth after me. Ye powers! To you the question may be nothing more than a gambling excitement as to the final outcome of your aerial squabble. But to the poor men who had to bear the wrongs, inquisitions, rack rents, Waterloos, unspeakable horrors, it was hard earnest, you know. Oh, the wretchedness, the deep, deep pain of that bungling ant hill, happily wiped out. My God, my sweetheart Clodagh, she was not an ideal being. There was a man called Judas who betrayed the gentle founder of the Christian faith, and there was some Roman king named Galba, a horrid dog, and there was a French devil, Gilles de Rais, and the rest were all much the same. Oh no, it was not a good race, that small infantry which called itself man, and here, falling on my knees before God and Satan as I write, I swear, never through me shall it spring and fester again. I cannot realize her, not at all. If she is out of my sight and hearing 10 minutes, I fall to doubting her reality. If I lose her for half a day, all the old feelings resembling certainties come back, that I have only been dreaming, that this appearance cannot be an actual objective fact of life, since the impossible is impossible. 17 long years, 17 long years of madness. Tomorrow I start for Imbros, and whether this girl chooses to follow me or whether she stays behind, I will see her from the moment I land no more. She must rise very early. I, who am not regularly on the palace roof at dawn, sometimes from between the pavilion curtains of the galleries or from the steps of the telescope kiosk, may spy her far down below, a dainty microscope figure, generally running about the sward, or gazing up in wonder at the palace from the lake edge. It is now 3 months since she came with me to Imbros. I left her the first night in that pale yellow house with the 2 green jalousies fencing the beach, where there was everything that she would need, but I knew that, like all the houses there now, it leaked profusely, and the next day I went down to the curving stair, cut through the rock at the back and south of the village, climbed, and half a mile beyond found that park and villa with gables which I had noted from the sea. The villa is almost intact, very strongly built of purplish marble, though small and very like a western house, with shingles and 3 gables, so that I think it must have been the yali of some Englishman, for it contains a number of English books, though the only body I saw there was that what looked like an Ararat Kurd, with a spiral string wound down his turban, yellow ankle pantaloons, and flung red shoulder cloak, and all in the heavily wooded park, and all about the low rock steps up the hill, profusions of mandragora, and from the rock steps to the house a narrow long avenue of acacias, mossy underfoot, that mingled overhead, the house standing about 4 yards from the edge of the perpendicular sea cliff, whence one can see the Esperanza's main topmast and broken mizen mast head in her quiet haven. After examining the place, I went down again to the village and her house, but she was not there, and 2 hours long I paced about among the weeds of these amateur little alleys and flat-roofed windowless houses, though some have terrace roofs and a rare aperture, whose once raw yellows, greens, and blues look now like sunset tints when the last flush is gone, and they fade done. When at last she came running with open mouth, I took her up the rock steps and into the house, and there she has lived. One of the gable tips I now find, that overlooking the sea, being just visible from the northeast corner of the palace roof, 2 miles from it. That night again, when I was leaving her, she made an attempt to follow me, but I resolved to end it. Then, uncutting a sassafras whip, I cut her deep 3 times, till she ran crying. So then, what is my fate henceforth? To think always from sun to moon, and from moon to sun, of one only thing, and that thing an object for the microscope? To become a sneaking Paul Pry to spy upon the silly movements of one little sparrow, like some fatuous, motiveless gossip of old, his occupation to peep, his one faculty to scent, his honey and his achievement to unearth the infinitely unimportant? I would kill her first. I am convinced that she is no stay at home, but roams continually over the island, for thrice wandering myself, I have come upon her. The first time she was running with flushed face, intent upon striking down a butterfly with a twig held in the left hand, for both hands she uses with dexterity. It was at about 9 in the morning, in her park near the bottom where there are high grass growths and ferny luxuriance between the close tree trunks and shadow and the broken wall of an old funeral kiosk, sunk aslant under moss, creepers and wild flowers, behind which I peeped hidden and wet with dew. She has had the assurance to modify the dress I put upon her, and was herself a butterfly, for instead of the scintillant, she had on a suave, hardly reaching to the waist, of saffron satin, no furred yet, but a scarlet fez with violet tassel and baggy pantaloons of azure silk. Down her back the long upborn plait, quite neat, but all her front hair loose and wanton, the fez cocked backward, while I caught glimpses of her fugitive heels lifting out of the dropping slipper sole. She is pretty clever, but not clever enough for that butterfly escaped, and in one instant I saw her change into weary and sad, for on this earth is nothing more fickle than the Proteus face, which resembles a landscape swept with cloud shadows on a bright day. Fast beat my heart that morning, owing to the consciousness that, while I saw I was unseen, yet might be seen. Another noontide, 3 weeks afterwards, I came upon her a good way up yonder to the west of the palace, sleeping on her arm in an alley between overgrown old trellises, where rioting wildvine buried her in gloom. But I had not been peeping through the bushes a minute when she started up and looked wildly about, her quick consciousness, I imagine, detecting a presence, though I think that I managed to get away unseen. She keeps her face very dirty. All about her mouth was dry stain with a polychrome of grape mûr and other coloured juices, like slobbering gamins of old. I could also see that her nose and cheeks are now sprinkled with little freckles. 4 days since I saw her a third time, and then found that the primitive instinct to represent the world in pictures has been working in her, for she was drawing. It was down in the middle one of the 3 east and west village streets, for thither I had strolled toward evening, and coming out upon the street from between an old wall and a house, saw her quite near. I pulled up short and peered. She was lying on her face all among grasses, a piece of yellow board before her, and in her fingers a chalk splinter, and very intently she drew, her tongue lip travelling along her short upper lip from side to side, regularly as a pendulum, her face tipped far back, and the left foot swinging upward from the knee. She had drawn her jali at the top, and now, as I could see by peering well forward, was drawing underneath the palace, from memory, for where she lay it is all hidden. Yet the palace it was, for there were the waving lines meant for the steps, the 2 slanting pillars, the slanting battlements of the outer court, and before the portal, with turban reaching above the roof, and my 2 weeks of bird sweeping below the knees, myself. Something spurred me, and I could not resist shouting a sudden "Hi!" whereupon she scrambled like a springbok to her feet, I pointing to the drawing, smiling. This creature has a way of mincing her pressed lips while she shakes the head, intensely cooing a fond laugh, and so she did then. You are a clever little wretch, you know, said I, she cocking her eye, trying to divine my meaning with vague smile. Oh yes, a clever little wretch, I went on in a gruff voice. Clever as a serpent, no doubt, for in the first case it was the black who used the serpent, but now it is the white. But it will not do, you know. Do you know what you are to me, you? You are my Eve, a little fool, a little piebald frog like you, but it will not do at all, at all. A nice race it would be with you for mother and me for father, wouldn't it? Half criminal like the father, half idiot like the mother, just like the last, in short. They used to say, in fact, that the offspring of a brother and sister was always weak-headed, and from such a wedlock certainly came the human race. So no wonder. It was what it was, and so it would have to be again now. Well, no, unless we have the children and cut their throats at birth. And you would not like that at all, I know, and, on the whole, it would not work. For the white would be striking a poor man dead with his lightning, if I attempted that. No, then, the modern Adam is some 8 to 20,000 years wiser than the first. You see, less instinctive, more rational. The first disobeyed by commission. I shall disobey by omission. Only his disobedience was a sin. Mine is a heroism. I have not been a particularly ideal sort of beast so far, you know, but in me, Adam Jeffson, I swear it, the human race shall at last attain a true nobility, the nobility of self-extinction. I shall turn out trumps. I shall prove myself stronger than tendency, world genius, providence, currents of fate, white power, black power, or whatever is the name for it. No more Clodagh, Lucrezia Borgias, Semiramises, Pompadours, Irish landlords, 100 Years' Wars. You see? She kept her left eye obliquely cocked like a little fool, wondering, no doubt, what I was saying. And talking of Clodagh, I went on, I shall call you that henceforth, to keep me reminded. So that is your name, not Eve, but Clodagh, who was a poisoner, you see? She poisoned a poor man who trusted her, and that is your name now, not Eve, but Clodagh, to remind me, you most dangerous little speckled viper. And in order that I may no more see your foolish little pretty face, I decree that for the future you wear a yashmak to cover up your lips, which I can see were meant to be seductive, though dirty, and you can leave the blue eyes and the little white skin freckled nose uncovered, if you like, they being commonplace enough. Meantime, if you care to see how to draw a palace, I will show you. Before I stretched my hand, she was presenting the board, so that she had guessed something of my meaning, but some hard tone in my talk had wounded her, for she presented it looking very glum, her under lip pushing a little obliquely out, very pathetically, I must say, as always when she is just ready to cry. In a few strokes I drew the palace, and herself standing at the portal between the pillars, and now great was her satisfaction, for she pointed to the sketched figure and to herself interrogatively, and when I nodded yes, she went cooing her fond murmurous laugh, with pressed and mincing lips, and it is clear that, in spite of my beatings, she is no way afraid of me. Before I could move away, I felt some raindrops, and down in some seconds rushed a shower. I looked. I saw that the sky was rapidly darkening, and ran into the nearest of the little cubicle houses, leaving her glancing sideways upward with the quaintest artlessness of interest in the downpour. For she is not quite yet familiarized with the operations of nature, and seems to regard them with a certain amiable inquisitive seriousness, as though they were living beings, comrades as good as herself. She presently joined me, but even then stretched her hand out to feel the drops. Now there came a thunderclap. The wind was rising, and rain spattering about me, for the panes of these houses, made I believe of paper saturated in almond oil, have long disappeared, and rains penetrating by roof and rear window splash the bones of men. I gathered up my skirts to run toward the other shelter, but she was before me, saying in her strange experimental voice that words of hers, "Come!" She ran in advance, and I, with the outer robe over my head, followed, urging, flinching way against the whipped rain wash. She took the way by the stone horse pond, through an alley to the left between two blind walls, then down a steep path through wood to the rock steps, and up we ran, and along the hill to her yali, which is a mile nearer the village than the palace, though by the time we pelted into its dry shelter we were wet to the skin. Sudden darkness had come, but she quickly found some matches, lit one, looking at it with a certain meditative air, and applied it to a candle and to a bronze western lamp on the table, which I had taught her to oil and light. Near a western fireplace was a Turkish mangal, like one which she had seen me light to warm bath waters in Constantinople, and when I pointed to it she ran to the kitchen, returned with some chopped wood, and very cleverly lit it, and there for several hours I sat that night reading, the first time for many years. It was a book by the poet Milton, found in a glazed book case on the other side of the fireplace, and most strange, most novel, I found those august words about warring angels that night, while the storm raved, for this man had evidently taken no end of pains with his book, and done it gallantly well, too, making the thing hum, and I could not conceive why he should have been at that trouble, unless it were for the same reason that I built the palace, because some spark bites a man and he would be like, but that is all vanity and delusion. Well, there is a rage in the storms of late years which really transcends bounds. I do not remember if I have noted it in these sheets before, but I never could have conceived a turbulence so huge. Hour after hour I sat there that night, smoking a chibouque, reading and listening to the batteries and lamentations of that haunted air, shrinking from it, fearing even for the Esperanza by her quay in the sequestered harbour, and for the palace pillars. But what astonished me was that girl, for after sitting on the ottoman to my left some time, she fell sideways asleep, not the least fear about her, though I should have thought that nervousness at such a turmoil would be so natural to her, and whence she has this light confidence in the world into which she has so abruptly come, I do not know, for it is as though some one inspired her with a mood of nonchalance, saying, "Be of good cheer, and care not a pin about anything, for God is God." I heard the ocean swing hoarse like heavy ordnance against the cliffs below, where they meet the outer surface of the southern of the two claws of land that formed the harbor. And the thought came into my mind, if now I taught her to speak, to read, I could sometimes make her read a book to me. The winds seemed wilfully struggling for the house to snatch and wing it away into the drear eternities of the night, and I could not but heave the sigh. Alas, for us two poor waifs and castaways of our race, little bits of flotsam and seaweed hair cast up here a moment, ah me, on this shore of ages, soon to be dragged back, O turgid eternity, into thy abysmal gorge, and upon what strand, who shall say? Shall the next be flung? And I divided them perhaps by all the stretch of the trillion distant astral gulf? And such a pity, and a wringing of the heart, seemed in things, that a tear fell from my eyes that ominous midnight. She started up at a gust of more appalling volume, rubbing her eyes with dishevelled hair. It must have been about midnight, listening a minute with that demure, droll interest of hers to the noise of the elements, and then smiled to me, rose then, left the room, and presently returned with a pomegranate and some almonds on a plate, also some delicious old sweet wine in a Samian crotche, and an old silver cup, gilt inside, standing in a scarf. This she placed on the table near me, I murmuring hospitality. She looked at the book which I read as I ate, with lowered left eyelid, seeking to guess its use, I supposed. Most things she understands at once, but this must have baffled her, for to see one looking fixedly at a thing, and not know what one is looking at it for, must be very disconcerting. I held it up before her, saying, "Shall I teach you to read it? If I did, how would you repay me, you, Clodagh?" She cocked her eyes, seeking to comprehend. God knows at the moment I pitied the poor dumb waif, alone in all the whole round earth with me. The candle flame, moved by the wind like a slow painting brush, flickered upon her face, though every cranny was closed. "Perhaps then," I said, "I will teach you. You are a pitiable little derelict of your race, you know, and 2 hours every day I will let you come to the palace, and I will teach you. But be sure, be careful. If there be danger, I will kill you, assuredly, without fail. And let me begin with a lesson now. Say after me, white." I took her hand and got her to understand that I wanted her to repeat after me. "White," said I. "White," she said. "Power," said I. "Power," said she. "White power," said I. "White power," said she. "Shall not," said I. "Shall not," said she. "White power shall not," said I. "White power shall not," said she. "Prevail," said I. "Fail," said she, pronouncing the V with a long fluttering F sound. "Prevail," said I. "Prevail," said she. "White power shall not prevail," said I. "White power shall not fail," said she. A thunder which roared as she said it seemed to me to go laughing through the universe, and a minute I looked upon her face with positive shrieking fear, till, starting up, I thrust her with violence from my path, and dashed forth to reseek the palace and my bed. Such was the ingratitude and fatality which my first attempt, 4 nights since, to teach her met with. It remains to be seen whether my pity for her dumbness, or some servile tendency toward fellowship in myself, will result in any further lesson. Certainly I think not, for though I have given my word, the most solemnly pledged word might be broken. Surely her presence in the world with me, for I suppose it is that, has wrought some profound changes in my mood, for gone now apparently are those turbulent hours when, stalking like a peacock, I flaunted my monarchy in the face of the eternal powers, with hissed blasphemies, or else drivelled, shaking my body in a lewd dance, or was off to fire some vast city and revel in redness and the chucklings of hell, or rolled in the drunkenness of drugs. It was mere frenzy. I see it now. It was not good, not good, and it rather looks as if it were past, or almost. I have clipped my beard and hair, removed the earrings, and thought of modifying my attire. I will just watch to see whether she comes loitering down there about the gate of the lake. End of section 24. Recording by Gabby Cowan. Section 25 of The Purple Cloud. This is a LibriVox recording. All LibriVox recordings are in the public domain. For more information or to volunteer, please visit LibriVox.org. Recording by Gabby Cowan. The Purple Cloud by Matthew Phipps Shiel. Section 25. Her progress is like. It is 9 months since I have written on these sheets those words. Her progress is like being the beginning of some narrative in which something interrupted me, and since then I have had no impulse to write. But I was thinking just now of the curious tricks and uncertainties of my memory, and seeing the sheets will record it here. I have lately been trying to recall the name of a sister of mine, some perfectly simple name, I know, and the name of my old home in England, and they have completely passed out of my cognizance. Though she was my only sister, and we grew up closely together, some quite simple name, I forget it now. Yet I can't say that my memory is bad. There are things quite unexpected, unimportant things which come up in my mind with considerable clearness. For instance, I remember to have met in Paris, I think, long before the poison cloud, a little Brazilian boy of the color of weak coffee and milk, of whom she now constantly reminds me. He wore his hair short like a convict's, so that one could spy the fish-white flesh beneath, and delighted to play solitary about the stairs of the hotel, dressed up in white balloon dress of a Pierrot. I have the impression now that he must have had very large ears. Clever as a flea he was, knowing 5 or 6 languages, as it were by nature, without having any suspicion that that was all at all extraordinary. She has that same light, unconscious and nonchalant cleverness, and easy way of life. It is little more than a year since I began to teach her, and already she can speak English, with a quite considerable vocabulary and perfect correctness, except that she does not pronounce the letter R. She has also read, or rather devoured, a good many books, and can write, draw, and play the harp, and all she does without effort, rather with the flighty naturalness with which a bird takes to the wing. What made me teach her to read was this. One afternoon, 14 months or so ago, I, from the roof kiosk, saw her down at the lake rim, a book in hand, and as she had seen me looking steadily at books, so she was looking steadily at it, with pathetic sideward head, so that I burst into laughter, for I saw her clearly through the glass, and whether she is the simplest little fool or the craftiest serpent that ever breathed, I am not yet sure. If I thought that she has the least design upon my honor, it would be ill for her. I went to Gallipoli for 2 days in the month of May, and brought back a very pretty little caique, a perfect slender crescent of the color of the moon, though I had 2 days' labor cutting through bush thicket for the passage of the motor in bringing it up to the lake. It has pleased me to see her lie among the silk cushions of the middle, while I, paddling, taught her her first words and sentences between the hours of 8 and 10 in the evening, though later they became 10 a.m. to noon. When the reading began, we, sitting on the palace steps before the portal, her mouth invariably well covered with the yashmak, the lesson book being a large lettered old Bible found at her yali. Why she must needs wear the yashmak she has never once asked, and how much she divines, knows, or intends, I have no idea, continually questioning myself as to whether she is all simplicity or all cunning. That she is conscious of some profound difference in our organization I cannot doubt, for that I have a long beard, and she none at all, is among the most patent of facts. I have thought that a certain westernness, a growing modernity of tone, may be the result, as far as I am concerned, of her presence with me. I do not know. There is the gleam of a lake end just visible in the north forest from the palace top, and in it a good number of fish like carp, tench, roach, etc. So in May I searched for a tackle shop in the Gallipoli Fatmet Bazaar, and got 4 12-foot rods with reels, 6 9, quill floats, a few yards of silkworm gut, with a packet of numbers 7 and 8 hooks, and split shot for sinkers, and since red worms, maggots, and gentles are common on the island, I felt sure of a great many more fish than the number I wanted, which was none at all. However, for the mere amusement, I fished several times, lying at my length in a patch of long grass overwaved by an enormous cedar, where the bank is steep and the water deep. And one mid-afternoon she was suddenly there with me, questioned me with her eyes, and when I consented, stayed, and presently I said I would teach her bottom angling, and send her flying up to the palace for another rod and tackle. That day she did nothing, for after teaching her to thread the worm and put the gentles on the smaller hooks, I sent her to hunt for worms to chop up for ground baiting the pitch for the next afternoon. And when this was done, it was dinner time, and I sent her home, for by then I was giving the reading lessons in the morning. The next day I found her at the bank, taught her to take the sounding for adjusting the float, and she lay down not far from me holding the rod, so I said to her, "Well, this is better than living in a dark cellar 20 years, with nothing to do but walk up and down, sleep, and consume dates and Ishmit wine." "Yes," says she. 20 years, said I. "How did you bear it?" "It was not close," says she. "Did you never suspect that there was a world outside that cellar?" said I. "Never," says she. "Or ladder, yes, but I did not suppose that it was this world, but another where he lived." "He? Who?" "He who spoke with me." "Who was that?" "Oh, a bite!" she screamed gladly. I saw her float bob under, and started up, rushed to her, and taught her how to strike and play it, though it turned out when landed to be nothing but a tiny barbel. But she was in ecstasies, holding it on her palm, murmuring her fond coo. She rebaited, and we lay again. I said, "But what a life! No exit, no light, no prospect, no hope." "Plenty of hope," says she. "Good heavens, hope of what?" I knew very well that something was leaping over the cellar, or under, or around it, and would come past at a certain fixed hour, and that I should see it and feel it, and it would be very nice. "Oh, well, you had to wait for it at any rate. Didn't those 20 years seem long?" "No, at least sometimes, not often. I was always so occupied." "Occupied in doing what?" "In eating, or drinking, or learning, or talking." "Talking to yourself?" "Not myself." "To whom then?" "To the one who told me when I was hungry, and put the dates to satisfy my hunger." "I see. Don't wriggle about in that way, or you will never catch any fish. The maxim of angling is, study to be quiet." "Oh, another bite!" she called, and this time, all alone, very agilely, landed a good-sized bream. "But do you mean that you were never sad?" said I, when she was resettled. "Sometimes I would sit and cry," says she. "I did not know why, but if that was sadness, I was never miserable, never, never, and if I cried, it did not last long, and I would soon fall to sleep, for he would lock me in his lap, and kiss me, and wipe all my tears away." "He who?" "Why, what a question! He who told me when I was hungry, and of the thing that was leaping outside the cellar, which would be so nice." I see. But in all that dingy place and thick gloom, were you never at all afraid?" "Afraid, I? Of what?" "Of the unknown." "I do not understand you. How could I be afraid? The known was very opposite of terrible. It was merely hunger, and dates, thirst and wine, the desire to learn and space to learn in, the desire to sleep and sleep. There was nothing terrible in that, and the unknown was even less terrible than the known, for it was the nice thing that was leaping outside the cellar. I do not understand." "Ah, yes," said I, "you're a clever little being, but your continual fluttering about is fatal to all angling. Isn't it your nature to keep still a minute? And with regard now to your habits in the cellar—" "Another!" she cried with happy laugh, and landed a young chub, and that afternoon she caught 7, and I none. Another day I took her from the beach to one of the kitchens in the village, with some of the fish, till then always thrown away, and taught her cooking, for the only cooking implement in the palace is the silver alcohol lamp for coffee and chocolate. We both scrubbed the utensils and boiled and fried, I taught her, and the making of a sauce from vinegar, bottled olives, and the thin American butter from the Esperanza, and the boiling of rice mixed with flour for ground baiting our pitch, and she, at first astonished, was soon all deft housewifeliness, breathless officiousness, and behind my back, on her own intuitiveness, grated some dry almonds found there, and with them sprinkled the fried tench, and we ate them sitting on the floor together. The first new food, I suppose, tasted by me for 21 years, nor did I find it disagreeable. The next day she came up to the palace reading a book, which turned out to be a cookery book in English, found at her galley, and a week later she appeared out of hours, presenting me a yellow earthenware dish containing a mess of gorgeous colours, a boiled fish under red peppers, bits of saffron, a greenish sauce, and almonds, but I turned her away and would have none of her or her dish. About a mile up to the west of the palace is a very old ruin in the deepest forest. I think of a mosque, though only 3 truncated internal pillars under ivy and the weedy floor, with the courtyard and portal steps remain. Before it being a long avenue of cedars gently descending from the steps, the path between the trees choked with long grass and wild rye reaching to my middle. Here I saw one day a large disc of old brass bossed in the middle, which may have been either a shield or part of an ancient cymbal, with concentric rings graven round it from centre to circumference. The next day I brought some nails, a hammer, a saw, and a box of paints from the Esperanza, and I painted the rings in different colours, cut down a slim lime trunk, nailed the thin disc along its top, and planted it well before the steps, for I said I would make a bull's eye and do rifle and revolver practice before it from the avenue. And this the next evening I was doing at 400 feet, startling the island, it seemed, with that unusual noise, when up she came peering with enquiring face, at which I was very angry because my arm, long unused, was firing wide, but I was too proud to say anything and let her look, and soon she understood, laughing every time I made a considerable miss, till at last I turned upon her, saying, "If you think it so easy, you may try it." She had been wanting to try, for she came eagerly to the offer, and after I had opened and showed her the mechanism, the cartridges, and how to shoot, I put into her hands one of the Esperanza's Colts. She took her bottom limb between her teeth, shut her left eye, bolted out the revolver like an old shot to the level of her intense right eye, and sent a ball through the geometrical centre of the boss. However, it was a fluke shot, for I had the satisfaction of seeing her miss every one of the other 5, except the last, which hit the black. That, however, was 3 weeks since, and now my hitting record is 40%, and hers 96. Most extraordinary, so that it is clear that this creature is the protégé of someone, and favoritism is in the world. End of section 25. Recording by Gabby Cowan.
Section 26 of The Purple Cloud. This is a LibriVox recording. All LibriVox recordings are in the public domain. For more information or to volunteer, please visit LibriVox.org. The Purple Cloud by Matthew Phipps Shiel. Section 26. Her book of books is the Old Testament. Sometimes at noon or afternoon I may look abroad from the roof or galleries and see a remote figure sitting on the sward under the shade of a plane or black cypress. And I always know that the book she cons there is the Bible, like an old rabbi. She has a passion for stories, and there finds a store. 3 nights since, when it was pretty late, and the moon very splendid, I saw her passing homewards close to the lake, and shouted down to her, meaning to say good night, but she thought that I had called her, and came. And sitting out on the top step we talked for hours, she without the yashmak. We fell to talking about the Bible, and says she, "What did Cain to Abel?" "He knocked him over," I replied, liking sometimes to use such idioms, with the double object of teaching and perplexing her. "Over what?" says she. "Over his heels," said I. "I do not comprehend. He killed him then." "That I know. But how did Abel feel when he was killed?" "What is it to be killed?" "Well," said I, "you have seen bones all around you, and the bones of your mother, and you can feel the bones in your fingers. Your fingers will become mere bone after you are dead, as die you must. Those bones which you see around you are, of course, the bones of the men of whom we often speak, and the same thing happens to them which happens to a fish or a butterfly when you catch them. They lie all still." "And the men and the butterfly feel the same after they are dead?" "Precisely the same. They lie in a deep drowse, and dream a nonsense dream." "That is not dreadful. I thought it was much more dreadful. I should not mind dying." "Ah, so much the better, for it is possible that you may have to die a great deal sooner than you think." "I should not mind." "Why were men so very afraid to die?" "Because they were all such shocking cowards." "Oh, not all, not all." This girl, I know not with what motive, has now definitely set herself up against me as a defender of the dead race. With every chance she is at it. "Nearly all," said I. "Tell me one who was not afraid." "There was Isaac," says she. "When Abraham laid him on the wood to kill him, he did not jump up and run to hide." "Isaac was a great exception," said I. "In the Bible and such books, you understand, you read of only the best sorts of people. But there were millions and millions of others, especially about the time of the poison cloud, on a very much lower level, putrid wretchedness, covetous, false, murderous, mean, selfish, debased, hideous, disease, making the earth a very charnel of festering vices and crimes." This for several minutes she did not answer, sitting with her back half toward me, cracking almonds, continually striking one step with the ball of her outstretched foot. In the clarid gold of the platform I saw her fez and corals reflected as an elongated blotch of florid red. She turned and drank some wine from the great gold jarvan goblet which I had brought from the temple of Borobudur, her head quite covered in by it. Then, the little hairs at her lip corners still wet, says she, "Vices and climes, climes and vices, always the same. What were these climes and vices? Robberies of 100 sorts, murderers of 10,000. But what made them do them? Their evil nature, their base souls. But you are one of them. I am another, yet you and I live here together, and we do know vices and climes." Her astounding shrewdness, right into the inmost heart of a matter does her simple wit seem to pierce. "No," I said, "we do know vices and crimes because we lack motive. There is no danger that we should hate each other, for we have plenty to eat and drink, dates, wines, and thousands of things. Our danger is rather the other way. But they hated and schemed, because they were very numerous, and there arose a question among them of dates and wine." "Was there not, then, enough land to grow dates and wine for all?" "There was, yes, much more than enough, I fancy, but some got hold of a vast lot of it, and as the rest felt the pinch of scarcity, there arose, naturally, a pretty state of things, including the vices and crimes." "Ah, but then," says she, "it was not to their bad souls that the vices and climes were due, but only to this question of land. It is certain that if there had not been such question, there would have been no vices and climes, because you and I, who are just like them, do no vices and climes here, where there is no such question." the clear limelight of her intelligence. She wriggled on her seat in her effort of argument. "I am not going to argue the matter," I said. "There was that question of dates and wine, you see, and there always must be on an earth where millions of men with varying degrees of cunning reside." "Oh, not at all necessarily," she cries with conviction. "Not at all, at all. Since there are much more dates and wine than there are enough for all, if there should spring up more men now, having the whole wisdom, science, and experience of the past at their hands, and they made an arrangement among themselves that the first man who tried to make more than he could work for should be killed, and sent to dream a nonsense dream, the question can never again arise. It arose before, it would arise again. But no, I can guess clearly how it arose before. It arose through the sheer carelessness of the first men. The land was at first so very much more than enough for all, that the men did not take the trouble to make an arrangement among themselves, and afterwards the habit of carelessness was confirmed, till at last the very original carelessness must have got to have the look of an arrangement, and so the stream which began in a little long ended in a big long, the long growing more and more fixed and fatal as the stream rolled further from the source. I see it clearly, can't you? But now, if some more men would spring, they would be taught. Ah, but no more men will spring, you see. There is no telling. I sometimes feel as if they must, and shall. The trees blossom, the thunder rolls, the air makes me run and leap, the ground is full of richness, and I hear the voice of the Lord God walking all among the trees and the forest." As she said this, I saw her underlip push out and tremble, as when she is near to crying, and her eyes moisten. But a moment after she looked at me full and smiled, so mobile is her face, and as she looked it suddenly struck me what a noble temple of a brow the creature has, almost pointed at the uplifted summit, and widening down like a bell-curved Gothic arch, draped in strings of frizzy hair, which anon she shakes backward with her head. "Clodagh," I said after some minutes, "do you know why I called you Clodagh?" "No, tell me." "Because once, long ago, before the poison cloud, I had a lover called Clodagh, and she was a—" "But tell me first," cries she, "how did one know one's lover or one's wife from all the others?" "Well, by their faces." "But there must have been many faces, all alike." "Not all alike. Each was different from the rest. Still, it must have been very clever to tell. I can hardly conceive any face, except yours and mine." "Ah, because you are a little goose, you see." "What was a goose like?" "It was a thing like a butterfly, only larger, and it kept its toes always spread out, with a skin stretched between." "Really? How capricious! And am I like that? But what were you saying that your lover, Clodagh, was?" "She was a poisoner." "Then why call me Clodagh, since I am not a poisoner?" "I call you so to remind me, lest you should become my lover too." "I am your lover already, for I love you." "What, girl? Do I not love you? Who are mine?" Come, don't be a little maniac," I went. "Clodagh was a poisoner." "Why did she poison? Had she not enough dates and wine?" "She had, yes, but she wanted more, the silly idiot." "So what the vices and crimes were not confined to those that lacked things, but were done by the others too?" "By the others chiefly." "Then I see how it was." "How was it?" "The others had got spoiled. The vices and crimes must have begun with those who lacked things, and then the others, always seeing vices and crimes around them, began to do them too, as when one rotten olive is in a bottle, the whole mass soon becomes corrupted. But originally they were not rotten, but only became so, and although a little carelessness at the first. I am sure that if more men could spring now— But I told you, didn't I, that no more men will spring? You understand, Clodagh, that originally the earth produced men by a long process, beginning with a very low type of creature, and continually developing it, until at last a man stood up. but that can never happen again, for the earth is old, old, and has lost her producing vigor now. So talk no more of men splinging, and of things which you do not understand. Instead, go inside. Stop. I will tell you a secret. Today in the wood I picked some musk roses, and wound them into a wreath, meaning to give them you for your head when you came tomorrow. And it is inside on the pearl tripod in the second room to the left. Go therefore, and put it on, and bring the harp, and play to me, my dear. She ran quick, with a little cry, and coming again, sat crowned, incarnadine, in the blushing depths of the gold. Nor did I send her home to her lonely yali, till the pale and languished moon, weary of all-night beatitudes, sank down soft-couched in quilts of curdling opals, to the Hesperian realms of her rest. So sometimes we speak together, she and I, she and I. End of section 26. Section 27 of The Purple Cloud. This is a LibriVox recording. All LibriVox recordings are in the public domain. For more information or to volunteer, please visit LibriVox.org. The Purple Cloud by Matthew Phipps Shiel. Section 27. That ever I should write such a thing, I am driven out from Imbros. I was walking up in a wood yesterday to the west. It was a calm, clear evening about 7, the sun having just set. I had the book in which I have written so far in my hand, for I had thought of making a sketch of an old windmill to the northwest to show her. 20 minutes before she had been with me, for I had chanced to meet her, and she had come, but kept darting on ahead after peeping fruits, gathering armfuls of amaranth, nenuphar, and red-berried asphodel, till, weary of my life, I had called to her, "Go away, out of my sight," and she, with suddenly pushed under lip, had walked off. Well, I was continuing my stroll, when I seemed to feel some quaking of the ground, and before one could count 20, it was as if the island was bent upon racking itself to pieces. My first thought was of her, and in great scare I went running, calling in the direction which she had gone, staggering as on the deck of some labouring ship, falling, picking myself up, running again. The air was quite full of uproar, and the land waving like the sea, and as I went plunging, not knowing whither, I saw to my right some 3 or 4 acres of forest droop, and sink into a gulf which opened to receive them. Up I flung my arms, crying out, "Good God, save the girl!" and a minute later rushed out, to my surprise, into open space on a hillside. On the lower ground I could see the palace, and beyond it a small space of white sea, which had the awful appearance of being higher than the land. Down the hillside I staggered, driven by the impulse to fly somewhither, but about half-way down was startled afresh by a shrill pattering like musical hail, and the next moment saw the entire palace rush with the jangling clatter of 1,000 bells into the heaving lake. Some seconds after this, the earthquake, having lasted fully 10 minutes, began to lull, and soon ceased. I found her an hour later standing among the ruins of her little yali. Well, what a thing! Probably every building on the island has been destroyed. The palace platform, all cracked, leans half sunken askew into the lake, like a huge stranded ark, while of the palace itself no trace remains, except a mound of gold stones emerging above the lake to the south. Gone, gone! 16 years of vanity and vexation. But from a practical point of view, what is a worse calamity of all is that the Esperanza now lies high and dry in the village, for she was bodily picked up from the quay by the tidal wave, and driven bow foremost into a street not half her width, and there now lies, looking huge enough in the little village wedged forever, smashed in at the nip like a frail matchbox, a most astonishing spectacle. Her bows 40 feet up the street, 10 feet above the ground at the stem, rudder resting on the inner edge of the quay, 4 masts tilted forward, the other 2 masts all right, and at bottom, which has passed through seas so far, buried in every sort of green and brown seaweed, the old Speranza. Her steps were there, and by a slight leap I could catch them underneath, and go up hand over hand, till I got foothold. This I did at 10 the same night, when the sea water had mostly drained back from the lands, leaving everything very swampy. However, she there with me, and soon following me upon the ship. I found most things cracked into tiny fragments, twisted, disfigured out of likeness. The house walls themselves displaced a little at the nip. The bow of the cedar skiff smashed into her middle against the aft starboard corner of the gallery. And were it not for the fact that the air pinnace had not broken from her heavy ropings, and one of the compasses still whole, I do not know what I should have done, for the 4 old waterlogged boats in the cove have utterly disappeared. I made her sleep on the cabin floor, amid the debris of berth and everything, and I myself slept high up in the wood to the west. I am writing now lying in the long grass the morning after, the sun rising, though I cannot see him. My plan for to-day is to cut 3 or 4 logs with the saw, lay them on the ground by the ship, lower the pinnace upon them, so get her gradually down into the water, and by evening bid a long farewell to Imbros, which drives me out in this way. Still, I look forward with pleasure to our hour's run to the mainland, when I shall teach her to steer by the compass, and manipulate liquid air, as I have taught her to dress, to talk, to cook, to write, to think, to live. For she is my creation, this creature, as it were a rib from my side. But what is the design of this expulsion, and what was it that she called it last night, this new going out from Haran, I believe, being the place from which Abraham went out, when called by God? We apparently felt only the tale of the earthquake at Imbros, for it has ravaged Turkey, and we 2 poor helpless creatures put down here in the theatre of all these infinite violences. It is too bad, too bad. For the rages of nature at present are perfectly astonishing, and what it may come to I do not know. When we came to the Macedonian coast in good moonlight, we sailed along it, and up the Dardanelles, looking out for village, yali, or any habitation where we might put up, but everything has apparently been wrecked. We saw Kilidbar, Shanakkala, Gallipoli, Lapsaki in ruins. At the last place I landed, leaving her in the boat, and walked a little way, but soon went back with the news that there was not even a bazaar arch left standing whole. In most parts even the line of the streets being obliterated, for the place had fallen like a house of dice, and had then been shaken up and jumbled. Finally we slept in a forest on the other side of the strait, beyond Gallipoli, taking our few provisions, and having to wade at some points through morass a foot deep before we reached dry woodlands. Here the next morning I sat alone, for we had slept separated by at least half a mile, thinking out the question of whither I should go. My choice would have been to remain either in the region where I was, or to go eastward. But the region where I was offered no dwelling that I could see, and to go any distance eastward I needed a ship. Of ships I had seen during the night only wrecks, nor did I know where to find one in all these latitudes. I was thus, like Abraham, urged westward. In order, then, to go westward, I first went a little further eastward, once more entered the Golden Horn, and once more mounted the scorched Seraglio steps. Here what the wickedness of a man had spared, the wickedness of nature had destroyed. And the few houses which I had left standing round the upper part of Pera, I now saw low as the rest. Also the house near the Sulaimana, where we had lived our first days, to which I went as to a home, I found without a pillar standing. And that night she slept under the half roof of a little funeral kiosk in the scorched cypress wood of Eyob, and I a mile away, at the edge of the forest where I first saw her. The next morning, having met, as agreed, at the site of the Prophet's mosque, we traversed together the valley and cemetery of Cassim, by the quagmires up to Pera, all the landscape having to me a rather twisted, unfamiliar aspect. We had determined to spend the morning in searching for supplies among the earthquake ruins of Pera, and as I had decided to collect sufficient in one day to save us further pains for some time, we passed a good many hours in this task, I confining myself to the great white house in the park overlooking Cassim, where I had once slept, losing myself in the huge obliquities of its floors, roofs, and wall fragments. She going to the old Mussulman quarter of Jangir, near on the heights of Taksim, where were many shops, and thence round the brow of the hill to the great French embassy home, overlooking Foundoucli and the sea, both of us having large Persian carpet-bags, and all in the air of that wilderness of ruin that morning a sweet, strong, permanent odour of maple blossom. We met toward evening, she quivering under such a load that I would not let her carry it, but abandoned my day's labour, which was lighter, and took hers, which was quite enough. We went back westward, seeking all the while some shelter from the saturating night dews of this place, and nothing could we find till we came again, quite late, to her broken funeral kiosk at the entrance to the immense cemetery avenue of Eyob. There, without a word, I left her among the shattered catafalques, for I was weary, but having gone some distance, turned back, thinking that I might take some more raisins from the bag, and after getting them, said to her, shaking her little hand where she sat under the roof shadow on a stone, "Good night, Clodagh." She did not answer promptly, and her answer, to my surprise, was a protest against her name, for a rather sulky, yet gentle, voice came from the darkness, saying, "I am not a poisoner." "Well," said I, "all right. Tell me whatever you like that I should call you, and henceforth I will call you that." "Call me Eve," says she. "Well, no," said I, "not Eve, anything but that, for my name is Adam, and if I called you Eve, that would be simply absurd, and we do not want to be ridiculous in each other's eyes. But I will call you anything else that you like." "Call me Leda," says she. "And why Leda?" said I. "Because Leda sounds something like Clodagh," says she, "and you are already in the habit of calling me Clodagh, and I saw the name Leda in a book, and liked it, but Clodagh is most horrible and most bitterly horrible." "Well, then," said I, "Leda it shall be, and I shan't forget, for I like it too, and it suits you, and you ought to have a name beginning with an L. Good night, my dear, sleep well, and dream, dream." "And to you too, my God-give dreams of peace and pleasantness," says she, and I went. And it was only when I had laid myself upon leaves for my bed, my head on my caftan, a rill for my lullaby, and 2 stars which alone I could see out of the heavenful for my watchlights, and only when my eyes were already closed towards slumber, that a sudden strong thought pierced and woke me. For I remembered that Leda was the name of a Greek woman who had borne twins. In fact, I should not be surprised if this Greek word Leda is the same word etymologically as the Hebrew Eve, for I have heard of V's and B's and D's interchanging about in this way, and if di meaning God or light, and bi meaning life, and Iov and Ihova and God meaning much the same, are all one, that would be nothing astonishing to me, as widow and veuve are one. And where it says truly the light is good, Toban, this is as if it said truly the die is die. Such, at any rate, is the fatality that attends me, even in the smallest things, for this Western Eve, or Greek Leda, had twins. End of section 27.
Section 28 of The Purple Cloud. This is a LibriVox recording. All LibriVox recordings are in the public domain. For more information, or to volunteer, please visit LibriVox.org. Recording by Walker Matt. The Purple Cloud by Matthew Phipps Shiel. Section 28. Well, the next morning we crossed by the ruins of old Greek Fana across the triple Stamboul wall, which still showed its deep ivied portal, and made our way, not without climbing, along the Golden Horn to the foot of the old Seraglio, where I soon found signs of the railway. And that minute commenced our journey across Turkey, Bulgaria, Serbia, Bosnia, Croatia to Trieste, occupying no day or two as in old times, but 4 months, a long-drawn nightmare, though a nightmare of rich happiness, if one may say so, leaving on the memory a vague, vast impression of monstrous ravines, ever-succeeding profundities, heights and greatnesses, jungles, strange as some moon-struck poet's fantasy, everlasting glooms, and a sound of mighty unseen rivers, cataracts, and slow, cumbered rills whose bulrushes never see the sun, with largesse everywhere, secrecies, profusions, the unimaginable, the unspeakable, a savagery most lush and fierce and gaudy, the vales of Arcady, and remote mountain peaks, and tarns shy as old buried treasure, and glaciers, and we two human folk pretty small and drowned out and lost in all that amplitude, yet moving always through it. We followed the lines that first day till we came to a steam train, and I found the engine fairly good, and everything necessary to move it at my hand. But the metals in such a condition of twisted, broken, vaulted, and buried confusion, due to the earthquake, that, having run some hundreds of yards to examine them, I saw that nothing could be done in that way. At first this threw me into a condition like despair, for what we were to do I did not know. But after persevering on foot for 4 days along the deep rusted track, which is of that large gauge type peculiar to Eastern Europe, I began to see that they were considerable sound stretches, and took heart. I had with me land charts and compass, but nothing for taking altitude observations, for the Speranza instruments, except one compass, had all been broken up by her shock. However, on getting to the town of Silivri, about 30 miles from our start, I saw in the ruins of a half-standing bazaar shop a number of brass objects, and there found several good sextants, quadrants, and theodolites. 2 mornings later we came upon an engine in mid-country, with coals in it and a stream near. I had a goat skin of almond oil in the bag, and found the machinery serviceable after an hour's careful inspection, having examined the boiler with a candle through the manhole, and removed the autoclaves of the heaters. All was red with rust, and the shaft of the connecting rod in particular seemed so frail that at one moment I was very dubious. I decided, however, and except for a slight leakage at the tubular which led the steam to the valve chest, all went very well. At a pressure never exceeding 3½ atmospheres we travelled nearly 120 miles before being stopped by a head-to-head block on the line, when we had to abandon our engine. We then continued another 7 miles afoot, I all the time mourning my motor, which I had had to leave at Imbros, and hoping at every townlet to find a whole one, but in vain. It was wonderful to see the villages and towns going back to the earth, already invaded by vegetation, and hardly any longer breaking the continuity of pure nature. The town now as much the country as the country, and that which is not man, becoming all in all with a certain furor of vigor. A whole day in the southern gorges of the Balkan mountains, the slow train went tearing its way through many a mile of bindweed tendrils, a continuous curtain, flaming with large flowers, but sombre as the falling shades of night, rather resembling jungles of Ceylon and the Filipinas, and she, that day, lying in the single car behind where I had made her a little yatag bed from Tartar Bzarjik, continually played the kitar, barely touching the strings, and crooning low, low, in her rich contralto, eternally the same air over and over again, crooning, some melancholy tune of her own dreaming, just audible to me through the slow, travelling monotony of the engine, till I was drunken with so sweet a woe, my God, a woe that was sweet as life, and a dolour that lulled like nepenthe, and a grief that soothed like kisses, so sweet, and all that world of wood and gloom lost locality and realness for me, and became nothing but a charmed and pensive heaven for her to moan and lullaby in, and from between my fingers streamed plenteous tears that day, and all I could keep on mourning was, "O Leda, O Leda, O Leda," till my heart was near to break. The feed-pump eccentric shaft of this engine, which was very poor and flaky, suddenly gave out about 5 in the afternoon, and I had to stop in a hurry, and that sweet invisible mechanism which had crooned and crooned about my ears in the air, and followed me whithersoever I went, stopped too. Down she jumped, calling out, "Well, I had a presentiment that something would happen, and I am so glad, for I was tired." Seeing that nothing could be done with the water-feed pump, I got down, took the bag, and parting before us the continuous screen, we went pioneering to the left between a rock cleft, stepping over large stones that looked black with moss growths. No sky, but hundreds of feet of impenetrable leafage overhead, and everywhere the dew-dabbled profusion of dim ferneries, dishevelled maidenhairs mixed with large-leaved mimosa, wild vine, white bryony, and the smell of cedar, and a small rushing of perpetual waters that charmed the gleaming. The way led slightly upwards 300 feet, and presently, after some windings and the climbing of 5 huge steps, almost regular, yet obviously natural, the gorge opened in a roundish space 50 feet across, with far overhanging edges 700 feet high, and there, behind a curtain which fell from above, its tendrils defined and straight like a Japanese bead hanging, we spread the store of foods. I opening the wines, fruits, vegetables, and meats, she arranging them in order with the gold plate, and lighting both the spirit lamp and the lantern, for here it was quite dark. Near us, behind the curtain of tendrils, was a small green cave in the rock, and at its mouth a pool 2 yards wide, a black and limpid water that leisurely wheeled, discharging a little rivulet from the cave, and in it I saw 3 owl-eyed fish, a finger long, loiter and spur themselves, and gaze. Leda, who cannot be still in tongue or limb, chattered in her glib manner as we ate, and then, after smoking a cigarette, said that she would go and lun, and went, and left me darkling, for she is the sun and the moon and a host of the stars, and I occupying myself that night in making a calendar at the end of this book in which I have written, for my almanac and many things that I prized were lost with the palace, making a calendar counting the days in my head, but counting them across my thoughts of her. She came again to tell me good night, and then went down to the train to sleep, and I put out the lantern, and stood within the cave, and made my simple couch beside the little rivulet, and slept. But a fitful sleep, and soon again I woke, and a long time I lay so, gradually becoming conscious of a slow dripping at one spot in the cave, for at a minute's interval it darkly splashed, regularly, very deliberately, and it seemed to grow always louder and sadder, and the splash at first was Leisha, but it became Leda to my ears, and it sobbed her name, and I pitied myself, so sad was I. And when I could no longer bear the anguished melancholy of its spasm and its sobbing, I arose and went softly, softly, lest she should hear in that sounding silence of the hushed and darksome night, going more slow, more soft, as I went nearer, a sob in my throat, my feet leading me to her till I touched the carriage. And against it a long time I leant my clammy brow, a sob aching in my poor throat, and she all mixed up in my head with the suspended hushed night, and with the elfin things in the air that made the silence so musically a sound to the vacant eardrum, and with the dripping splash in the cave. And softly I turned to the door-handle, and heard her breathe in asleep, her head near me. And I touched her hair with my lips, and close to her ear I said, for I heard her breathe as if in sleep, "Little Leda, I have come to you, for I could not help it. Leda, and oh, my heart is full of the love of you, for you are mine, and I am yours, and to live with you till we die, and after we are dead to be near you still, Leda, with my broken heart near your heart, little Leda." I must have sobbed, I think, for as I spoke close at her ears, with passionately dying eyes of love, I was startled by an irregularity in her breathing, and with cautious hurry I shut the door, and quite back to the cave I stole in haste. And the next morning when she met I thought, but I am not sure now, that she smiled singularly. I thought so. She may have heard, but I cannot tell. Twice I was obliged to abandon engines on account of forestry obstructions right across the line, which, do what I might, I could not move. And these were the 2 bitterest incidents of the pilgrimage, and at least 30 times I exchanged from engine to engine when other trains blocked. As for the extent of the earthquake, it is pretty certain that it was universal over the peninsula, and at many points exhibited extreme violence, for up to the time that we entered upon Servian territory, we occasionally came upon stretches of the lines so dislocated that it was impossible to proceed upon them, and during the whole course I never saw one intact house or castle. 4 times, where the way was of a nature to permit of it, I left the embedded metals and made the engine travel the ground till I came upon other metals, when I always succeeded in driving upon them. It was all very leisurely, for not everywhere, nor every day, could I get a nautical observation, and having at all times to go at low pressures for fear of tube and boiler weakness, crawling through tunnels and stopping when total darkness came on, we did not go fast, nor much cared to. Once, moreover, for 3 days, and once for 4, we were overtaken by hurricanes of such vast inclemency that no thought of travelling entered our heads, our only care being to hide our poor cowering bodies as deeply and darkly as possible. Once I passed through a city, Adrianople, doubly devastated, once by the hellish arson of my own hand, and once by the earthquake, and I made haste to leave that place behind me. Finally, 3 months and 27 days from the date of the earthquake, having traversed only 900 odd English miles, I let go in the Venice lagoon in the early morning of the 10th September the lateen sail and the stone anchor of a Maltese speronare, which I had found and partially cleaned at Trieste, and thence I passed up the Canaloso in a gondola, for I said to Leda, in Venice will I pitch my patriarch tent. But to will and to do are not the same thing, and still further westward was I driven, for the stagnant upper canals of this place were now mere miasmas of pestilence, and within 2 days I was rolling with fever in the old Procurazie palace, she standing in pale wonderment at my bedside, sickness quite a novel thing to her, and, indeed, this was my first serious illness since my 20th year, or thereabouts, when I had overworked my brain and went a voyage to Constantinople. I could not move from bed for some weeks, but happily did not lose my senses, and she brought me the whole pharmacopoeia from the shops, from which to choose my medicines. I guessed the cause of this illness, although not a sign of it came near her, and as soon as my trembling knees could bear me, I again set out, always westward, enjoying now a certain luxury in travelling compared with that Turkish difficulty, for here were no twisted metals, more and better engines, in the cities as many good petrol motors as I chose, and nature markedly less savage. I do not know why I did not stop at Verona or Brescia, or some other neighbourhood of the Italian lakes, since I was fond of water, but I had, I think, the thought in my head to return to Vauclaire and France, where I had lived, and there live, for I thought that she might like those old monks. At all events, we did not remain long in any place till we came to Turin, where we spent 9 days. She in the house opposite mine, and after that, at her own suggestion, went on still, passing by train into the valley of the Isère, and then into that of the western Rhone, till we came to the old town of Geneva, among some very great mountains, peaked with snow, the town seated at the head of a long lake which the earth has made in the shape of the crescent moon, and like the moon it is a thing of much beauty and many moods, suggesting a creature under the spell of charms and magics. However, with this idea of Vauclaire still in my head, we left Geneva in the motor which had brought us at 4 in the afternoon of the 17th of May. I intending to reach the town called Bourg that night about 8, and there sleep, so to go on to Lyons the next morning by train, and so, by the Bordeaux route, make Vauclaire. But by some chance, for which I cannot to this hour account, unless the rain was the cause, I missed the chart road which should have been fairly level, and found myself on mountain tracks, unconscious of my whereabouts, while darkness fell, and a windless downpour that had a certain sullen venom in its superabundance drenched us. I stopped several times, looking about for chateau, chalet, or village, but none did I see, though I twice came upon railway lines, and not till midnight did we run down a steep pass upon the shore of the lake, for which, from its apparent vastness in the moonless obscurity, I can only suppose to be the Lake of Geneva once again. About 200 yards to the left we saw through the rain a large pile, apparently risen straight out of the lake, looking ghostly livid, for it was of white stone, not high, but an old thing of complicated white little turrets roofed with dark red candle extinguishers, and oddities of Gothic nooks, window slits, and outline. Very like a fanciful picture. Round to this we went, drowned as rats. Leda sighing and bedraggled, and found a narrow spit of land projecting into the lake, where we left the car, walked forward with the bag, crossed a small wooden drawbridge, and came upon a rocky island with a number of thick foliaged trees around the castle. We quickly found a small open portal, and went throughout the place, quite gay at the shelter, everywhere lighting candles which we found in iron sconces in the rather queer apartments, so that, as the castle is far seen from the shores of the lake, it would have appeared to one looking thence a place suddenly possessed and haunted. We found beds and slept, and the next day it turned out to be the antique castle of Shiel, where we remained 5 long and happy months, till again, fate overtook us. The morning after our coming we had breakfast, our last meal together, on the first floor of a pentagonal room approached from our lower level by 3 little steps. In it is a ponderous oak table, pierced with a multitude of worm-eaten tunnels. Also 3 mighty high-backed chairs, an old oak desk covered still with papers, ours on the wall, and 3 dark religious oil paintings, and a grandfather's clock. It is about the middle of the chateau, and contains 2 small but deep 3-faced oriels. In each face 4 compartments with white stone shafts between, these looking south upon shrubs and the rocky edge of the island, then upon the deep blue lake, then upon another tiny island containing 4 trees in a jungle of flowers, then upon the shore of the lake interrupted by the mouths of a river which turned out to be the Rhone, then upon a white town on the slopes which turned out to be Villeneuve, then upon the great mountains back of Bouveret and St. Gingolph, all having the surprised air of a resurrection just completed, everything new washed in dyes of azure, ultramarine, indigo, snow, emerald, that fresh morning, so that one had to call it the best and holiest place in the world. These 5 old room walls, an oak floor, and 2 oriels became specially mine, though it was really common ground to us both. And there I would do many little things. The papers on the desk told that it had been the bureau of one R.E. Good, Grand Bailli, whose residence the place no doubt had been. She asked me while eating that morning to stay here, and I said that I would see, though with misgivings. So together we went all about the house, and finding it unexpectedly spacious, I consented to stop. At both ends are suites, mostly small rooms, infinitely quaint and cozy, furnished with heavy Henri Quatre furniture and bed draperies, and there are separate, and as it were, secret, spiral stairs for exit to each. So we decided that she should have the suite overlooking the length of the lake, the mouths of the Rhone, Bouveret, and Villeneuve, and I should have that overlooking the spit of land behind and the little drawbridge, shore cliffs, and elmwood which comes down to the shore, giving at one point a glimpse of the diminutive hamlet of Chillon, and that decided, I took her hand in mine, and said, "Well then, here we stay, both under the same roof, for the first time. Leda, I will not explain why to you, but it is dangerous, so much so that it may mean the death of one or other of us. Deadly, dangerous, my poor girl, you do not understand, but that is the fact, believe me, for I know it very well, and I would not tell you false. Well then, you will easily comprehend that this being so, you must never on any account come near my part of the house, nor will I come near yours. Lately we have been very much together, but then we have been active, full of purpose and occupation. Here we shall be nothing of the kind, I can see. You do not understand it all, but things are so. We must live perfectly separate lives then. You are nothing to me really, nor I to you, only we live on the same earth, which is nothing at all, a mere chance. Your own food, clothes, and everything that you want, you will procure for yourself. It is perfectly easy. The shores are crowded with mansions, castles, towns, and villages, and I will do the same for myself. The motor down there I set apart for your private use. If I want another, I will get one. And today I will set about looking you up a boat and fishing tackle, and cut a cross on the bow of yours, so that you may know yours, and never use mine. All this is very necessary. You cannot dream how much. But I know how much. Do not run any risks in climbing, now, or with the motor, or in the boat, little Leda." I saw her under lip push, and I turned away in haste, for I did not care whether she cried or not. In that long voyage, and in my illness at Venice, she had become too near and dear to me, my tender love, my dear darling soul, and I said in my heart, I will be a decent being. I will turn out trumps. Under this castle is a sort of dungeon, not narrow, nor very dark, in which are 7 stout dark grey pillars, and an 8th, half built into the wall, and one of them which has an iron ring, as well as the ground around it, is all worn away by some prisoner or prisoners once chained there, and in the pillar the word Byron engraved. This made me remember that a poet of that name had written something about this place, and 2 days afterwards I had actually come upon 3 volumes of the poet in a room containing a great number of books, many of them English, near the Grand Bailli's bureau, and in one I read the poem, which is called The Prisoner of Shiel. I found it very affecting, and the description good. Only I saw no 7 rings, and where he speaks of the pale and vivid light, he should speak rather of the dun and brownish gloom, for the word light disconcerts the fancy, and of either pallor or blue there is no sign. However, I was so struck by the horror of man's cruelty to man, as depicted in this poem, that I determined that she should see it, went up straight to her rooms with the book, and she being away, ferreted among her things to see what she was doing, finding all very neat, except in one room where were a number of prints called La Mode, and débris of snipped cloth and medley. When, after 2 hours, she came in, and I suddenly presented myself, "Oh!" she let slip, and then fell to cooing her laugh, and I took her down through a big room stacked with every kind of rifle, with revolvers, cartridges, powder, swords, bayonets, evidently some official or cantonal magazine, and then showed her the worn state in the dungeon, the ring, the narrow deep slits in the wall, and I told the tale of cruelty, while the splashing of the lake upon the rock outside was heard with a strange and tragic sound, and her mobile face was all one sorrow. "How cruel they must have been!" cries she with tremulous lip, her face at the same time reddened with indignation. "They were mere beastly monsters," said I. "It is nothing surprising if monsters were cruel." And in the short time while I said that, she was looking up with a newborn smile. "Some others came and set the prisoners free," cries she. "Yes," said I, "they did, but that was good of them," says she. "Yes," said I, "that was all right, so far as it went." "And it was a time when men had already become cruel," says she. "If those who set him free were so good when all the rest were cruel, what would they have been at a time when all the rest were kind? They would have been just like angels." End of section 28. Recording by Walkermat.
Section 29 of The Purple Cloud. This is a LibriVox recording. All LibriVox recordings are in the public domain. For more information or to volunteer, please visit LibriVox.org. The Purple Cloud by Matthew Phipps Shiel. Section 29. At this place, fishing and long rambles were the order of the day, both for her and for me, especially fishing, though a week rarely passed which did not find me at Beauvert, St. Gingolph, Evoyer, Messery, Nyon, Ouchy, Vevey, Montreux, Geneva, or one of the 24 villages, townlets or towns, that crowd the shores. All very pretty places, each with its charm, and mostly I went on foot, though the railway runs right around the 40-odd miles of the lake's length. One noonday I was walking through the main street of Vevey going on to the Cully Road, when I had a fearful shock, for in a shop just in front of me, to the right, I heard a sound, an unmistakable indication of life, as of clattering metals shaken together. My heart leapt into my mouth. I was conscious of becoming bloodlessly pale, and on tiptoe of exquisite caution I stole up to the open door, peeped in, and it was she standing on the counter of the jeweller's shop, her back turned to me, with head bent low over a tray of jewels in her hands, which she was rummaging for something. I went, "Ho!" for I could not help it, and all that day, till sunset, we were very dear friends, for I could not part from her, we walking together by perilous flowery declines, stamping her foot defiantly at me, arrogant queen that she is, and then running like mad for me to catch her, with laughter, abandon, carolling railleries, and the levity of the wild asses colt on the hills, entangling her loose flung hair with Bacchic tendril and blossom, and drinking in the passage through Cully more wine, I thought, than was good, and the flaming darts of lightning that shot and shocked me that day, and the inner secret gleams and revelations of beauty which I had, and the pangs of white hot honey that tortured my soul and body, and were too much for me, and made me sick. O Heaven! What tongue could express all that deep world of things? And at Ouchy, with a backward wave of my arm, I silently motioned her from me, for I was dumb and weak, and I left her there, and all that long night her power was upon me, for she is stronger than gravitation, which may be evaded, and than all the forces of life combined, and the sun and the moon and the earth are nothing compared with her. And when she was gone from me I was like a fish in the air, or like a bird in the deep, for she is my element of life, made for me to breathe in, and I drown without her, so that for many hours I lay on that grassy hill leading to the burial ground outside Ouchy that night, like a man sore wounded biting the grass. What made things worse for me was her adoption of European clothes since coming to this place. I believe that, in her adroit way, she herself made some of her dresses, for one day I saw in her apartments a number of colored fashion plates with a confusion like dressmaking. Or she may have been only modifying finished things from the shops, for her Western dressing is not quite like what I remember of the modern female style, but is really, I should say, quite her own, rather resembling the Greek or the 18th century. At any rate, the airs and the graces are as natural to her as feathers to parrots, and she has changes like the moon, never twice the same, and always transcending her last phase and revelation, for I could not have conceived of any one in whom taste was a faculty to separate as in her, so positive and salient, like smelling or sight, more like smelling, for it is the faculty, half reason, half imagination, by which she forescents precisely what will suit exquisitely with what, so that every time I saw her I received the impression of a perfectly novel, completely bewitching work of art, the special quality of works of art being to produce the momentary conviction that anything else whatever could not be possibly be so good. Occasionally, from my window, I would see her in the wood beyond the drawbridge, cool and white in green shade, with her Bible probably, training her skirt like a coat lady, and looking much taller than before. I believe that this new dressing produced a separation between us more complete than it might have been, and especially after that day between Vevey and Ouchy I was very careful not to meet her. The more I saw that she bejeweled herself, powdered herself, embalmed herself like sachets of sweet scents, chapleted her green-dressed head with gold fillets, the more I shunned her. Myself, somehow, had now resumed European dress, and ah me! I was greatly changed, God knows, from the portly inflated monarch creature that strutted and groaned 4 years previously in the palace at Imbros, so that my manner of life and thought might once more now have been called modern and Western. All the more was my sense of responsibility awful, and from day to day it seemed to intensify. An arguing voice never ceased to remonstrate within me, nor left me peace, and the curse of unborn hosts appeared to menace me. To strengthen my fixity I would often overwhelm myself and her with muttered opprobriums, calling myself convict, her lady bird, asking what manner of man was I that I should dare so great a thing, and as for her, what was she to be the mother of a world, a versatile butterfly with a woman's brow? And continually now in my fiercer moods I was meditating either my death or hers. Ah! But the butterfly did not let me forget her brow. To the southwest of Villeneuve, between the forest and the river, is a well-grown gentian field, and returning from round St. Gingolph to the chateau one day in the third month after an absence of 3 days, I saw as I turned a corner in the descent of the mountain some object floating in the air above the field. Never was I more startled and, above all, perplexed, for beside the object soaring there like a great butterfly, I could see nothing to account for it. It was not long, however, before I came to the conclusion that she has reinvented the kite, for she had almost certainly never seen one, and I presently sighted her holding the string in the midfield. Her invention resembles the kind called swallowtail of old, but mostly it was on the lake that I saw her, for there we chiefly lived, and occasionally there were guilty approaches and rencontres, she in her boat, I in mine, both being slight clinker-built Moutre pleasure boats, which I had spent some days in overhauling and varnishing, mine with JIB, fore and aft mainsail, and spanker, hers rather smaller, one-masted, with easy-running lugsail. It was no uncommon thing for me to sail quiet to Geneva, and come back from a 7 days' cruise with my soul filled and consoled with the lake and all its many moods of bright and darksome, serene and pensive, dolorous and despairing and tragic, at morning, at noon, at sunset, at midnight, a panorama that never for an instant ceased to unroll its transformations. I sometimes, climbing the mountains as high as the goat-herd region of Hoch Alpen, once sleeping there. And once I was made very ill by a 2 weeks' horror which I had, for she disappeared in her skiff, I being at the chateau, and she did not come back. And while she was away there was a tempest that turned the lake into an angry ocean. And ah, my good God, she did not come. At last, half crazy at the waking days of misery which went by, and she did not come, I set out upon a wild goose quest of her. Of all the hopeless things the most hopeless, for the world is great. And I sought and did not find her, and after 3 weeks I turned back, recognizing that I was mad to search the infinite. And coming near the chateau, I saw her wave her handkerchief from the island edge, for she divined that I had gone to seek her, and she was watching for me. And when I took her hand, what did she say to me? "Biblical simpleton! O you of little faith!" says she. And she had adventures to lisp, with all the R's liquefied into L's, and I was with her all that day again. Once a month, perhaps, she would knock at my outermost door, which I mostly kept locked when at home, bringing me a sumptuously dressed, highly spiced red trout, or grayling, which I had not the heart to refuse. And exquisitely she does them, all hot and spiced, applying apparently to their preparation the taste which she applies to dress. And her extraordinary luck in angling did not fail to supply her with the finest specimens, though, for that matter, this lake, with its old fish hatcheries and fish ladders, is not miserly in that way, swarming now with the best lake trout, river trout, red trout, and with salmon, of which last I have brought in one with the landing net of, I should say, 35 to 40 pounds. As the bottom goes off very rapidly from the two islands to a depth of 800 to 900 feet, we did not long confine ourselves to bottom fishing, but gradually advanced to every variety of maneuver, doing middle water spinning with 3 triangle flights, and sliding lip hook for jack and trout, trailing with the sail for salmon, live baiting with the float for pike, daping with bluebottles, casting with artificial flies, and I could not say in which she became the most carelessly adept, for all soon seemed as old and natural to her as an occupation learned from birth. On the 21st October I attained my 46th birthday in excellent health, a day destined to end for me in bloodshed and tragedy, alas! I forget now that circumstance had caused me to mention the date long beforehand in, I think, Venice. not dreaming that she would keep any count of it, nor was I even sure that my calendar was not faulty by a day. But at 10 in the morning of what I call the 21st, descending my private spiral in flannels, with some trout and paw bait and tackle, I met her coming up. My God! Though she had no earthly right to be there. With her cooing murmur of a laugh, yet pale, pale, and with a most guilty look, she presented me with a large bouquet of wild flowers. I was once thrown into a state of great agitation. She was dressed in rather a frippery of muslin de Suie, all cream-laced, with wide hanging short sleeves, a large diamond at the low open neck, the ivory brown skin there contrasting with the powdered bluish white of her face, where, however, the freckles were not quite whited out. On her feet little pink satin slippers, without any stockings, a divinely pale pink. And well back on her hair a plain thin circlet of gold. And she smelled like heaven, God knows. I could not speak. She broke an awkward silence, saying, very faint and pallid,
"It is the day."
Perhaps, I said, or some incoherency like that. I saw the touch of enthusiasm which she had summoned up quench by my manner. "I have not done long again?" she asked, looking down, breaking another silence.
"No, no, oh no,"
said I hurriedly.
"not done wrong again. Only I could not suppose that you would count up the days. You are considerate, perhaps, but
Tell Lida?
perhaps I was going to say you might come fishing with me."
Oh, luck! She went softly. I was pierced by a sense of my base cowardice, my incredible weakness, but I could not at all help it. I took the flowers and went down to the south side, where my boat lay. I threw out some of the fish from the well, arranged the tackle, and then stern cushions for her, got up the sails, and out we went, she steering, I in the bows, with every possible inch of space between us, receiving delicious intermittent whiffs from her of ambergris, frangipane, or some blending of perfumes, the morning being bright and hot, with a very little breeze on the water, which looked mottled, like colourless water imperfectly mixed with indigo wash, we making little headway. So it was some time before I moved nearer her to get the par for fixing on the 3 triangle flight, for I was going to trail for salmon or large lake trout, and during all that time we spoke not a word together. Afterwards I said,
"Who told you that flowers are proper to birthdays, or that birthdays are of any importance?"
"I suppose that nothing can happen so important as birth," says she, "and perfumes must be proper to birth, because the wise men brought spices to the young Jesus." This naivety was the cause of my immediate recovery, for to laugh is to be saved, and I laughed right out, saying,
"But you read the Bible too much. All your notions are biblical. You should read the quite modern books.
I have tried, says she, but I cannot read them long nor often. The whole world seems to have got so corrupted, it makes me shudder.
Ah, well now, you see, you quite come round to my point of view,
Said. End of section 29.
Section 30 of The Purple Cloud. This is a LibriVox recording. All LibriVox recordings are in the public domain. For more information or to volunteer, please visit LibriVox.org. Recording by Gabby Cowan. The Purple Cloud by Matthew Phipps Shiel. Section 30. Yes and no, says she. They had got so spoiled, that is all. Everybody seems to have become quite dull-witted, the plainest truths they could not see. I can imagine that those faculties which aided them in their strain to become leech themselves and make the rest more poor must have been greatly sharpened, while all the other faculties wither, as I can imagine a person with one eye seeing double through it and quite blind on the other side. Ah, said I do not think they even wanted to see on the other side. There were some few tolerably good and clear-sighted ones among them, you know, and these all agreed in pointing out how, by changing one or two of their old man in the moon bedlam arrangements, they could greatly better themselves. But they heard with listless ears. I don't know that they ever made any considerable effort, for they have become more or less unconscious of their misery. So miserable were they, like the man in Byron's Prisoner of Chillon, who, when his deliverers came, was quite indifferent, for he says, "It was at length the same to me. Feathered or featherless to be, I had learned to love despair." "Oh, my God," she went, covering her face a moment, "how dreadful! And it is true, it seems true. They had learned to love despair, to be even proud of despair. Yet all the time I feel sure from what I have read, from what I sense, that the individual man was struggling to see, to live light but without power, like one's leg when it is asleep. There is so plenty of them all, that they meant well, every one, but they were too troubled and sad, too awfully burdened, they had no chance at all. Such a queer unnatural feeling it gives me to lead of all that world. I can't describe it. All their motives seem so tainted, their lives so lopsided. Truly, the whole head was sick, and the whole heart faint." "Quite so," said I, and observed that this was no new thing. In the very beginning of the book we read how God saw that the wickedness of man was great on the earth, and every imagination of his heart evil. "Yes," she interrupted, "that is true, but there must have been some cause. We can be quite sure that it was not natural, because you and I are men, and our hearts are not evil." This was her great argument, which she always trotted out, because she found that I had usually no answer to give to it. But this time I said, "Our hearts not evil? Say yours. But as to mine, you know nothing, Lida." The semicircles under her eyes had that morning, as often, a certain moist, heavy, pensive and weary something, as of one fresh from a revel, very sweet and tender. and looking softly at me with it, she answered, I know my own heart, and it is not evil, not at all, not even in the very least, and I know yours too. You know mine? cried I, with a half laugh of surprise. Quite well, says she. I was so troubled by this cool assurance that I said not a word, but going to her, handed her the baited flight, swivel trace and line, which she paid out. Then I got back again almost into the bows. After 10 minutes I spoke again. So this is news to me. You know all about my heart. Well, come, tell me, what's in it? Now she was silent, pretending to be busy with the trail, till she said, speaking with low bent face and a voice that I could only just hear, I will tell you what is in it. In it is a rebellion, which you think good, but is not good. If a stream will just flow neither trying to climb upward, not overflowing its banks, but running modestly in its fated channel just wherever it is led, then it will finally reach the sea, the mighty ocean, and lose itself in fullness. Ah, said I, but that counsel is not new. It is what the philosophers used to call yielding to destiny and following nature, and destiny and nature, I give you my word, often led mankind quite wrong. Or seem to, says she, for a time, as when stream flows north a little and the sea is to the south, but it is bound for the sea all the time, and will turn again. Destiny never could and cannot yet be judged, for it is not finished, and our lays should follow blindly whither it points, sure that through many curves it leads the world to our God. Our God, indeed, I cried, getting very excited. Girl, you talk spaciously but falsely. Whence have you these thoughts in that head of yours? Girl, you talk of our race, but there are only 2 of us left. Are you talking at me, Lida? Do not I follow destiny? You? She sighed, with down-bent face. Ah, poor me! What should I do if I followed it? Say I, with a crazy curiosity. Her face hung lower, paler, in trouble, and she said, You would come now and sit near me here. You would not be there where you are. You would be always and forever near me. My good God! I felt my face redden. Oh, I could not tell you, I cried. You talk the most disastrous. You lack all responsibility. Never, never. Her face now was covered with her left hand, her right on the tiller, and bitingly she said, with a touch of venom, I could make you come now if I choose, but I will not. I will wait upon my God. Make me, I cried. Lida, how make me? I could cry before you, as I cry often and often, in secret for my children. You cry in secret? This is news. Yes, yes, I cry. Is not the burden of the world heavy upon me too? And the work I have to do very, very great? And often I cry in secret, thinking of it, and I could cry now if I chose. For you love your little girl so much that you could not resist me 1 minute. Now I saw the push and torsion and trembling of her poor little under lip, boding tears, and at once a flame was in me which was altogether beyond control, and crying out, Why, my poor dear, I found myself in the act of rushing through the staggering boat to take her to me. Midway, however, I was saved. A whisper intense as lightning arrested me. Forward is no escape, nor backward, but sideward there may be a way. And at a sudden impulse, before I knew what I was doing, I was in the water, swimming. The smaller of the islands was 200 yards away, and thither I swam, rested some minutes, and thence to the castle. I did not once look behind me. Well, from 11 a.m. till 5 in the afternoon, I thought it all out, lying there in the damp flannels, on my face on the sofa in the recess beside my bed, where it was quite dark behind the tattered piece of arras. And what things I suffered that day, and what deeps I sounded, and what prayers I prayed, God knows. What infinitely complicated the awful problem was this thought in my head, that to kill her would be far more merciful to her than to leave her alone. Having killed myself, and heaven knows it was for her alone that I thought, not at all caring for myself, to kill her was better, but to kill her with my own hands, that was too hard to expect of a poor devil like me, a poor common son of Adam, after all, and never any sublime self-immolator as 2 or 3 of them were. And hours I lay there with brows convulsed in an agony, groaning only those words, to kill her, thinking sometimes that I should be merciful to myself too, and die, and let her live and not care, since after my death I could not see her suffer, for the dead know not anything, and to expect me to kill her with my own hand was a little too much. Yet that one or other of us must die was perfectly certain, for I knew that I was just on the brink of failing in my oath, and matters here had reached an obvious crisis, unless we could make up our minds to part, putting the width of the air between us. That conception occurred to me, and in the turmoil of my thoughts it seemed a possibility. Finally, about 5 p.m., I resolved upon something, and first I leapt up, went down and across the house into the arsenal, chose a small revolver, fitted it with cartridge, took it upstairs, lubricated it with lamp oil, went down and out across the drawbridge, walked 2 miles beyond the village, shot the revolver at a tree, found its action accurate, and started back. When I came to the castle, I walked along the island to the outer end and looked up. There were her pretty cream Valenciennes, put off by herself, waving inward before the light lake breeze at one upper oriel, and I knew that she was in the castle, for I felt it, and always when she was within, I knew, for I felt her with me, and always when she was away, I knew, I felt, for the air had a dreadful draught and a barrenness in it. And I looked up for a time to see if she would come to the window, and then I called, and she appeared, and I said to her, "Come down here." Just here there is a little rock path to the south, going down to the water between rocks mixed with the shrub-like little trees, 3 yards long, a path, or a lane one might call it, for at the lower end the rocks and trees reach well over a tall man's head. There she had tied my boat to a slender linden trunk, and sadder now than Gethsemane, that familiar boat seemed to my eyes, for I knew very well that I should never enter it more. I walked up and down the path, awaiting her, and from the jacket pocket in which lay the revolver I drew a box of Swedish matches. From it took 2 matches and broke off a bit from the plain end of one, and the 2 I held between my left thumb and forefinger joint, the phosphorus ends level and visible, the other ends invisible, and I awaited her, pacing fast, and my brow was as stern as Azrael and Rhadamanthus. She came, very pale, poor thing, and flurried, breathing fast, and "Lida," I said, meeting her in the middle of the lane and going straight to the point, "we are to part, as you guess, forever, as you guess. For I see very well by your face that you guess. I, too, am very sorry, my little child, and heavy is my heart. To leave you alone in the world is death for me, but it must, it must be done." Her face suddenly turned as sallow as the dead were, when the shroud was already on, and the coffin had become a stale added piece of room furniture by the bedside. But in recording that fact, I record also this other, that accompanying this mortal sallowness which painfully shot up her poor freckles was a steady smile, a little turned down, a smile of steady, of slightly disdainful confidence. She did not say anything, so I went on. "I have thought long," said I, "and I have made a plan which cannot be effective without your consent and your cooperation, and the plan is this: we go from this place together, this same night, to some unknown spot, some town, say 100 miles hence, by train. There I get 2 motors, and I in one and you in the other, we separate, going different ways. We shall thus never be able, however much we may want to rediscover each other in all this wild world. That is my plan." She looked me in the face, smiling her smile, and the answer was not long in coming. "I will go in the thing with you," says she with slow decisiveness, "but where you leave me, there I will stay till I die, and I will patiently wait till my God convert you and send you back to me." "That means that you refuse to do what I say?" "Yes," said she, bowing her head with great dignity. "Well, you speak not like a girl, Lida," said I, "but like a full woman now. But still reflect a minute. Oh, reflect! If you stayed where I left you, I should go back to you, and pretty soon too. I know that I should. Tell me, then, reflect well, and tell me, do you definitely refuse to part with me?" The answer was pretty prompt, cool, and firm. "Yes, I refuse." I left her then, took a turn down the path, and came back. "Then," said I, "here are 2 matches in my grasp. Be good enough to draw one." Now she was hit to the heart. I saw her eyes widen to the width of horror, with a glassy stare. She had read of the drawing of lots in the Bible. She knew that it meant death for me or for her. But she obeyed without a word. After one backward start, and then a brief hovering indecision of thumb and forefinger over my held out hand, I had fixed it in my mind that if she drew the shorter of the matches, then she should die; if the longer, then I should die. She drew the shorter. End of section 30. Recorded by Gabby Cowan.
Section 31 of The Purple Cloud. This is a LibriVox recording. All LibriVox recordings are in the public domain. For more information or to volunteer, please visit LibriVox.org. Recording by Uberdubber, Stephen Jansen. The Purple Cloud by Matthew Phipps Shiel. Section 31. This was only what I should have expected, for I knew that God loved her and hated me. But instantly, upon the first shock of the enormity that I should be her executioner, I made my resolve. To drop shot, too, at the moment after she dropped shot, so disposing my body that it would fall half upon her and half by her, so that we might be close always, and that would not be so bad after all. With a sudden movement I snatched the revolver from my pocket. She did not move, except her white lips, which I think whispered, "Not yet." I stood with hanging arm, forefinger on trigger, looking at her. I saw her glance once at the weapon, and then she fixed her eyes upwards upon my face, and now that same smile, which had disappeared, was on her lips again, meaning confidence, meaning disdain. I waited for her to open her mouth to say something, to stop that smile, that I might shoot her quick and sudden, and she would not, knowing that I could not kill her while she was smiling. And suddenly all my pity and love for her changed into a strange resentment and rage against her, for she was purposely making hard for me what I was doing for her sake. And the bitter thought was in my mind, "You are nothing to me. If you want to die, you do your own killing, and I will do my own killing." And without one word to her, I strode away and left her there. I see now that this whole drawing of lots was nothing more than a farce. I never could have killed her, smiling or no smiling, for to each thing and man is given a certain strength, and a thing cannot be stronger than its strength, strive as it may. It is so strong and no stronger, and there is an end of the matter. I walked up to the Grand Bailli's bureau, a room about 25 feet from the ground. By this time it was getting pretty dark, but I could see, by peering, the face of a grandfather's clock, which I had long since set going and kept wound. It is on the north side of the room, over the writing desk, opposite the oriels. It then pointed to 6:30, and in order to fix some definite moment for the bitter effort of the mortal act, I said, "At 7." I then locked the door, which opens upon 3 little steps near the desk, and also the stair door, and I began to pace the chamber. There was not a breath of air here, and I was hot. I seemed to be stifling, tore open my shirt at the throat, and opened the lower half of the central mullion space of one oriel. Some minutes later, at 25 to 7, I lit 2 candles on the desk and sat to write to her, the pistol at my right hand. But I had hardly begun, when I thought that I heard a sound at the 3-step door, which was only 4 feet to my left, a sound which resembled a scraping of her slipper. I stole to the door and crouched, listening, but I could hear nothing further. I then returned to the desk and set to writing, giving her some last directions for her life, telling her why I died, how I loved her, how much better than my own soul, begging her to love me always, and to live on to please me, but if she would die, then to be sure to die near me. Tears were pouring down my face, when, turning, I saw her standing in a terrified pose hardly 2 feet behind me. The absolute stealth which had brought and put her there, unknown to me, was like miracle. For the ladder, whose top I saw intruding into the open oriel, I knew well, having often seen it in a room below, and its length was quite 30 feet. Nor could its weight be trifling, yet I had heard not one hint of its impact upon the window. But there, at all events, she was, wan as a ghost. Immediately, as my consciousness realized her, my hand instinctively went out to secure the weapon, but she darted upon it, and was an instant before me. I flew after her to wrench it away, but she flew too, and before I caught her had thrown it cleanly through 2 rungs of the ladder and the window. I dashed to the window, and after a hurried peer, thought that I saw it below at the foot of a rock. Away I flew to the stair door, wrung open the lock, and down the stairs, 3 at a time. I ran to recover it. I remember being rather surprised that she did not follow, forgetting all about the ladder. But with a horrid shock I was reminded of it the moment I reached the bottom, before ever I had passed from the house, for I heard the report of the weapon. That crack, my God, and crying out, "Well, Lord, she has died for me, then!" I tottered forward and tumbled upon her where she lay under the incline of the ladder in her blood. That night, what a night it was, of fingers shivering with haste, of harum-scarum quests and searches, of groans and piteous appeals to God, for there were no surgical instruments, lint, anesthetics, nor antiseptics that I knew of in the chateau, and though I knew of a house in Montreux where I could find them, the distance was quite infinite, and the time an eternity in which to leave her all alone, bleeding to death, and, to my horror, I remembered that there was barely enough petrol in the motor, and the store usually kept in the house exhausted. However, I did it, leaving her there unconscious on her bed. But how I did it, and lived sane afterwards, that is another matter. If I had not been a medical man, she must, I think, have died, for the bullet had broken the left fifth rib and been deflected, and I found it buried in the upper part of the abdominal wall. I did not go from her bedside. I did not sleep, though I nodded and staggered, for all things were nothing to me but her, and for a frightfully long time she remained comatose. While she was still in this state, I took her to a chalet beyond Villeneuve, 3 miles away on the mountainside, a homely but very salubrious place which I knew, embedded in verdures, for I was desperate at her long collapse, and had hope in the higher air. And there, after 3 more days, she opened her eyes, and smiled with me. It was then that I said to myself, "This is the noblest, sagest, and also the most lovable of the creatures whom God has made in heaven or earth. She has won my life, and I will live, but at least to save myself, I will put the broadest ocean that there is between her and me, for I wish to be a decent being, for the honor of my race being the last, and to turn out trumps, though I do love my dear, God knows." And thus, after only 55 days at the chalet, we were forced still further westward. I wished her to remain at Shiel, intending myself to start for the Americas, whence any sudden impulse to return to her could not be easily accomplished, but she refused, saying that she would come with me to the coast of France, and I could not say her no. And at the coast, after 13 days, we arrived, 3 days before the New Year, traversing France by steam, air, and petrol traction. We have come to Havre. Infirm of will that I was, for in my deep heart was the secret, hidden away from my own upper self, that she being at Havre, and I Portsmouth, we could still speak together. We came humming into the dark town of Havre in a 4-seat motor car about 10 in the evening of the 29th December. A raw, bleak night. She, it was clear, poor thing, bitterly cramped with cold. I had some recollection of the place, for I had been there, and drove to the quays, near which I stopped at the mayor's large house, a palatial place, overlooking the sea, in which she slept, I occupying another near. The next morning I was early astir, searched in the mairie for a map of the town, where I also found a button. I could thus locate the telephone exchange. In the mayor's house, which I had fixed upon to be her home, the telephone was set up in an alcove adjoining a very stately salon Louis XV, and though I knew that these little dry batteries would not be run down in 20-odd years, yet fearing any weakness, I broke open the box, and substituted a new one from the company's stores 2 streets away, at the same time noting the exchange number of the instrument. This done, I went down among the ships by the wharves, and fixed upon the first old green airboat that seemed fairly sound, broke open a near shop, procured some buckets of oil, and by 3 o'clock had tested and prepared my ship. It was a dull and mournful day, drizzling, chilly. I returned then to the mairie, where the first time I saw her, and she was heavy of heart that day. But when I broke the news that she would be able to speak to me every day, all day, first she was all incredulous astonishment, then for a moment her eyes turned white to heaven, then she was skipping like a kid. We were together 3 precious hours, examining the place, and returning with stores of whatever she might require, till I saw darkness coming on, and we went down to the ship. And when those long dead screws awoke and moved, bearing me toward the outer basin, I saw her stand darkling, lonely, on the quay, through heart-rending murk and drizzling inclemency. And, oh my God, the gloomy underlook of those red eyes, and the piteous outpush of that little lip, and the hurried burying of that face. My heart broke, for I had not given her even one little last kiss, and she had been so good, quietly acquiescing like a good wife, not attempting to force her presence upon me in the ship. And I left her there all widowed, alone on the continent of Europe, watching after me, and I went out to the bleak and dreary fields of the sea. Arriving at Portsmouth the next morning, I made my residence in the first house in which I found an instrument, a spacious dwelling facing the harbour pier. I then hurried round to the exchange, which is on the Hard near the docks, a large red building with facings of Cornish moorstone, a bank on the ground floor, and the exchange on the first. Here I plugged her number on to mine, ran back, rang, and to my great thanksgiving heard her speak. This instrument, however, did not prove satisfactory. I broke the box and put in another battery, and still the voice was muffled. Finally, I furnished the middle room at the exchange with a truckle bed, stores, and a few things, and here have taken up residence. I believe that she lives and sleeps under the instrument, as I here live and sleep and live under it. My instrument is quite near one of the harbor windows, so that, hearing her, I can gaze out toward her over the expanse of waters, yet see her not, and she, too, looking over the sea toward me, can hear a voice from the azure depths of nowhere, yet see me not. I, this morning, early to her, "Good morning, are you there?" "Good morning. No, I am there," says she. "Well, that was what I asked. Are you there?" "But I am not here, I am there," says she. "I know very well that you are not here," said I, "for I do not see you, but I asked if you were there, and you say no, and then yes." "It is the paradox of the heart," says she. "The what?" "The paradox," says she. "But still I do not understand. How can you be both there and not there?" "If my ear is here and I elsewhere," says she. "An operation?" "Yes," says she. "What doctor?" "A specialist," says she. "An ear specialist?" "A heart," says she. "And you let a heart specialist operate on your ear?" "On myself he operated, and left the ear behind," says she. "Well, and how are you after it?" "Fairly well. Are you?" says she. "Quite well. Did you sleep well?" "Except when you lang me up at midnight. I have had such a dream." "What?" "I dreamed that I saw two little boys of the same age, only I could not see their faces. I can never see anybody's face, only yours and mine and yours always, of the same age, playing in a wood." "Ah, I hope that one of them was not called Cain, my poor girl." "Not at all, neither of them. Suppose I tell a story, and say that one was called Caius, and the other Tiberius, or one John, and the other Jesus." "Ah, well, tell me the dream." "Now you do not deserve." "Well, what will you do today?" "I? It is a lovely day. Have you nice weather in England?" "Very." "Well, between 11 and 12 I will go out and gather spring flowers in the park and cover the salon deep, deep. Wouldn't you like to be here?" "Not I." "You would?" "Why should I? I prefer England." "But France is nice too, and France wants to be friends with England, and is waiting, oh, waiting for England to come over and be friends. Couldn't some rapprochement be negotiated?" "Goodbye. This talking spoils my morning smoke." So we speak together across the sea. My God. End of section 31. Recording by Uberdubber, Stephen Jansen.
Section 32 of The Purple Cloud. This is a LibriVox recording. All LibriVox recordings are in the public domain. For more information or to volunteer, please visit LibriVox.org. Recorded by Gabby Cowan. The Purple Cloud by Matthew Phipps Shiel. Section 32. On the morning of the 8th of April, when I had been separated 13 weeks from her, I boarded several ships in the inner port, a lunacy in my heart, and selected what looked like a very swift boat, one of the smaller Atlantic air steamers called the Stettin, which seemed to require the least labor in oiling and in order to fit her for the sea. For the boat in which I had come to England was a mere top, though sound, and I pined for the wings of a dove that I might fly away to her and be at rest. I toiled with fluttering hands that day, and I believe that I was of the color of ashes to my very lips. By 2:30 I was finished, and by 3 was coasting down Southampton water, by Netley Hospital and the humble mouth, having said not one word about anything at the telephone, or even to my own guilty heart not a word. But in the silent depths of my being I felt this fact, that this must be a 35-knot boat, and that if driven hard in spite of the heavy garment of seaweed which she trailed, she would do 30. Also that Havre was 120 miles away, and at 7 p.m. I should be on its way. And when I was away and out on the bright and breezy sea, I called to her, crying out, "I am coming!" And I knew that she heard me, and that her heart leapt to meet me, for mine leapt too, and felt her answering. The sun went down, it set. I was tired of the day's work, and of standing at the high set wheel, and I could not see the coast of France, and at a thought smote me. And after another 10 minutes I turned the ship's head back, my face screwed with pain, God knows, like a man whose thumbs are ground between the screws, and his body drawn out and out on the rack to tenuous length, and his flesh massacred with pincers. And I fell upon the floor on the bridge, contorted with anguish, for I could not go to her. But after a time that paroxysm passed, and I rose up sullen and resentful, and resumed my place at the wheel, staring back for England, for a fixed resolve was in my breast, and I said, "Oh no, no more. If I could bear, I would, but if it is impossible, how can I? Tomorrow night, as the sun sets, without fail, so help me God, I will kill myself." So it is finished, my good God. On the early morning of the next day, the 9th, I having come back to Portsmouth about 11 the previous night, when I bid her good morning through the telephone, she said, "Good morning," and not another word. I said, "I got my hookah bowl broken last night, and I shall be trying to mend it today." No answer. "Are you there?" said I. "Yes," says she. "Then why don't you answer?" said I. "Where were you all yesterday?" says she. "I went for a little cruise in the basin," said I. Silence for 3 minutes. Then she says, "What is the matter?" "Matter?" said I. "Nothing." "Tell me," she says, with such an intensity and rage as to make me shudder. "There is nothing to tell, Ida." "Oh, but how can you be so cruel to me?" she cries, and there was anguish in that voice. "There is something to tell, there is. Don't I know it very well by your voice?" The thought took me then, how on the morrow she would ring and have no answer, and she would ring again and have no answer, and she would ring all day, and ring, and forever she would ring, with white flowing hair, and the staring eyeballs of frenzy, battering reproaches at the doors of God, and the universe would cry back to her howls and ravings only one eternal answer of silence, and as I thought of that, for very pity, my God, I could not help sobbing aloud, "May God pity you, woman." I do not know if she heard it. She must, I think, have heard, but no reply came, and there I, shivering like the sheeted dead, stood waiting for her next word, waiting long, dreading, hoping for her voice, thinking that if she spoke and sobbed but once I should drop dead where I stood, or bite my tongue through, or shriek the high laugh of distraction. But when at last, after quite 30 or 40 minutes, she spoke, her voice was perfectly firm and calm, she said. "Are you there?" "Yes," said I. "Yes, Lida." "What was the color," says she, "of the poison cloud which destroyed the world?" "Purple, Lida," said I. "And it had a smell like almonds or peach blossoms, did it not?" says she. "Yes," said I, "yes." "Then," says she, "there is another eruption. Every now and again I seem to scent strange whiffs like that, and there is a purple vapor in the east which glows and glows. Just see if you can see it." I flew across the room to an east window, threw up the grimy sash, and looked, but the view was barred with the plain brick back of a tall warehouse. I rushed back, gasped to her to wait, rushed down the 2 stairs and out upon the hearth. For a minute I ran, dodging wildly about, seeking a purview to the east, and finally ran up the dockyard, behind the storehouses to the semaphore, and reached the top, panting for life. I looked abroad. The morning sky, but for a bank of cloud to the northwest, was cloudless, the sun blazing in a region of clear azure pallor, and back again I flew. "I cannot see it," I cried. "Then it has not travelled far enough to the northwest yet," she said with decision. "My wife!" I cried. "You are my wife now." "Am I?" says she. "At last? Are you glad? But shall I not soon die?" "No, you can escape, my home, my heart, if only for an hour or two, then death. Just think, together, on the same couch, for ever, heart to heart. How sweet!" "Yes, how sweet, but how escape?" "It travelled slowly before. Get quick, will you, into one of the smaller boats by the quay. There is one just under the crane that is an air boat. You have seen me turn on the air, haven't you? That handle on the right as you descend the steps under the dial thing. Get first a bucket of oil from the shop next to the clock tower in the Quay Street, and throw it over everything that you see rusted. Only spend no time. For me, my heaven, you can steer by the tiller and compass. Well, the wheel is quite the same, only just the opposite. First unmoor, then to the handle, then to the wheel. The course is directly northeast by north. I will meet you on the sea. Go now." I was wild with bliss. I thought that I should take her between my arms, and have the little freckles against my face, and taste her short firm fleshed upper lip, and moan upon her, and whimper upon her, and mutter upon her, and say my wife. And even when I knew that she was gone from the telephone, I still stood there, hoarsely calling after her, "My wife, my wife." I flew down to where the steamer lay moored that had borne me the previous day. Her joint speed with the speed of Lida's boat would be 40 knots. In 3 hours we must meet. I had not the least fear of her dying before I saw her, for apart from the deliberate movement of the vapor that first time, I foretasted and trusted my love, that she would surely come and not fail, as dying saints foretasted and trusted eternal life. I was no sooner on board of the Stettin than her engines were straining under what was equivalent to forced draught. On the previous day it would have little surprised me at any moment, while I drove her, to be carried to the clouds in an explosion from her deep rusted steel tanks. But this day such a fear never crossed my mind, for I knew very well that I was immortal till I saw her. The sea was not only perfectly smooth, but placid, as on the previous day, only it seemed far placider, and the sun brighter, and there was a levity in the breezes that frilled the sea in fugitive dark patches, like frisons of tickling, and I thought that the morning was a true marriage morning, and remembered that it was a Sabbath, and sweet odors our wedding would not lack of peach and almond, though looking eastward I could see no faintest sign of any purple cloud, but only rags of chiffon under the sun. And it would be an eternal wedding, for one day in our sight would be as 1,000 years, and our 1,000 years of bliss would be but one day. And in the evening of all that eternity death would come and sweetly lay its finger upon our languid lips, and we should die of weary bliss, and all manner of dancing and singings, fandango and light galliard corantos, and the solemn gavotte were a tune in my heart that happy day. And running by the chart house to the wheel, I saw under the table a great roll of old flags, and presently they were flying in a long curve of gala from the main, and the sea rumpled in a long tract of tumbling milk behind me, and I hasted homeward to meet my heart. No purple cloud could I see, as, on and on for 2 hours, I tore southward, but at hot noon, on the weather beam, I espied through the glass, across the water, something else which moved, and it was you who came to me. O Leda, my spirit's breath! I bore down upon her, waving, and soon I saw her stand like an ancient mariner, but in white muslins that fluttered at her wheel on the bridge. It was one of those little old Havre, Antwerp craft, very high in the bows, and she waved a little white thing, and we came nearer, till I could espy her face, her smile, and I shouted her to stop, and in a minute stopped myself, and by happy steering came with slowing headway to a slight crash by her side, and ran down the trellised steps to her, and led her up, and on the deck, without saying a word, I fell to my knees before her, and I bowed my brow to the floor with obeisance, and I worshipped her there as heaven. And we were wedded, for she too bowed the knee with me under the jovial blue sky, and under her eyes were the little moist semicircles of dreamy pensive fatigue, so dear and wiffish, and God was there and saw her kneel, for he loves the girl. And I got the 2 ships apart, and they rested there some yards divided all the day, and we were in the main deck cabin, where I had locked a door, so that no one might come in to be with my love and me. I said to her, we will fly west to one of the Somersetshire coal mines, or to one of the Cornwall tin mines, and we will barricade ourselves against the cloud, and provision ourselves for 6 months, for it is perfectly feasible, and we have plenty of time, and no crowds to break down our barricades, and there in the deep earth we will live sweetly together till the danger is overpast. And she smiled and drew her hand across my face and said, No, no, don't you trust in my God? Do you think he would really let me die? For she has appropriated the Almighty God to herself, naming him my God. The impudence, though she generally knows what she is saying, too, and she would not fly the cloud. And I am now writing 3 weeks later at a little place called Château le Rose, and no poison cloud, and no sign of any poison cloud has come, and this I do not understand. It may be that she divined that I was about to destroy myself. She may be quite capable, but no, I do not understand, and shall never ask her. But this I understand, that it is the white who is master here, that though he wins but by a hair, yet he wins, and since he wins, dance my heart. I look for a race that shall resemble its mother, nimble, witted, light-minded, pious, like her, all human, ambidextrous, bicephalous, two-eyed, like her, and if, like her, they talk the English language with all the R's turned into L's, I shall not care. They will be vegetable eaters, I suppose, when all the meat now extant is eaten up, but it is not certain that meat is good for men, and it is really good, then they will invent a meat, for they will be her sons, and she, to the furthest cycle in which the female human mind is permitted to orbit, is, I swear, all wise. There was a preaching man, a Scotchman, he was named Mackintosh or something like that, who said that the last end of man shall be well and very well, and she says the same, and the agreement of these two makes a truth, and to that I now say Amen, Amen. For I, Adam Jeffson, second parent of the world, hereby lay down, ordain, and decree for all time, clearly perceiving it now, that the one motto and watchword essentially proper to each human individual and to the whole race of man, as distinct from other races in heaven or in earth, was always and remains even this: though he slay me, yet will I trust in him. End of section 32 and end of The Purple Cloud by Matthew Phipps Shiel.